There might be some rain coming through. We expect rain soon. Rain is close. The session has been declared wet. No sign of this rain stopping. Rain is clearing up. Rain should be gone for now. Nothing but sunshine all day.
It's finally time to go racing with the eyes focused towards the heavens. The iRacing weather system will be the great equalizer as we go racing for the second of our VCO Grand Slams in 2024. Welcome along to the 12 hours of Sebring powered by VCO. Delighted to have your company here on RaceSpot TV, on the iRacing Esports Network, as well on VCO's Twitch as we get the action underway with not the traditional expected conditions at Sebring, but fog and rain expected on the horizon. Arjuna Kankipati joined alongside by Lewis McLeod to get this action underway. And Lewis, let's be honest, this is a day long in the making.
I thought this was a sunshine state, but no, what a place to absolutely make the endurance debut, of course, of the weather system here on iRacing. We've got a fantastic grid of drivers. I counted more than 20 drivers above 10k I rating out there on the grid. It's going to be very interesting, and of course, with the rain in the air, it's all going to be about who's going to survive getting wet.
And you can see on that forecast, rain is looming. We'll keep an eye on that through the course of the 12 hours. We'll have coverage, of course, uninterrupted as well, so make sure you stick with us. Let's take a look, though, at the history of this event very quickly, because what a historical event this is in many ways. You see the list of winners that we've had over the years. It's gone from 9 splits back in 2015 with just the 2 classes to now almost 40 splits year on year. I mean, Lewis, this is always one of the most fun events that we have every single year.
Yeah, I think we counted it today as being, I think it was 62, 61 or 62 splits at the moment for it, which is just ridiculous. Obviously, everyone jumping in because of the weather, because it's all new, great stuff. And I think counter to how we've seen things at like Daytona, for example, where there has been like a form book over since 2015 and such, where you expect Coans to do well there, blah, 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 and we're kind of tearing that one up. Now, there is no form book of who goes well around here. It's brutal, and because of that, it chops and changes year on year as to who is victorious.
And I think we're looking forward to seeing maybe some more dramatic finishes finishes, as we've seen in the past. Here's a look, though, at the schedule, and what a rock and roll roller coaster it is that sees you travel across the world, across of disciplines, but more importantly, maybe for us here in the VCO Grand Slams, following the IMSA Michelin Endurance Cup races, and of course, next up, Watkins Glen at the end of June, Petit Le Mans at the end of October. Let's be honest, Lewis, extra stakes on the line. Winner in the GTP and the GTDs going to be heading to the 2024 IMSA Esports Global Championship.
Yeah, and potentially being commentated by us again.
Oh, poor guys.
Poor guys, yeah, absolutely. No, obviously, like I say, a bit more weight on it, as we were discussing back in Daytona. But, you know, always with these special events, there is weight around it anyway. You know, just wanting to be victorious regardless of what's on offer. You know, a lot of the time you're kind of doing it more to be that driver, to be that team that is victorious around this prestigious racetrack, and, of course, in this race.
Let's take a look at the cars, the BOP that we've got at play here today. Now, GTP, GTD, of course, the two classes where there are multiple manufacturers at play. We did see the Lamborghini debut in the real-world GTP class at Sebring a week ago, but not yet here in iRacing. Hashtag soon. No promises, though. BOP, though, has seen only the Acura get a slight adjustment, although, let's be real, we're looking at the entry list. It's a sea full of Acuras and then just a couple of other takers here and there.
It was the car that was victorious, of course, back in Daytona. It was the Acura, obviously, in the hands of the Williams playseat team. So, you know, fair enough. We're expecting it to go fairly strong around here. I think we've got one BMW, obviously a couple of Porsches being taken by the VRS Commander team. I'm not sure we've got any Cadillacs, to be honest.
Good shout. I was just looking through the entry list. I think you are correct, even though I will just say, let's not forget that a Cadillac won the final round of the 2023 IMSA Esports Global Championship. Let's talk about this track because, Lewis, I think with the rain, that's where we're really going to be talking about the bumps around this track, not just about how much it changes and challenges the driver, but how it's going to force the rain to move across the surface and adapt with the bumps and therefore send the drivers across the track in search of grip.
Yeah, obviously fairly flat track, so it does kind of basically absorbs a lot of moisture around here. You know, when it does rain, it basically just rains everywhere, and it's very tricky. But, you know, the big thing with rain around here is the surface changes. There are so many around. There's parts between corners where you go through about 6 different surfaces before you get to the next braking zone. Obviously, that run through T1, very, very bumpy. I tried it a little bit earlier in the wet, going through turn 1, and I found it extremely difficult just to try and keep the car in grip. Because obviously, every time you go over a bump, your tyres are losing traction, and that's potentially going to cause quite an incident.
Something else when it comes to turn 1 in particular is I wanted to stay on the racing line. I didn't really want to go off the racing line through there, so that's one of the things. We talked about the radar. Let's quickly pop that up as qualifying has just gotten underway. Rain's not quite here as far as we can tell, but there's a look at the forecast. Now, we're going to jump forward a little bit when we actually go from qualifying to the race. But Lewis, I can tell you, watching some of those splits last night, we saw drivers have to decide whether they wanted to start on the wet or the dries. Some chose wrong, had to come in when they came to the green. Some chose wrong and had to come in on the second lap because they thought it would be wiser to try and stay out there as it started to downpour initially.
It's one of those ones where, especially with it being the first race in wet weather conditions, in endurance racing terms, of this scale, of this stature, being conservative is the key. If it looks like it's going to be wet, if it's a little bit wet, whatever, take the wet tyre. Don't be like, it's probably going to dry up in blah, 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 blah. No, just don't risk it. It's not worth it.
They are all more talented than Lewis and myself, but we're looking forward to seeing how they're going to challenge themselves around with this rain. One of the teams already heading, though, to the 2024 IMSA Esports Global Championship is Williams Esports. They took us around for a lap here at the Sebring International Raceway.
Hello guys, my name is Alexander Spets, driving the Williams Esports BenQ Acura car for this upcoming VCO 12 Hours of Sebring, and today I'll be taking you for a lap guide around the Sebring International Raceway. So here we are for a lap around Sebring International Raceway, as we are going to take the car all over to the right hand side here, preparing for this blind corner turn 1 apex. Going down to 5th, close to the wall as we can, and using a little bit of that exit curve. Heading into turn 2, hard on the brakes. Tight around this curve here, and then all over the next one to prepare for that late apex of turn 4 to carry the speed out on this short straight that we have coming here. Really important not to go into the traction control. to make sure we don't lose any time. And now heading all over to the left hand side, up to 7th, hard on the brakes, down in 1st. Trying to use a little bit of inside curve, and then easy on the throttle but early, making sure that we don't hit traction control once again. As we now will head the car to the left once again, hard on the brakes, down to 1st, early on the throttle once again, and then tighter on these two left-handers to minimize the distance coming down to tower corner. As we go hard on the brakes, making sure the car is in a straight line, as it's really easy to lock a tire there, and then using that a little bit of that exit curve to make sure that we are carrying the momentum we need. As we go tight around these two left-handers before the mountain chains, hard on the brakes once again, down to 3rd, controlling the car with the throttle here, using a little bit of these curves before we exit and use a lot of it. As we're now heading through the last corner of the track, called Sunset, we're going to prepare for the corner with a late apex, braking hard, down to 3rd, and then early on the throttle now, as close to the walls, both on entry and exit as we can here, to carry that speed that we need coming down the start finish straight. And that is a lap of Sebring International Raceway, my friends.
Well, a lap in the dry here in the Sebring International Raceway, which I can tell you is the conditions that drivers currently are dealing with when it comes to the qualifying session. And in a sea of Acuras, it's a Porsche that's risen to the top of the GTP qualifying standings, and it's VRS Coanda, not just 1, but 1 and 3. Take a look at that weather radar, though. You can see the rain, Lewis. It's getting closer and closer, overlapping through the forecast as we get ready to get to the end of the session.
Yeah, I think it's basically confirmed that it is definitely going to be a wet start to the race. Drago Racing now moving up into 5th position, and we're going to have a movement at the top of the GTP field. Silly Lully up to the top as rain is coming down.
You can actually see it just as the session's going to come to an end, and so it's going to make it very, very difficult for these GTDs that haven't quite necessarily been able to get the most out of that first lap like we traditionally talk about. They usually go quick on the second lap. This is suboptimal. I can tell you at least one of the LMP2 cars, Lewis, did go out and attempt to qualify on the wet tires. That's Pedro Sanchez Albert in the BS Plus competition number 7.
Why?
Because he clearly, or maybe what he's done is he did his first lap, bailed, didn't do a second lap, came back in and tried out the conditions. That's genius. You know what? He's a big brain move there.
Yeah, fair enough. Obviously, you know, acclimatise yourself to the conditions. I would suspect most of the drivers on the grid will be well set with the weather conditions. They'll have practiced it. I mean, like, let's be honest, over the last week or so, they've been driving probably non-stop wet to the point where I think they might have overlooked the dry side a fair amount, because they know this race is going to be fairly wet as Parker White crosses the line and sets yet another fantastic lap time. Absolutely flying in the GTD category. It's Van Haas's next one to come through. I can't imagine this is going to be much quicker, unless maybe because it's only rained lightly, it's not deteriorated the grip too much.
There was only about a couple of hundreds or thousands of an improvement there for Parker White, but you know, Sven Haas is at the very back, and you've seen him charge forward through some special events. It's a big lap indeed. He's going to jump him forward to only 11th, though, such as the margins in that GTD field.
I could imagine they would have lost, even if the grips only dropped a little bit. I could imagine he would have lost maybe a tenth, maybe 2 tenths, maybe even a little bit more in that. So to be fair, to put on a lap time that's even that quick with the rain coming down, not too bad. As here's a wet weather running car thing. There
is, I believe, the wet tires of Pedro Sanchez Albert as he works through the final corner. 20 seconds left to go, and he surprises in the qualifying order as we see it right now. GridandGo.com Esports currently a pole in LMP2, and in front of, let's be honest, dominant LMP2 winners across multiple special events last year in that category, the Apex Racing team.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's always going to be like the odd couple of shocks and stuff for qualifying, but nothing too major, if I'm perfectly honest. It's all looking fairly set. Fantastic to see the likes of Team Redline up at the top. VRS Coanda, I'm really happy to see that VRS Coanda are attacking toward the front as well in the GTPs, but it is an Acura on pole.
It's an Acura on pole. There's a look at the weather radar. Now, we have jumped forward into the race session, so we are starting to see that rain drop. I can tell you that in sim right now, it does say precipitation 100%. What tires are teams going to elect to start on? We're about to find out. You can see the cars getting their marching orders down trackside to go racing here. Oh, we're excited. It's going to be good. I hope you're strapped in and ready to go racing no matter where you are around the world. Let's take you trackside to take you through the starting grid for the second of our VCO Grand Slams, with spots in the IMSA Esports Global Championship on the line. It'll be Silly Lully himself that's managed to master the conditions and make it matter with pole at 141.680. We'll see him lead us to the green in these changeable conditions. Elvis Rankin, though, shows the Porsche is here to fight. And then Josh Ladd for Williams Esports Chill Blast debuts their brand new livery alongside Charlie Collins in that VRS Kawanda train. Jaden Munoz jumps out of the car, Alexander Spetz into the Williams Esports BenQ entry, and then Dominic Hoffman alongside, who, let's not forget, is technically defending race winner with Urano Esports no longer here to defend their throne. Diego Pinto and then Marshall Hubert for the Team Redline and Apex Racing Academy cars on the fourth row of the grid. And then Dylan Shrivens makes his way over to Fiercely Forward. First time we've seen him in those colors. Sean Campbell for Race Clutch is on the outside of row number 5. Marcos Nunez for Altus Esports is 11th, and then great to see Paddy Wolf back in action in the number 26 HS Racing Machine. Race Clutch and Hops Custom by Drago 13th and 14th. Watch for Timo Rohde to try and charge from the back of the field. And then Parnell Racing, BMW M Team BS competition, and Brabham Esports hissing Sid make up the rest of that 17-strong GTP class as we look at the LMB2s, where gridandgo.com alongside the Apex Racing team ready to get us underway on the front row, and only 35 thousandths between them. SimRC, Team PGZ 3rd and 4th, and then Williams Esports Chill Blast and the second of the gridandgo.com entries on the 3rd row of the grid. Dane Warren in a VRS Kawanda car, I believe sharing that with Iron Chen Kuban, has got Simify Esports for company on row 4. WSR Esports Butt Kicker winners, of course, at Daytona in this LMP2 class alongside BS Competition on the 5th row, rounding out your top 10, and then Brabham Esports alongside BS Plus Competition in their red entry. Great to see Thomas Labudale, who was flying at the iRacing Roar, rejoin us here on iRacing for the Sebring 12 Hours. Door Esports, the second WSR Esports Butt Kicker car, 13th and 14th, and then Shera Esports, Team PGZ, and Simify 17 of these LMP2s ready to go. One final class to talk our way through, and it's the GTDs. Parker White, Williams Esports BenQ, 29 thousandths quicker than Tristan Iglesias for Simify, who curiously have chosen not to go for the Porsche despite how much we've seen them strong in that car. Fira alongside Williams Esports on that 2nd row, and then Falcon Sim Racing and Drago Racing round out the front 6, where Audi's very much all on display. Team Redline and Drago Racing 7th and 8th, the second of the Redline cars, and Door Esports round out the top 10, and then Virtual Coach GG, and then the first non-Audi in the form of a Lamborghini for the Marla Racing team through the top 12. We've still got a handful of cars: Drago, Grid and Go, Apex, and Williams Esports, but interestingly, Audis and 2 Lamborghinis. That's all we have left to talk about in that respective class. Lewis, you can see the trails being kicked up. I am pleased to inform you, or maybe displeased, because there's no real excitement, that everyone is on the wet compounded tyre.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, no major shocks in all of that one. Everyone kind of sticking to the runner form and going, well, I mean, there's definitely a lot of spray being kicked up from the tyres, so we might as well go with it. Yeah, like you say, a lot of Audis in this GT category. Didn't quite expect to be that many, but I do respect the team who haven't gone with an Audi, but they have gone with a Lamborghini, which, let's be honest, it's a cool Audi.
Not anymore, technically, because we do have the Audi Evo 2 and the Lamborghini Evo as well. A little bit, you know.
Yeah, but they're not that big.
No,
they're still basically got the same V10 engine.
I'm trying. You see, I'm making effort.
Yeah. Well, we had an experiment in one of the British GT rounds where we closed our eyes and tried to work out whether it was an Audi or a Lamborghini. You can't do it.
No, that is true. You go and listen to them in person. They are identical. You are correct there. Now, there's seemingly a rather big gap being left between the GTPs and the LMP2s. And you want to know why that is, ladies and gentlemen? Well, it's because the LMP2 cars are a little bit quicker in the wet than the GTP counterparts. Now, look at this. Race Clutch, Jere Lehtinen with an issue on these changeable conditions on this formation lap.
Definitely is on the wet tire. I'll go and double check that one, but that's a really weird incident to have. And the car's broken as well. It is absolutely done. So what a start to the race for them. And I believe, by the way, they are actually on the slicks.
Are they?
I believe so.
Ooh.
It's what I can see on my screen.
Well, we might have a
But
slight
then
issue.
it might be my angle. That's fine.
We might have a slight issue with the data that's showing us what compound, and so maybe we're not going to be able to show you that information. Jere Lehtinen and Race Clutch, though, will not see the start. We knew it was going to be dramatic. We didn't know how dramatic. One car won't even see the start of iRacing's new era. The rain is here and the heavens have opened up. 12 hours on the clock and focus on two teams heading to the 2024 IMSA Esports Global Championship. It's a new era underway and it's Team Redline at the front that will jump us to the start. Aggressive defense behind though as we filter out through turn number 1 and high commitment on display. 3 wide drivers filter their way through the opening corner. Absolute insanity is of course LMP2s and GTDs will begin at the very same time, and I am actually quite happy to say that Lewis seemingly all 3 classes underway tidily.
Yeah, it's actually not too bad. But I did just say I think that race clutch car was actually on the wet. So there's more drama. I think that is another race clutch car, is it not? Having more dramas coming out towards Big Bend. It's a big lead already. Looking for Redline on the left-hand side of your screen. What's happening in the LMP2s? And what's happening down in the GTDs?
LMP2's tidy. GTD's now finally getting to turn 1. I think they're all leaving bigger gaps than normal just in recognition that we are in the unknown. They don't know how much risk they want to take, and the answer is, at least for the time being, not much. I mean, look at the amount of spray. iRacing have made it a little bit easier to spot the brake lights of the car in front of you, the tail lights, whatever you want to call them. Doesn't mean it's easy by any means, Lewis.
No, like I say, when obviously one of the major things that everyone pointed out was the fact of you couldn't really see particularly the rain lights through the spray. They have kind of, I think, reduced the spray slightly, but then obviously made those rain lights a lot more visible to make it a little bit more, for one, realistic actually, and for two, a little bit easier. But like you say, it is still almost impossible picking out your brake markers, because let's be honest, brake markers don't light up, so that's still really hard.
I mean, look at for a second there on the bottom of your screen, you could see nothing. Such was the amount of spray that is being chucked into the air. I mean, we really did go from dry qualifying to very, very wet race conditions, and as we get ready to run towards Sunset Bend, this is a corner that, especially in these GTPs, I found very difficult to navigate. I will say as well, those LMP2 cars are starting to close on some of those GTP contenders, so they'll have to keep an eye on the rearview mirrors, but Team Redline will lead the first official wet lap of a special event here on RaceSpot TV on the iRacing Esports Network. It's Williams Esports Chill Blast second and Vieras Kawanda third, but defending hard. There goes Alexander Spets to the inside.
Wow, Mitchell de Jong getting very aggressive on that defence going down towards the first corner. The Porsche, or the VRS Commanders in those Porsches aren't going particularly strong at the start of this race. Josh Rogers has already dropped back behind Dom Hoffman now to 7th position. And now we've just seen Mitchell de Jong drop back to 4th. Very aggressive there from Alexander Spets. Great to see him back, obviously. Wasn't at Daytona, but now takes to the new livery in the Williams Esports BenQ car, which, to be fair, I actually quite like that BenQ livery, but we're going to talk about it later on. It's not brown. That's the important bit.
Let's not get into livery watch just yet, Lewis, because that's going to take us down a dangerous, dangerous path. Now, with the big gaps that were left between the classes, you can also see, by the way, in terms of track conditions, if you were curious, not really much to worry about. It's the cloud cover that you'll note, and we'll keep an eye on how that will change through the course of the day as the rain goes and maybe comes back later on. The track map, though, shows the gaps that we've got between the classes, because, Lewis, I think in a lot of ways the rain is a great unknown. Traffic in the rain, oh, I think that's going to be scary.
Yeah, obviously you can see there's 2 cars in the pit lane. The number 15 race clutch red car, that one being Lehtinen that you were talking about. Didn't see what happened to the Parnell Racing car, that 27. Maybe it was involved in the same incident, and right at the rear end of the GTD field. Not sure what has happened to the number 70 of Gustavo Ariel as well, right at the rear of that GTD field, and to be fair, quite a way off it, about 6 or 7 seconds off the rear end of the Apex Racing Academy.
I can tell you that he was escorted off the track at some point. We will go back and figure out at some point, sea of incidents that have happened there. You'd expect there have been a few. The question is, especially before we even got underway, how things played out. Now, you can see the alternate lines at play. It's Simufy really on the charge here, and Tristan Iglesias, I think, might want to lead and try and break away and try and get out of the terrible spray conditions that he's dealing with. I mean, jump on board, and I mean, a bit more of a tight apex and exit on the run out of Tower Corner, but just look at how that spray builds and the speed builds as well.
Yeah, Parker White's not looking, I mean, it's looking slow. There you go, you can see, like, you can definitely see the rain lights have have changed a little bit. When obviously the wet weather was new, you would not be able to see the rear of that car at all, not even with the lights. So at least they've adjusted that one, so you can spot it. It looks a lot more natural, a lot more real now with that one. So that is ideal. But Parker White, I'd argue, slightly tighter line from into tower. Not that when you're taking a tighter line in the wet, it tells me that you're not feeling as confident in these wet weather conditions to kind of like go out to the outside of the circuit and let the car do its thing and find that racing line. It seems at the moment, at least the start of this race, Tristan Iglesias is feeling a bit more confident. That can change in 10 minutes very, very quickly.
Getting word, by the way, from a self-admitted retired man with the data that he has available, but iRacing World Champion Przemysław Lemenek has said the Porsche GTP car not very good in the rain. I think that's what we're seeing played out here, is Viras Kowanda dropping down from second on the start to now fourth, and already 7.5 seconds, already 5 minutes in, behind your race leader as Team Redline and Luke Bennett try and pull away. Let's go back though to the formation lap, Lewis, because I think we need to try and figure out what happened to see, let's be honest, one of the stronger teams not even get to see the start.
Yeah, obviously, Race Clutch, you did have a fairly solid time of things back in Daytona. A couple of snaps. Wow! Just talent.exe was not found, and that's why the Parnell racing car also was dropped back. Obviously, these are tricky. They're trying to get a bit of heat in their tyres, and it just lets go. And I will say,
you got brakes.
You do have brakes on that 27. I'm pretty sure they work. So wakey.
Yeah, sorry, I stole the words out of your mouth, but like, you've got brakes. The pedals
That's
work.
unacceptable.
They work in both directions at some point. Yes, unfortunate there, but definitely a bit of a self-inflicted issue. LMP2s, they're closing on the back of some of those GTPs, and it's going to be for the lead now where things start to pick up. So let's focus on them for a few moments, because we haven't really chatted about them. It's been a clean start through the field. I just want to reiterate that. There's been some chopping and changing. I mean, Dane Warren's up 3 spots for Kowanda to 4th in this LMP2 class. But right now as it stands, Grid and Go, Apex, PGZ, Kowanda, and SimRC. That's how it runs at the end of the first 3 laps of racing. Yeah, indeed.
Obviously, been a fairly dicey affair for those at the start of this race, but everyone kind of working their way through it relatively cleanly. So we've had a couple of incidents, but nothing too major, which is, again, ideal. I think that doesn't shock me too much. Obviously, to say it's the first race of this calibre that we've had the weather on, so it makes sense that drivers may have been driving a little bit more cautiously. This is quite a tricky part of the track, obviously coming out of the hairpin there, mostly because you go over about 3 transition changes on the weather, as we see the Drago racing car trying to work its way back up past, well, actually, sorry, the LMP2's catching them, isn't it?
Yeah, now I don't know if, I think Timo Roda's had an issue on this lap. I don't think he's, oh, yep, he's off. I thought, well, he was going off for a second, managed to grab control of the car. I mean, this is where, as well, when you're on the line, on the surface, because it's actually been worn down, there are fewer bumps on the racing line. There's less pathways for the rain to go off, and that's why there's less grip on the regular racing line initially. And so now this might be a chance for the top 2 to break away, Lewis, if Timo Roda continues to hold up those behind.
Yeah, indeed. Like we were talking about, those LMP2s do go pretty well in the wet weather conditions, courtesy of the downforce they've got on, etc. Also, the weight difference. They're a lot lighter than the GTPs. They tend to typically work better in wet weather conditions. But this is very difficult when you're trying to run your own races. Antti Ahola pulls it back over to the left-hand side on the Ullmann Straight, basically just trying to find some vision at the moment, heading down into the final corner. Was that Roda going off to the left? I believe it was.
I think that is potentially a bit of a car that's damaged and now just trying to find its way onto pit entry. No, it's not even going to get its chance initially. Oh, that's a bold call. If that car's not all healthy, he's still got plenty of LMP2 contenders trying to work his way through. Now, as the business picks back up for these LMP2 cars, we'll tell you that both Jari Lehtinen and Mal Dendinka able to bring their GTP cars, the Parnell and Race Clutch cars, into the pit box. Jari Lehtinen is back out on track. We did see the second one of the Race Clutch cars have an issue after we got the race underway.
Yeah, let's see. So, again, just dropping the rear end a little bit. Was there any danger on the rejoin, or is it just dropping to the rear of the field? I think it's all good. Just rear end did not fancy gripping with the road surface there, going through T4, T5. Let's see what happened to the red line car. There's another one. Wow. That's not something we'd have expected to have seen.
No, not what we would have expected to see, but Lewis, more importantly, because we're expecting Sorry, excuse me. My throat's just getting all sorts of choked up there to see Gustavo Ariel go around. But, you know, because we're expecting changing conditions in the future, down 6 seconds now. He's actually closed that back up for the most part to almost within touching distance of those at the back of his class. He's very soon going to just be, you know, starting to pick away at cars and getting back forward. And if there comes a time when we start to see that transition back towards the dry, which at least for the next 45 minutes I don't think is expected. As Dane Warren goes deep.
Bye. The VRS Commander car will rejoin the race circuit and all that, but you're absolutely right. Just went basically straight on in all of that. Did Dane Warren's probably cost him a couple of spots, as I do. Well, actually, I don't know if it has actually. I think it will do now because he would have got a slowdown penalty, so he'll drop back through. Let's see what happened on replay though. This
is what happened to Timo Rohde. And then a bit of a sympathy issue for the BMW M Team BS competition car. Now, Danny Lorenzo, former teammate of Timo Rohde, a bit of a small mistake there.
Yeah, I mean, it's so easy from the BS competition side. It's so easy to follow that car into that instant, just with basically locking the rear brakes. Again, we've always spoken before about how the GTPs are really tricky on those rear brakes, courtesy of the regen. As there is a look to the inside. I think that was the Williams Esports Chill Blast, but which one? The LMP2 trying to get down the inside of the Simar C car.
Indeed, Carl Janssen slips through an anti-hole, and Dane Warren, who did lose a couple of spots as a result of the slowdown that he incurred by that small mistake down at Le Mans Corner, ends up now back having to do a bunch of work that he had already done. That's part of the frustration that sometimes you will see. We are seeing, by the way, separation at the very front of the field, because as much as the LMP2s could be as quick as some GTP drivers, they're not as fast as those at the front. Luke Bennett's already picked up some traffic, as you can see him go off the track in a very dangerous situation.
Got to be so careful with that. Again, the puddles, obviously they'll be building up as a lot of the rain is spat out to the outside of the circuit, effectively just courtesy of the spray being kicked up, etc. So you've got to be careful of running out there. Again, some of the track surface out there can be extra bumpy as well. So you've got to be careful of running out wide in all of that as we ride on board with Kalpin. And you can see how difficult this is going to be for the GTP runners today. It's hard enough at the best of times to be fully committed to making these moves going up the order, but when it's wet and hard to see like this, more issues for Drago Racing. This time it's the 969.
It's the same car, actually. Yeah, so that's Timo Rohde. I don't understand why he didn't bring the car down as soon as he knew there were issues. Now, the great thing about the rain is not only is it a challenge for the drivers, a challenge for our computers as well, as Ate Kalpinen very close to the wall and trying to force his way past the red line car on the cycle down into what is technically turn 3, but we're not having any of that. It's turn 2.
It's the second corner on the racetrack. You're absolutely right. But then, after that point, the corner numbers become a little bit sketchy. That's why we just go with names. Thankfully, Sebring has names for most of the corners, so at least there is that. Again, these are incredibly difficult conditions. I've got to say, Ate Kalpinen, really good there in traffic. So hard to judge. Let's see what's happened. I believe one of the Brabhams. Or was it?
That there must already have been damage on that car to have just pulled off like that. Did Timo Rohde get...
He got attacked by someone.
He got attacked by someone. That's what happened.
Yeah, for sure. One of the LMP2 Simify. You've got the PGZ one as well. So it's already sliding here. Already sliding there. Caught the slide. I don't think the Simi... If you were to ride on board with the Simify there, I don't know what the Simify could really do in all of that, because it's like the car's snapping ahead of them.
Now, there were a couple of issues as we were looking at the replay, so we're going to continue cycling through them. Keep an eye, though, as traffic is continuing in the bottom right corner of your screen. Now, that was the HS Racing car. You heard Lewis there, an almighty smash. But then with traffic, we saw the first real major issues. Alexander Spetz chose wrong, went off to the grass.
Chose wrong, and then feels like he chose wrong again. Someone was also off behind all of that. Did not see as to which one that was. This just absolute. To be fair, this is what I thought the first lap was going to be like. So there is that.
So this, I believe, is Nikodem Rzbicki in the second. It's in one of the Drago Racing cars. Then, it's Kawanda. That's Rogers that goes off.
Indeed, Josh Rogers. Obviously, has arguably been one of the, if not the fastest driver on iRacing quite a lot over the last sort of 4 or 5 years. But this is a step into the unknown even for him. And like I said, if what we're being told is correct, then that Porsche 963 is not not the strongest in wet weather conditions, and we were expecting this race to be pretty heavy on the old rain.
There's a pass potentially for Dominic Hoffman, or rather a defense for Dominic Hoffman as Alexander Spetz tries to fight his way back through. Lemonek, by the way, love the guy sending me more information. Wet tires apparently add around 1.4 millimeters to the car, and so therefore it actually changes the ride heights that you're allowed for when you start the race off. So these are all interesting factors that we're having to discover and understand for the very first time. And so, ladies and gentlemen, so glad you can join us, and you're heading into the unknown with us, the commentators, as well. I've done a little bit of attempted driving. I say attempted driving because I don't feel like I learned anything from it, Lewis.
I did a lap round here, binned it twice, and then thought, I'm not good enough for this, without practicing it. No, you're absolutely, like, the wet weather tyre, if you ever think that, like, oh yeah, but one whatever millimetre doesn't make that much of a difference, if you don't believe so, go and watch British touring cars. And the reason why I say that is because whenever it's wet, watch the end of the race. I guarantee you someone will get disqualified, because what they do is they lower the ride height of the car as red lines off, and it's the other one. Oh my god, who else was that? Dur Esports that were off as well. I'll come back to story time in a second. Wow!
You were correct that it was Dur, and I mean, this, again, are some of iRacing's best that are really being put through the ringer right now. We'll get back to Lewis McLeod's story time. We've got plenty of time for that. That was where Pipo Derani had his almighty shunt a week ago. I don't know if traffic was involved, but Lewis, the replay always tells us.
Yeah, so you got Bobo, Dylan Scrivens, obviously Becky coming through there in that bright yellow, fiercely forward car, obviously not in a livery. Wow, car's already backwards.
So there was contact.
And it did hit contact, yeah, with a barrier. Goodness me.
So who's that with? That's
race clutch.
Is that the GTP race clutch?
Yeah, it will be the GTP race clutch there coming through.
And then there's Dur.
And whatever happened to Dur? Dur, I think, had damage before even that. And obviously when they're going across the grass, they've got no grip there. Whoa! Did you see the Dur get sent off in the background?
Yes, I
think it was with another GTD.
I may have accidentally clicked the wrong button. So here's a closer look at the Audi. And
whoa! What car was that?
That's the BMW M Team BS competition car.
Oh my goodness me. Aliens have invaded the Sebring 12-hour, ladies and gents.
Oh, and so it's contact with a Falcon sim racing car, the sister team, of course, to Dur Esports. That, by the way, that car is done. There is no fixing that.
Yeah.
We're going to spend more time watching replays than anything today, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, if our broadcast director was any better, we'd actually catch all this action live.
Oh, come on. I can tell you Dane Warren's down on pit lane as well. So, I mean, like, the hits keep on coming, Lewis.
This is, the opening 18 minutes. It is the battle for survival, right? This is what it's all about. Let's see what happens. So you've got SimRC coming through in all this. We lose them in the spray, fair enough.
No.
And that was where Dane Warren had gone. So I wonder if Warren had lost it already and then had collected the SimRC going through, which is very easy to do around this section of the track.
I mean, what visibility do you even have? I mean, he's on the grass, he clips. It's the smallest of mistakes, the biggest of consequences. And this is what I feel like sometimes we don't talk about enough in these iRacing special events. And now we finally have to come to grips with it. These are endurance races. Yeah. First two must finish in order to finish first. And this is a race where attrition has already, Lewis, seen 7 cars be sitting down on pit lane.
Yeah, I will say I know these conditions are really difficult. I don't think that a lot of the drivers are really applying the highest level of IQ at the moment, which is the problem. Either way, see what I mean? What are you doing? Going either way of one of the GTDs coming through, the grid and go and the Apex racing car. I know this is for the lead in LMP2 and it was fantastic, but the level of risk applied 20 minutes into a 12-hour race, crazy. Great move, by the way, but wow.
This is, yes, like you say, I think you put it correctly. We need to see more drivers maybe play it smart. Now, which of the LMP2s is going to hold the lead for the time being, because they're still working through traffic at this point? It's Costantini and the Apex Racing Team machine that will grab the point, and the 3 wide moments, 20 minutes in, change for the lead. And why is it that LMP2 is always the most interesting? Because it really just is.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a fun category. Everyone loves the LMP2. I've always said this before. I can't get to grips with it. I've never been able to figure out the car. I've never been able to really enjoy driving it. But alas, it clearly works for most. And a lot of people enjoy it. I've had a good couple of chats with Henry Moore. He's been doing quite a lot of races in this car over the last week. And, including racing against people like James Baldwin, who I'm surprised actually isn't in this. The Mercedes team aren't in this split, so I'm assuming they're probably in split 2 as they were back in Daytona, maybe?
Imagine the level of competition that they had 3 drivers, and it was a very esports focused lineup, and they still couldn't make it into this top split. Lowest I rating they see out there on track right now, 7,800.
Yeah.
Crazy numbers.
I think when I was loading in, I'm pretty sure it was like 8.9. Like, as the entirety of the grid was like 8. It was somewhere in the high 8s, let's put it that way.
Right.
And like I've said, I'm pretty sure there are 20 10k plus I-rated drivers on the grid.
Well,
I think there might be 4 or 5 11k plus.
I was going to say, maybe not anymore without this race has started off.
Rest in peace.
Let's go back to another replay, unfortunately, because one of the grid and go, one of the few non-Audis, I will say, in the GTD class. I mean, that is clearly going to be one of the danger spots here today.
Yeah, it's quite a few people already, and it's 2 liveries that I actually quite like coming into contact there. I do like that Williams Esports Academy livery. It's hard to tell from that angle as to who's at fault, but I can tell you, if we go into Chopper Cam, you're probably not going to be able to tell either.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to be getting into the discussions of who did what, I think, for the most part here, because I think everyone's just trying to survive. There's the Williams Esports Chill Blast car sailing on through. Gabriel Streitmatter makes a mistake, and I think maybe sails into a puddle of water as well, and you can see the effects of the aquaplaning. Now Apex Racing and Michele Costantini already 2.2 seconds clear in the lead. Having said that, lead of the GTP class, haven't talked much about Team Redline and Luke Bennett. I mean, he is looking supremely confident right now. They've switched from the BMW, in which we've seen them often be competing in, over to the Acura. Seems to be working quite well.
Yeah, they clearly are settling with it quite nicely as of this moment. And like I said, the people that they're pulling away from are others in Acuras. So, like, it's clearly nothing to do with the car. Here's a Porsche, though, that are on board with one of the VRS Grandas. You were saying, though, that a lot of these drivers, they're just trying to survive. I don't know, Arjuna. I'm not seeing much survival instincts at play in this race. I'm just seeing they're driving as if it's a dry race, is what I'm going to say.
Can I show you something, by the way?
Please do.
Now, we've seen Josh Rogers a lot, right?
Oh, God.
How often do we see him stressed, concerned?
Very rarely.
You tell me. You tell me right now.
It might be the red lights, but he's looking like he needs to breathe a little bit. Yeah. And he's looking pretty cross.
I mean, I can't even imagine. You know, we often talk about heart rates and stuff, and where people's heart rates sit. Everyone's gone up about 20 beats per minute. That includes the engineer sitting on the wall as well, I think, for today.
Oh, yeah. Trying to go around the outside of Drago Racing, but unable to do so. Running out wide as they come through Sunset. We'll see if there is potentially going to be a move. Drago Racing did just recently on this lap, by the way, drop back. Dominic Hoffman behind the wheel of that one did drop back behind Alexander Spetz. He's on his rise back up the order on the previous lap. But Josh Rogers, I think, might try and force his way past fairly soon as well.
I think Rogers, at this point, is just now probably having to... You can see a big snap there. Having to bide his time, wait for the rain to settle down, and then we'll see the real pace, from the Porsche moving forward. Now, 3 cars fighting for the Apex Racing Academy, and Dylan Shrivens, great to see him back in competition, but on the inside of Marcus Solholm, and he'll get the drive off the corner. Wonderfully done. Sean Campbell trying to follow through as well, who, let's not forget, had a little bit of an issue on lap number 1.
Yeah, indeed. I think quite a lot of drivers had their issues on lap 1. As there is a look to the outside, Apex Racing Academy car and race clutch going side by side, coming off of the hairpin. Once again, extremely close, and it will be the Apex Racing Academy car coming out on top in all of that one. Of course, it's Marcus Solholm behind the wheel. Oh, that was a big moment. Did have a good short that he made for his YouTube channel, actually, which was, I think it was at Spa, and he was saying something about, like, oh, we just need to go careful into Eau Rouge, instantly backwards. So funny.
I thought you were going to say he had this great video of iRacing's Petit Le Mans last year featuring yours truly, but never mind.
Oh, well, see, yeah, but I'm on the Daytona one, so that's fine. He came to me for that. So
no, you see, he came to me. I just unfortunately wasn't around.
yeah, but he likes me more.
No, to be fair, I felt like I didn't do a particularly good job. Voiceovers are weird. Anyway,
weird.
We'll get to that point later because it will be at some point, I'm sure, hopefully story time. Hopefully it will settle down and give us a little bit more peace. Now, I was just monitoring something when it came to Simufy and your race-leading GTD machine. Things are changing so frequently, of course, but it's a bit of contact, and unfortunately it's the red BS Competition LMP2 car that tries to make a dive to the inside just way too late. And the race leader, former race leader, I should say, has had to come down to the pit lane.
Indeed, and I think it's just going to be how this day is going to go. Just because you're leading, just because you're in a solid position, does not mean that you're going to end that way. It's such a long lock-up for that BS Competition car. Once it's locked up, you've kind of got two choices, and the correct choice is actually the counterintuitive choice, which is to lift the brakes.
I think
just lift the brakes and go straight on.
I think that unfortunately Thomas Laboudelet was way too late, had blown past his braking reference in the dry, let alone in the wet. So something to keep in mind. Now, one thing that is good to see, as much as we've had, and I'm going to repeat this number probably a couple of times today, 11 cars in pit lane for damage inside of the first 25 minutes of this iRacing Sebring 12 hours powered by VCO. Lewis, a lot of them are going back out there, I think, in recognition of how difficult this race is going to be.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is normally in a top split race, I would say if you were involved in an incident in the first hour and you've lost 4 or 5 laps, whatever, don't get me wrong, you're not going to win anyway, fair enough. But I would be at that point, you're expecting to finish at the back of the field, you'll maybe pick up 1 or 2 before the end of the race. In this race, absolutely not. I am going back out on track. I am expecting to gain a whole heap of positions because a lot of people are going to have problems today.
Problems, put it out. That's the NASCAR in me coming out. It's early in the morning, Lewis. I'm struggling. Okay, I'm trying to get hyped. Trying not to get too hyped because we know that Tiffany Dale doesn't like it when you start shouting too much, and so we don't want to wake him on Twitter.
Well, there's Ben Consideris, apparently.
Oh, wow, okay. Shouting apparently not allowed in this commentary booth moving forward. We'll keep an eye on the GTD lead just for a couple of moments, and we'll take a look at, by the way, 2 Williams Esports teammates that now run 1 and 2. It's the BenQ car in front of the Chill Blast car. You then got Drago and Aaron Vasquez sitting behind them. Now, Parker White, he's wearing the eNASCAR Coca-Cola shirt. He's got a Coca-Cola hat over to his right-hand side. Sponsors on display. Sotomuto, he's wearing the shirt for Williams Esports. All I care about, though, he's got a guitar over his shoulder. And Lewis, it's one of the same ones that I've got over my shoulder as well.
Oh, it's not that good then. Obviously, lovely. I think I'm assuming they'll have to have an update to the shirt because they had an update to the livery. Which, to be fair, if I wanted one of them, I would definitely want the Williams Esports BenQ shirt because
are we doing
the Chill
this?
Blast one. We are doing it. No, I'm sorry. The new Williams Esports livery, I think. I'm not fully sold on it. I think it's purely because we're not used to it yet, right? I do think the BenQ car looks really quite good. I think the Academy car actually looks the best of them. That Chill Blast car, sorry, and I understand brands, colours, etc., etc. It's not brown, no. Not a great colour, though.
All I will say...
Gunmetal grey?
I will make the case that if you make that white, like the Chill Blast cars used to be, that instantly actually becomes a fairly good livery. When they first showcased the livery, I will also just say, I got a sneak peek just because, they submit their liveries for the broadcast. I go through, I make sure they've got their number boards on, blah, 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 blah. And so I saw it, and I did... Lewis, what did I send you a message? I said that I'm not sure how they're going to look in Sim, right?
Yeah.
And you know why I said that? Because I saw the Chill Blast car, not the BenQ car. The BenQ one looks amazing. Right. The Golf livery that they shared as well.
Looks great.
Oh, I mean, let's be real, though. Williams had one of the best liveries in the past. They might have one of the best liveries moving forward as well. Aidan Millward says livery chat within the first hour. I blame Lewis.
It has, yeah, exactly. I always do. To be fair, I'm surprised it's taken half an hour.
You tried.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I did lean onto it a little bit. Like I said, the Academy car does look the best, but the Chill Blast, it should be. I say it should be white. I understand the colours, brand associations, etc. It's not as easy as just being like we can just make it whatever colour we want. I get that, but at the same time, it would look 1,000 times better if the Chill Blast part was white. But it is what it is. That's fine. The Academy one's still the best looking because you know me and basically Dayglow yellow or green.
Now, I'm not exactly sure why that gap, by the way, is calculated slightly wrong. What I can tell you is that 5th position in class for the GTDs find themselves now going on, what are we talking about, a good almost 10 seconds behind your race leader. So, you know, Parker White, Sotomuto stayed out of trouble through the first couple of passes of traffic as GTDs just and now see GTPs continuing to cycle their way on forward. And you can see as well, gap for your race lead has come down through all of this as Luke Bennett feels the pressure. So, do my eyes deceive me, or has it stopped raining as well?
Yeah, so I was going to talk about this. It's still raining. It is still raining, but the expectation is that within, as much as it says 45 minutes on there, I think that's actually a little bit later, actually. I believe that it's supposed to stop raining within the next half an hour. So we are expecting the circuit to dry up. Don't get me wrong, I'm not going full weatherman. That'll be your job later on. It's not supposed to rain for a couple of hours after that, at least.
Yes, and I'm based on what we saw yesterday in the first splits, there was a sprinkling of rain, and I don't quite know whether drivers had the choice as to whether to take tires or not. There's another look at the forecast. You can see this is about to blow over, and sooner rather than later based on how that's all moving. But 30 minutes in, I mean, Lewis, this has been the great equalizer. This has been fantastic.
And do you know what's going to happen when it dries up?
Great equalizer again.
No. I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think what will happen when this dries up, I think we're going to see some enormous gaps.
Really?
Absolutely huge. Just because of timing and stuff, getting ready for the transition, heading back onto the dry. Also, it's this. If you've played like a lot of things like, I mean, you know me, having been around sim racing and stuff, and seen like what it is on ACC, where it stops raining and then it's dry within, to be fair, minutes.
Minutes, yes.
Same as on the F1 games. It's dry within minutes. It's not quite the same. On this, it will take a little while for the circuit to properly dry up. Especially because it's only 20 degrees track temperature at the moment. It's not that warm.
And that's why I feel like it will be the great equalizer, though, because it's going to take so much longer to dry. You're going to get more of that time in transition, and drivers therefore off the regular racing line, and also maybe a bigger window in which the engineers have a call to say, right, it's dry enough, let's get you in, let's put you onto those dry compound of tires. And to the best of our ability, we will keep you updated on the tire compounds. No surprise that at least right now everyone is showing on the wet. I mean, you can see on the left side of the track, Lewis, there's just water pooled and in places that you don't necessarily want to be. Exactly, and it's kind of one of those ones in endurance racing and stuff. Your transition back onto the slick tires isn't a simple call. It's not, the circuits, there's a dry line, so we're going to go onto the dry tires, because it's endurance racing. You have to leave the dry line fairly frequently. So you're kind of, you're weighing up the dry line plus a little bit either side of it to make sure that you've got breathing room. You'll actually see, I'd assume, at least from what I'm used to, by the way, I've just seen an incident between Marcus Solholm and the Williams Academy car. So the two Academy cars have come together going up towards Le Mans Corner and the Ullman Straight. I'm going to assume there was a little bit of a look down the inside from Solholm, and whatever. We'll cover that when we get to it. You'll see people kind of breaking off of the racing line to for one, dry the tyres, or cool the tyres when it dries up, and for two, open up the dry line as wide as possible so that you can make up progress through traffic. So that unfortunate issue has seen the Apex Academy car drop to the back of the running GTP's 11th right now. Timo Roeder is still out there actually on the lead lap, so he is at 12th, and in fact I think Marcos Nunez in the Altus car now coming down to pit lane. The engineer is going to be more important than ever before, I think, here in this era, and I actually feel as though just as though, Lewis, we're having to understand as broadcasters how we take the data iRacing is giving us and put it on screen, a lot of these teams are trying to figure out, right, what information does iRacing tell us about what's happening out on the track, and how do we make judgments on that? One thing that, we look at a lot of the time are weather graphics. Weather graphics are only actually measuring track temperature and even rain at the start-finish line.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not, there is no, like, how wet's as far as I'm aware, how wet's the track as terms of percentage, and when that percentage gets below 40%, when do we is that when we switch? There's none of that. It's kind of like you've got to do it by eye and judgment, and knowledge based on like lap times, which by the way I like. I like the fact that it's that hard to work out when to switch, because if you gamble, that's where your gamble can be more advantageous, rather than looking at the statistics and going, oh well, the online dryness is 27%, so I know this is slick tire combo. You've got to figure it out.
You really got your adenoids out there, didn't you?
I really did. Not only because honestly, the wet to dry was my favourite bit in racing, and it was because I could see all the numbers and stuff, and I knew when to change.
Gotcha.
That was it. Loved it though.
Loved it. Right, let's see if we can go back in time and grab a look at what happened to the Apex Racing Academy cars. Now it's going to start with, well, two Audis in sympathy running off and into the grass, and so that's Guillaume Levesque that makes the initial mistake. And then what's going to happen is Marcus Solholm fights his way on through. Oh,
he's there.
He's there. The race clutch car gets tangled up. And now, is that Drago's very pink car that ends up having to run wide too?
Yeah, I think like you'd have to see it probably on board with Marcus, because the thing is it's just whether this Audi.
Oh, I mean, yes.
The Audi just comes straight over the racing line, which again, fair enough. It's all about the GTPs coming through. I'd say it's a kind of more of a racing incident, but for the Audi, it's like you can't really just chop back straight over to the apex from there.
It came in like a wrecking ball, as Miley Cyrus would say.
Your favourite musician, actually.
My favourite musician to quote, I mean, because there's no party like a Miley Cyrus party.
That's true. Party in the USA, I don't know. I can't.
Exactly. I mean, I know a couple of Miley Cyrus songs, and so all my references are based on that. Let's not go any deeper down that rabbit hole. Let's go focus on LMP2s, because Apex Racing Williams Esports close, and now... Don't do this to me, Carl. I mean, we were just talking not even 20 minutes ago about how drivers need to be a bit smarter. You're coming through traffic. You've got oversteer coming out of Cunningham Corner down towards Tower. Costantini's going for it. They're on the curbs. Oh, heavens above. They forced the car out wide.
Yeah, indeed. Getting very aggressive there. It's one of the Virtual Coach Grid Go cars that's going to rejoin. Ooh, it's very sketchy on that rejoin as well. Has Carl Janssen submitted a camera?
Good question. I'll go find out.
It's whether he's got a cap on it. As you can see, the weather forecast. Again, rain is expected to stop in the very near future. As there is a look down the inside, Carl Janssen will take over the race season LMP2s from that Apex Racing Team car.
No cap.
And there's no cap on.
No cap about the no cap.
You
see what I did there? Come on, Lewis.
That was young man speak.
Exactly.
Right,
Here comes Costantini back at it. Great thing actually about this battle is we'll get the view of both of them. That's a late send and taking advantage of the alternate lines that you can run. And I don't know if Carl necessarily was too appreciative of that. Said something over the radio, that was for sure.
Yeah, no, maybe not too pleased, but is what it is. These two are racing quite hard. Once again, a little bit of a look down the inside going into T1, probably more so to spot the turning point rather than actually send one, as there might be a bit of a send coming down into T3. So I've now named it.
No, it's T2. Come on, Lewis.
It is turn 2. I know. I've got used to calling it turn 3 now.
That was Janssen on the curb, Janssen loose, Janssen on the inside, and somehow no crash. Costantini's going to grab a couple of car links. There's the frustration. Lewis, I love how much this race means to all of these drivers.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this will probably be, for a lot of these drivers, the most important iRacing special event to win. And it is because it is the first one with rain, in this new era of endurance racing on iRacing. And with that, it is more important. It does mean more. It's not about prizes, money, whatever. It is about pride and being the first one to win with wet conditions enabled in an iRacing special event.
And I just want to point out in this LMP2 class, these drivers aren't fighting for a spot in the IMSA Esports Global Championship, so they unfortunately are left out of the fun. It's only GTP and GTD that get to be a part of that. They do get the rather spiffy trophy that all the top split class winners are going to get. Still waiting for those commentators' trophy to come through the mail, though. Not for the simmies, just for being here.
I was going to say, yeah, exactly. I want my
trophy.
Yeah, where is my participation trophy? It's fine. Look, to be fair, every time I go to events in person now, I take my TVCS awards. Do you not?
Well.
No, of course I don't.
One of mine got quite smashed up in the mail, unfortunately. I think one of yours did too.
Well, one of mine did because I dropped it, but it's fine. Super glue works. It's fine. It was on the side, and I knocked it off. I turned round after a broadcast once, and I was like, "Oh, damn!" Sorry, Florian. It's fine. I've repaired it. You wouldn't know.
I still have to. Mine sits together right now behind me. I just need to. I need to get the super glue and stick it back on
together. No one wants to hear us talking about our VCA Sim Awards.
No, you really don't. But super glue, race cars. I mean, I guess there's something about the conditions. So you can see a bit of sun starting to peak up. I mean, they are very much really testing the limits here in this particular fight. Check the weather. Where's the radar looking right now? I mean, if you're talking about the intensity, if anything, the rain's probably going to get a little bit heavier before it gets lighter.
Yeah, exactly. It is picking up. I mean, it is classified as extremely wet on the race surface at the moment. I've got to say, by the way, how much Janssen absolutely mullers that curb going through the real turn 3, which is so dangerous to be touching the curb. Oh, Williams Esports Chill Blast, their GTD car going straight on, and Drago Racing will come through. Not quite the Marla car, though.
Yep, not quite. And that is, of course, the sole running Lamborghini after Grid and Go's entry had an issue. So it's a Lamborghini in a sea of Audis, and even though they are similar cars, let's enjoy the fact that they are different. Now, I think you just did a whoa to what I've seen on my second screen. Yep. Was that reaction to the Apex Racing Academy car?
It was indeed.
Okay, we'll grab a replay in a few moments' time, but heavens, I mean, this race is great.
Yeah, exactly. It is catching out some of the best drivers in sim racing. And again, do remember that we've got like 60 splits. Here's Marcus Soholm, though, coming down into Tower. Oh, it's a big slide. Not pretty.
Oh, man.
That'll be that car done, surely.
It's a big one as well. Like, I mean, it's going to take its time to tow. I really wanted to try and grab a look on board, but just watching it off board, you can see it was all sorts of sideways anyway. I think the reality is, because of how the hybrid works, you've just got to be more tentative in that GTP than you've got to be in any of the other classes. Yeah. And it's going to be, hopefully we get rain at the end, and it's going to put the drivers on their toes as back to the LMP2 fight. Here comes Janssen.
Yeah, indeed. We'll see if Janssen's able to find his way through. The two of these separated by absolutely nothing. Costantini doing a great job to hang on to the race lead thus far. This time pulling it a bit more over to the right-hand side as Janssen's trying to straighten up the run onto Big Bend. Will maybe try something into the hairpin, but it's kind of like, in these kind of conditions, a dive down the inside. It's something, it just doesn't work. You've got less grip, down there sometimes. You've got to be dynamic. You've got to adapt to the conditions that you've got, and it's so tricky. And as much as Janssen has led part of this race, the two of these just separate by absolutely nothing.
One thing I can say is, as a commentator, these races are wild to try and understand the fluctuations. I mean, we've just seen Parker White build a 2.6-second advantage after that small issue that saw Sotomuto out wide, and Aaron Vasquez grab second in GTD. But at the same time, just trying to understand everything that's happening out on track. I mean, even with the amount of data that we have here in the sim, Lewis, not in terms of how much it's raining, but just where the cars are at any particular time, what incidents are going on. There is so much happening to so many teams. I mean, I think we're going to have to try and get as many of those drivers to come and join us after their stints to tell us what's been going on.
Exactly. I've never been more intrigued as to what a driver wants to say about these conditions, because obviously we're all in the unknown. Did get a little bit of information from the Apex Racing Academy car that obviously just had that incident from Marcus himself, who did remind me as well, they did have rear damage on that car. Obviously, after that incident with the Williams Esports Academy car at Le Mans Corner, it went into the wall backwards, and he said from that point on the car was super sketchy. And those cars, like you say, they're difficult to drive at the best time, so I guess that mistake kind of... I mean, it probably was fairly inevitable, to be honest.
That's again what I meant. Ooh, as here we come. This is not ideal, given that, well, what was the forecast? 30 minutes away from dry running. Doesn't mean dry track.
Exactly. You'd
Call
want
myself.
to stay on the you'd want to stay on the wet tyres for a little longer, so it's fine. Stick some fuel in. Make sure that you're ready for the next 30 minutes or whatever.
The reason I was actually about to bring that up is I got a message from Parmejov Lemonek that said one thing that the GTPs are going to be thinking about is stint planning. Depending on when the lack of rain starts to be a reality, you might want to stay a couple more laps out on the wet compound of tyre to cut a pit stop out from the race. So there could be some strategy questions, not even about what tyre you want to be on at what specific point in time, but how that then impacts your fuel strategy moving forward. As the LMP2 stay on pit lane then for what's going to be around 40 seconds or so, back over to your prototypes where it's the Acura of Team Redline that's leading dominantly, although having said that, it's only dominantly because Ate Kalpanen through the traffic's dropped back a couple of car lengths.
Yeah, but it's still only 2.6 seconds between the pair of them. They're doing a fantastic job to remain as close as they are at present. And Ate Kalpanen's really throwing this car around as best he can to make sure that Luke Bennett doesn't run away. Ooh, that was a bit scary. Just taking a bit too much of that curb in the 2-3-4 section. So I'll go with it. Just slap that curb a little bit on the right-hand side. Same as what Janssen did a little bit earlier on, so it's lost out a little bit more time. Got to be said as well, because the race is wet, stint lengths will be longer. You don't burn as much fuel in the rain because the lap times are slower for starters, so you can go longer in that side, and you're on throttle for less of a percentage of the lap time. So in both counts, you get better fuel mileage. So I wouldn't be too surprised if the GTPs go much longer than we normally expect them to.
Yeah, but we don't have to worry about virtual energy and stuff like that. So yeah, I was going to say you talk about virtual energy, and I just go, "What's going on?" Ooh.
Same.
Michele Costantini almost found out what was going on in through the grass, where the fans would probably have some barbecues outside the track. I have heard, by the way, as much as Sebring is a great racing facility to go and watch the racing, because there's basically just access everywhere, there's also not much around it. So you take what you can get. And to be honest, rain like this would actually make for a much more pleasant experience than baking hot sunshine and no shade cover to go and separate yourself from all of this. All the LMP2s came in, by the way, with the exception of Nathan Moore in that WSR Esports butt kicker car that went one lap longer. And Lewis, I'll just bring the attention back to them and Daytona 24 earlier this year, where they came out on top in their very first special event as a team. Yeah, which is obviously great to see. Maybe they're going to try and throw something different strategy-wise here. Are they coming into the pit lane? Yes, they are. Was trying to go around the outside of the Williams Esports BenQ car there, I think, and then decided better of it before pulling it back to the inside and bringing it back up. It might have actually been a chill blast, to be fair. But anyway, brought it into pit lane. So it is back to being the Apex Racing team leading by a second now. Big margin, to be fair. Yeah.
Well, yeah, comparatively.
I think it slightly opened up on pit stops with the way that the drivers were able to execute. They would have done a full service because, bane of Lewis and mine existence here in the endurance commentary world. Tires and fuel done at the same time, and so don't really have the element of strategy when it comes to that. I saw for a second, by the way, I'm going to go from up above, that this is starting to look like that dry spell is coming, and coming sooner rather than later.
Yeah, exactly. I think it is really here. And again, we're not really expecting rain for about another 4 hours from this point, so it will start to dry up. Obviously, still plenty of spray being kicked up. There's the confirmation. At least over the next 45 minutes, definitely no rain. And from what I can see in game, it is even longer than that. 2 points to talk about in all of that, by the way, when it comes to pit stops. Pit stops will be very difficult, by the way, because do remember, the track will dry up because people are driving around it again and again and again. Pit lane doesn't really dry up that much, and of course basically polished concrete on the actual pit stalls actually getting stopped. I suspect we're going to see a lot of people run through their boxes today.
That's a good shout and pretty good call. Now, Brabham Esports rejoined the track down at Cunningham Corner, and not in an ideal situation, if we're being honest. That was a big block as GTD and GTP overlap in front of them now. I think it might have involved some of the other drivers, and I can see... Oh! Whoa, Alexander Spets had been stationary. Drago and Dominic Hoffman bear the brunt and now having to back out of the way.
Oh, stick it in reverse, do an 18-point turn, stick it back out on the racetrack. That is such a big shame. What happened to Alexander Spets? We'll see him come up towards Tower Corner, looks to the inside. Oh, no, just lost the rear end. I think he might have touched the curb on the left.
What's this rejoin, though?
It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
It's about as bad as it gets, if we're being honest, unfortunately. I mean, that's a scary...
Oh, just got on the brakes too hard, actually.
He had to respond because he was too deep into the corner. This shot will tell you all when it comes to the rejoin,
though. Stick it in reverse, son. What are you doing? That is poor.
Yep, you said it. That is not on, unfortunately. Then another issue, by the way, Jürgen Frank. Oh no, SimRC's Bumblebee locks up straight on, and the front end dislodged, and on the flatbed to pit lane they go.
Yeah, straight away he knew that one was off. I think there might have even been something previous to that one, but yeah, straight into the barrier, losing the front end. I mean, obviously the circuit's still very difficult. I mean, it's still classified as being extremely wet. So, and to be fair, yeah, we can see that the rain's still coming down at the moment. It is expected to stop very, very soon. I do have, by the way, a note of the next time that we're expecting rain.
When?
Actually?
Ooh.
It's 3:15 in-game time, which is in exactly 4 hours.
So, ooh, okay. How much rain does it say yet?
It says the best number of all time.
69.
It is 69% worth of rain. Yeah,
you see how to think about that, because really,
yeah, you were going to say 78. I knew you were going to say 78.
That is the best number in all of motorsport.
It is, but it's not as nice.
No, it is not as nice. So you saw hesitation was there. GTPs have gone very long, by the way. I mean, traditionally we'd see them in probably 40, 45 minutes or so. Elvis Rankin's just dropped in to let us know that the track will dry in about 30 to 45 minutes. So there is going to be a healthy amount of crossover period now that we've got to think about. And I don't think that we have intermediates to necessarily bridge the gap, right? It's very much going to be all about just deciding when to bite the bullet and go on to the dries.
Yeah, like I say, it's such a difficult time to kind of make that judgment. And again, it is a step very much into the unknown for us as well as the drivers. So we don't really know. Did have a little look, by the way, at the front of the Team Redline car. Luke Bennett has damage on the front left of that car. Not 100% sure as to why, and I think it's actually costing him quite a bit of time. The gap's down a second to the number 6 Williams Esports Chill Blast car.
Is definitely starting to close, and as much as LMP2's been keeping honest for the most part of this race, I think you are correct in that there is damage. I just don't know exactly where it has come from. They'll be able to get the hammers out and work on that car when they're in the pit box. That camera doesn't really give us a great view of the particular body panel that's damaged. And the other thing is the livery, the way it's designed, Lewis. It kind of obfuscates it, doesn't it?
Terrible. No, you can see, if you look at the light, particularly the light, obviously where you've got the longer strip, if you look at the one on the right-hand side, it kind of juts down a little bit. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The livery does hide it a little bit. It's quite a bit of damage on the front right. There was race clutch just getting out of the way in the background to allow Ate Kaupinen to come through. What I really love about this race is that we have Williams Esports Chill Blast closing down for the race lead, and we also have Williams Esports Chill Blast closing down for the race lead. Why on earth? No.
You stole that from me, Lewis.
Sorry.
I ranted to that about... Oh, you stole my rant.
I did, but I'm still... It's because I'm so irritated by it.
It is very... Especially when, we had this discussion, I think it was on the 24-hour series broadcast a couple of weeks ago. You know how you are apparently colorblind and you can't tell when orange is orange?
I'm not colorblind. They changed the color, and now for the new one, when it is orange, it is very orange.
They just made it more orange because you're colorblind. But anyway, you know how you can't really see orange? We decided that what they should do instead is Williams Esports Race Spot. Yellow. Nice and simple.
Did they already have a yellow? The Williams Esports Gym. That was their academy.
Which technically is still... Okay, which is back. But yes.
Yeah, but it's not. It's more, they've gone for a bit more of a greeny yellow rather than a yellowy yellow. So we'd be fine. No, obviously. So there are three. But what we're getting to here is that there are a whopping three Williams Esports Chill Blast cars on this grid, which would be less of a problem if they weren't all three running on the podium in each of their given categories. Exactly. The Williams Esports Chill Blast cars doing really well. All three of them.
And which one of them? Right. It's hard enough when they're all in the same class. It's actually, in some ways, I think, harder when they're all, like you say, fighting on the podium. Now, this is where we believe damage came. So just watch and we'll see.
On the rear of Simi-Fi, who are going out wide. yet. Ooh. Okay. That was, I think that's just a complete miscommunication between the pair of them.
I'm racing incident at the end of the day.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
It's just where, you're trying to minimize the risk that you can take, and unfortunately, I don't think on either side there was much that could be done. It's definitely cost Bennett, though, without a shadow of a doubt. Let's break out the great graphic that shows us the lap times and the trends that we're seeing. I mean, you can see from 2 zeros to now consistently 2 1s. To be fair, some of that was with the traffic as well, but see if the balance of the car holds. And silly Lully, let's be honest, great qualifying attempt to put that car on pole.
And let's be real, it has been a very, very good opening stint from Bennett. He's done the fuel saving, has played the fuel mileage, was pulling out a really strong gap. To be fair, that was very sketchy between the LMP2s.
That was Janssen bullying his way past Costantini, and to be fair to Michele, not even a reaction there. And is that a realization that he's got some damage, Lewis, and it's better for him to come in and just get it fixed a lap early than maybe save a bit more fuel by going a lap longer?
Yeah, I mean, this is not like out of the ordinary as to where we'd expect them to stop, but there potentially is a little bit of like, right, let's get this just a little bit of damage repair done. They're not going to do all of it. They're not going to sit there in the box and repair all of the damage. You can see up on the tracks they're going to be changing tyres. But throughout the pit stops, throughout the various pit stops, they'll just repair the car bit by bit as both the RS Coanders also come into the pit lane.
I think that's what I was kind of thinking about, right? The fact that the Coanders Porsches come in, we know that the Porsche's not necessarily always as good on fuel, so the fact that they've come in just gives you the sense that 1 lap early for Redline just helps them cover off potentially just a little bit more. Back over to GTDs then momentarily, as I think Costantini and Janssen hopefully get the message from their engineers to calm it down, boys, and let's get further on in this race. Parker White, we were talking about how maybe he wasn't really feeling the conditions. Well, now he's really feeling the conditions. Drago Racing have some damage to their Audi, as Aaron Vasquez now a full almost 7 seconds off of your leader.
Yeah, indeed. Big margins appearing now. Parker White clearing off into this. And I'm trying to work out how many cars don't have damage on this grid. It's almost looking like 2014 Bathurst 1000 right now. Every car coming across the line is going to have some form of damage on it, which just shows how brutal the circuit's been. Obviously, the wet weather conditions, fair enough, we can talk about it ad nauseum. This circuit's always hard at the best of time. 3 classes on it. We've only been racing for an hour, and already people have been, they're going to be needing some new body parts. Let's go with that.
The spare parts departments of various manufacturers would probably make a decent living here. There's Sotomuto's on board. As you can see him just cut a little bit, arc a bit wider on entry, cut it back, and that's all in search again of that little bit more grip. Pit stops continuing, by the way. Business going to pick up for your pit crews. Ate Kauppinen brings the Williams Esports Chill Blast entry to pit lane. A new Williams Esports livery, yes, but the one thing they've carried over, Lewis, that we love, you know what I'm saying here, is that Duracell logo that's right on top in that airbox.
Yeah, which they've done actually a good job. I don't know if they've done it before, but they've done a good job of incorporating that design onto the onto the GTDs as well. As Diogo Pinto is into the pit lane. Yeah, on the GTDs they've done it on the rear wing end plate. It's not quite as good, but it does kind of work.
We will have to go and take a look at that at some point. Oh no, you're right. I know what you're saying. You know the problem with this?
What?
You wouldn't be allowed that in the real IMSA series.
No, exactly, because they've got to be.
They'd have to be green.
Green, exactly. But like I say, I'm assuming that's fairly because I'm sure I would have noticed it beforehand.
No,
maybe
you're
it's
right.
Not new. But look, I think it looks quite good. It's not quite as good as the air intake, but it's.
You don't have an
nice.
air intake on this car, so you make do with what you can. Like you say, you adjust. And that element that, the livery is a lot more similar to, of course, the Formula One team, and so it's great to see that element carries forward. Now, 2 cars stay out 1 lap longer, as it is indeed a bit of a switch around at the front on the exit of pit lane. There is Luke Bennett, now net second behind Ate Kauppinen, who does have the lead, and Dominic Kaufman, who is in the overall actual leads, just had an old issue of his own.
Yeah, down to the hairpin, obviously, after Big Bend coming down to the tight one. I will say, by the way, you might have just seen it on the front end of Bennett's car. They have repaired that. It does have a new front end. The light box, you can tell by just looking at the light on the right-hand side, is repaired. Hopefully there's no damage underneath the car. I don't think there necessarily should be. any underlying damage. But either way, let's see what happens to Drago Racing. Just a lock up.
Big lockup.
Yeah.
And you know how we were talking a couple of months and weeks ago, I guess, about how the new gravel and grass model was a bit different for drivers. Now you add the rain to that, and the one thing that I found out the hard way is you can get bogged down in that grass if you're not careful.
Good.
You say good, I say painful for my soul.
It is painful, but it's realistic. I've seen it. I mean, we've all seen it watching motorsport stuff. I've seen it, commentating on GB3 time and time again. The amount of cars you see go into the grass, you're just like, that's it. They're stuck. They will not move from there without assistance. Also, once it's wet and you slide out onto grass is kind of like ice. So you, unfortunately, will go and visit a barrier.
See the forecasters now seeing the rain officially moving past the track. We're not quite there yet. I think there's still a bit of moisture being put down onto the surface. You think it's done?
I think the rain's done. Yeah, I think the only reason why windscreen wipers are on is because obviously spray's being kicked up from each of the cars.
It's really hard to tell because, like you say, moisture's being kicked up from the car in front now. Let's go and join a car on pit lane. Still sprinkles on the dash, on the windscreen.
No, there you go, it stopped.
It stopped. Oh, you're right. Now, it's great on other platforms sometimes where literally it will be like the flick of a switch, right? You'll just see it visually. 1 second it's raining, 1 second it's not. That took a second or so for us to realize that it had officially come to a close. And now, let's start that 45-minute timer or so, right, that Elvis Rankin had mentioned 1 hour into this race before the dry compound tire becomes viable.
Yeah.
Which means LMP2 cars are not going to be able to come and time their pit stops, whereas I do feel as though we're going to probably see GTDs in another 10 minutes or so at most. They're going to have a half stint before they get to the probable switchover point.
Yeah, I'd rather a half stint than it kind of... Because what it's going to do with the LMPTs is it's going to almost like force them to make a decision to maybe go onto the slicks what could be a little bit too early. Maybe it'll be fine, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. Like I say, rain has stopped, but the circuit will still be wet enough. With plenty of cars going around, it should dry up relatively quickly. It's still fairly cold. It's only 20, 21 degrees ambient temperature, so it's still it's not toasty out here, what we typically expect with Sebring. So we'll have to wait and see on that one and how much the conditions are going to change there. Should be good for the VRS co-anders though, who should theoretically get quicker courtesy of the issues for the Porsche and the wet weather conditions.
I do believe I'm seeing a dry line starting to build as well, so visually keep an eye on that. Now Rogers as well, maybe I just read too much into the facial expressions of the drivers. Does look a little bit calmer now. Still looks like he's having to work pretty hard. And yeah, definitely there's a bit of a dry line starting to build, and they're going to be able to slowly just work around. This is where preparation is important, Lewis, because the drivers will know at what point that crossover point really is, right? At what lap times you want to be doing, because it's not about feel at this point. It is very much about the science of speed.
Yeah, exactly. You'll hear it a lot when you watch Formula One and stuff like that. Is they'll talk about about a transition time. Because obviously, in Formula One and stuff like what I was saying earlier, there is no like, oh yeah, the online percentage is 47% wet, like whatever that means. I really love highlighting the Duras again. Goodness, man. I
just like my yellow pen.
Yeah, fine, fair enough. I'll allow it.
Ooh, Rogers!
Bit sketchy in traffic. He's going to go around the outside of the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, so it's actually going to work out in his favour. He's just a little bit aggressive, maybe going down to the sunset. But anyway, yeah, there's no percentage or stuff in real life. So what they'll do is they're tracking the lap times, and once it goes below a certain point, let's say a 1 minute 54.8. I've got no idea what the lap time is, what they're looking for. Once it gets down to about there, that is when you're talking of that's the transition point.
Yes, and again, we don't know what that transition point is. They all will probably have that information. We saw Parker White into pit lane, by the way, so I was maybe a little bit late on my prediction call. I thought they might have a little bit more fuel in the tank, and Parker White brings the Williams Esports BenQ car in from your race lead. So we'll see pit crews get to work. Is that two Simify cars both having an issue down at the hairpin? LMP2 car really struggling to get out of the grass.
Yeah, struggle to get it back onto the road. I say, pair of having a couple of problems. Do you know what? I'd be curious, and I know no team's going to do it, but still, if you are a team, please message us with what lap time we won't read it out on broadcast. We'll keep it to ourselves, don't worry. But message us with what you think the transition time will be. Because I'm curious with how different people's predictions are for it, because it's not going to be the same for everyone.
That's a good point, actually. Sven Haase already had damage on the Grid and Go car. Just got a little bit worse, unfortunately. It's not been an easy day at all in the virtual coach by Grid and Go machine, and similarly the gridandgo.com car, as the Lamborghini that, of course, now is the, I think, official third retirement on the day. We'll get confirmation on that when we can. Take one more look at that track surface, though, and you are I'm seeing a dry line starting to build in some parts, but you look down the Almond Straight, still not necessarily a factor to consider. Take a look at that forecast again, now through 2 hours, Lewis. It's dry for the future and for a while as well, like you were saying.
Yeah, it's about 3 o'clock to 3:15. We're going to start seeing the rain come about. Obviously, that can change. That is a longer range forecast. We are expecting that to potentially adjust somewhat. The track temperatures come up 2 degrees, obviously courtesy of some of the rain being kicked off of it a little bit. So it is starting to warm up just a touch. Whilst there's still spray coming off the cars, obviously there is no talk of anyone going on the slicks. The problem is, it's a drying line. It's really, at the moment, it's a less wet line, right? And like we were talking about earlier, you've got to make sure that it is wide enough for you to get your car and probably someone else's car, and for a little bit of safety, someone else's car as well, so that you can actually navigate traffic safely whilst on the slick tyres. So it's a while away.
It's a while away. I'm looking forward to seeing which team is the boldest in making that call to come first. Door Esports Jonas Ruana gets past Pedro Sanchez Albert as we watch GTD pit lane takers. And that was Aaron Vasquez with a very short stop. I'm counting that as a 16-second stop. They all know that this is drying. They haven't put a full tank in, haven't changed tires properly as well. They've just topped the car off and gone back out there, in contrast to what Williams Esports have elected to do.
Yeah, like I say, it's a smart move. What all they're trying to do is they're preparing themselves for the circuit to dry up, and so that they can come into the pit lane and basically do a full stop when they need to go onto the slicks. It's pretty brave, but again, I'm assuming that they know how long this circuit will take to dry up, and thus how long it will take them. How long they've got, effectively.
Trying to bring up the right graphic on the left side of your screen. There you go. Those are the differences in times. And again, 16 seconds for Drago, 35 for Marla. So interesting to note that 38, excuse me, for Marla. They had a very long stop. Curious to see how that's all going to play out. There is damage still on that Drago number 4, though. So I'm guessing they're going to be slowly working on just knocking that back into shape over the course of the day in what is a new car. We didn't see this Audi Evo 2, I believe, very much at Daytona.
No, it's kind of one of those ones I say some drivers, some teams, some cars rather favour some circuits and not others. Yeah, I mean, clearly it does work well around here. I remember when the original Audi R8, or the previous one on iRacing came out. I think it was Sebring that was the first circuit official racing happened in it, and I know because I've raced it a lot. Had a great time. I was very slow.
Were you?
That's all I'll say. Well, yeah, of course. You've seen me drive, right?
Yeah, but you always like to talk about racing.
That's
with
true.
Kevin Siggy, and
that's true. I did race with Kevin Siggy. Do you know I've raced with Kevin Siggy?
I didn't know,
Wow, now you do.
Here comes Falcon Sim Racing. Luca Wunsch down to pit lane in the Falcon Sim Racing door-powered entry, of course. So we'll keep an eye on them in the number 44, traditional number for the team. Although we do know that they like to switch around the car depending on what they feel is the best balance. And what I think we've seen in terms of car choice here, Lewis, is a medium choice between dry and wet. Teams knew, right, there was going to be a decent amount of rain coming over the course of this 12-hour race. They wanted to make sure they had a car that was decently quick in the rain conditions, decently quick in the dry. We've talked a lot about how, Porsche, for example, it's known as the car that puts the weight on the rear in the real world and therefore gives it a little bit more grip in these rainier conditions. That might have been a stronger option. The fact that Simufy didn't go for it, I think, says a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it might have been a stronger option for the rain, but then, there are expectations that still we're probably going to see a fair amount of dry running throughout this race. And maybe the thing is, the percentage of how good it is in the dry may not outweigh, or how good it is in the wet rather, may not outweigh how bad it is in the dry. That's always the kind of the balance you're looking for. And if you are going for a victory, for example, generally speaking, especially at this level, they'll all work out which car's the fastest. And unlike in, let's say, for example, if you or I go and do a load of laps in all of the GT3s, we may come to a few different conclusions as to which ones are the fastest, because of how we drive and how we're approaching it and what we're doing here and what we're doing there. At top split, they will all almost certainly come to the same conclusion as to which one's the fastest, because they're all pretty good.
The interesting thing is, in some ways you are right in that, a lot of the teams do end up basically landing on the same setups at the end of the day. They figure out the same data points, etc., etc. But there's also this element where there is a little bit more uncertainty at times, I feel, in some of those conversations. And, that as much as there is science at play, there's also some art. And so there are philosophies that are different across different organizations and whatnot. I don't know if necessarily you see them too much in GT3s. I'm more thinking going forward to the iRacing Indy 500, where I can tell you my Powerslide Motorsports teammates have already started working on the qualifying setup. Because
really?
Yeah, because there was one of the teams, their setup, Lewis, from 2022, the last time we ran serious 500-mile races at Indianapolis on iRacing. Some of the qualifying setups have got leaked.
Oh, good. Can I have one?
If you go find it, it's publicly available. Yes, you can. So
I want the hidden private one. I want that to be sent to me. I need all the help I can get. I do want to do the race, but I think it's on a weekend that I'm working.
That's the problem, though, Lewis. That is a setup that right now I'm pretty sure is pretty quick. It's capable of making top split. So everyone else has got to find some time and evolve the car. So
when is the Indy 500 in iRacing?
Week after the real one, so first week of June for us.
Oh, yeah.
We got a fun schedule. We got a fun schedule, Lewis. We got the iRacing Nürburgring 24. That's the same weekend as real Indy 500 qualifying. After that, of course, double header, triple, quadruple header in some ways of motorsport. Indy 500, Coke 600, Monaco Grand Prix, Nürburgring 24-hour race, all on the same weekend. Week after that, Indy 500. It's going to be fun.
I am commentating on motorsport on the Indy 500 weekend, but I'm not allowed to talk about which one it is. Yeah, exactly. And then the week after, unfortunately, I'm at Spa, so no, I can't do it again.
Hashtag your problem.
I've not done the Indy 500 in 5 or 6 years, and I'm so disappointed because every time it's on, I'm working.
It's a great one to do. It's a great one to be a part of the broadcast team as well, and hoping that we have some really fun racing. Now, that's a self-inflicted mistake from Sotomuto in the Williams Esports Chill Blast number 3. Ryan Barneveld takes advantage, cycles up to 4th position. It's a small but costly mistake, and at a time when I think track position is surely going to be crucial.
Whoa, God, I thought it was another big moment coming in from the Chill Blast car, but see, even a little bit of cloud coverage come back over, it almost feels like it's going to start raining again. That is not what is on the forecast. I think it is purely just some regular old cloud cover. But if I'm behind the wheel of the car and I'm just driving, I'm thinking, like, you start getting a bit of mental rain, being like, surely it's going to rain.
Right.
It has to.
By the way, I did see Daniel Morad put a comment onto the iRacing Esports Network chat that when it comes to the participation trophies, no, the budget doesn't extend that far to commentators.
Why not?
Because they're too busy giving Rolexes to Rolex 24 winners. And fair enough.
No, okay, fine. Do you know what?
Do you want a Rolex now?
I'll accept not getting a trophy. I'll just take the Rolex.
You see why I set that one up, right?
Nice.
Someone's listening at Rolex.
If not, I'll take a BMW. All right?
Ooh, yes, please. Still waiting for one with my name on the side of it.
Yeah.
Sadicus got one. It's only fair that Lewis and me get one as well. Drago Racing. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, why not?
Because we don't have enough followers. We need to send them a message going, how many followers for a custom BMW with our names on the side of it, and then we'll be in.
Okay, no, deal. Give me a number. I'm working towards it.
Falcon Sim Racing trying to work onto the back of Drago Racing. By the way, you mentioned Gustavo Ariel, the troubles that he had at the start of the race. He's already worked his way back up into 7th, and you know, slowly picking his way through the field. That's where he qualified. Don't think this race is over for him by any means. He's still got a very good chance of bringing that red line car on forward, especially when they're fighting behind him.
Yeah, indeed, there is the cheeky little battle here. Vezabicki trying to keep Luka Wunsch at bay, who's got to the outside in that the Falcon sim racing car. Obviously, a little bit of lap traffic working their way through them. Not a problem. It was the Apex Racing Team car. There's the Falcon car of Luka Wunsch, going a little bit too deep on the brakes, though, coming into Cunningham and just squeezing out the Drago racing car. But it's what it is. They remain on the track.
A little bit of argy-bargy, as some would say. All's fair, I guess, in racing in these sort of conditions. Now, opinions on this question, Lewis, is racing of any type, whether it's, you know, rallycross, endurance racing, Formula One, is it a contact sport?
Oh no. Well, rallycross kind of is.
Interesting.
I will allow it in rallycross. By the way, and I don't mean intentional wrecks, obviously.
Okay.
But a little bit of rubbing, fair enough. Same thing like NASCAR. I'll allow it in like.
What about V8 supercars? We're allowing it there?
No.
No.
A little bit of side by side. Fair enough.
Interesting.
Because it's touring car racing, you're always going to get a little bit of like leaning on. But generally speaking, motorsport is a non-contact sport. So
I'm neither agreeing nor disagreeing with you, purely because I think that's a philosophical question. How do you think racing should be? And I agree, you know, fundamentally we don't want to see contact. But I was having this conversation on the iRacing short course broadcast that I was doing this past week with some of those jumpy trucks, and it just made me think, right? You expect contact and leaning there.
Yeah.
Don't expect
it depends on the type of racing, right? That is like saying is racing a non-contact sport is kind of it's like talking about like is the Olympics a contact sport? It's like it depends what sport it is. You know, it changes depending on what category we're watching, what type of racing we're watching. And I say I'm a touring car driver, so you know you'd be more like, oh, surely I think contact. Like, no. I love British touring cars, but still some of the best racing that we've seen in British touring cars recently was between like Ash Sutton and Josh Cook, which was on the final lap. Oh, as we're going to see a bit of a... never mind, I thought it was going to be a switch of positions there. Never mind. Josh Cook, Ash Sutton, I think it was the final lap of either the last race or one of the last races a couple of seasons back. They went side by side around Brands Hatch for the final few corners, didn't make a bit of contact. Right. Not a single bit. And it was excellent. It was a great example for those coming up in world motorsport. It was so good to see two drivers at their highest level battle brilliantly, fairly and cleanly. That's what we want to see. We don't want to see someone diving it down the inside and then slapping someone off the racetrack just because they're in a slightly faster car and want to get through. Not pointing with any fingers, but we all know who I'm talking about.
Oh, we know who you're talking about. Premislav Lemonek jumps into the YouTube chat to say that hard racing and wheel-to-wheel contact is a must, and that's coming from an iRacing world champion. I'm going to just believe him. He says it. Must be right.
Is wheel-to-wheel contact okay?
Yes. No, it's okay.
Disappointed.
There was a chat message after that that then made me burst over laughing, but I don't know if it's suitable to read on broadcast. Let us know, by the way, where you're watching from, what time it is for you, if you're racing, how it's going. Because Lewis, from what I understand, second split, the drivers sitting below this in terms of iRating, they don't have that forecast rain that we have coming up in a couple of hours' time.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, we do have rain. I was trying to look for that comment, by the way. I couldn't find it because my it's not loaded. It's fine. You have to just copy and paste it, send it to me.
You've seen it. Go read the chat. I've sent it to you. Go on, go find it.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah, no, touche. Yeah, right. No, we'll put the race now on. It's fine. If you don't know, tough. Sorry.
Exactly. Go to room 511.
Go to room 511. Exactly.
Get the 511 on the situation.
It's terrible. Marco Fiduci's not even watching.
No, Gianmarco Fiduci is not watching. You talk about contact, I will just highlight, by the way, it's too late for you to jump in now, but Racing Prodigy has been partnered up with Mazda Motorsports to bring official iRacing competitions that will allow you the chance to go and race and drive a Radical SR1 at the Atlanta Motorsports Park, something that Gustavo Ariel got to go do last November. Like I mentioned, too late for you to join the competition now and get enough points to be at Prodigy Week Part 2 in May, but head on to racingprodigy.com if you like Mazda equalizers and close wheel-to-wheel, door-to-door, bumper-to-bumper sort of racing, you can potentially have a chance to go drive a real car and show that you're quite decent as well, and be coached by the likes of Connor Zilic, who's been really flying. The reason I went through that entire spiel at the end of the day, I'll be completely honest, Lewis, was just to mention, did you see yesterday Connor Zilic was faster in a NASCAR truck car around the Circuit of the America than Kyle Larson was in a NASCAR Xfinity machine?
Did he really?
Apparently,
I did not see that. I was working all day yesterday, and I was asleep all the way through the night, so no, it's fine. No, I didn't see that. Honestly, I completely forgot they were at COTA until I saw a friend of mine doing the NAS race a bit earlier on in the day, and I was like, oh, yeah, fair enough.
Not bad. Vicente Salas is going to be there and racing, making his debut in the NASCAR Truck Series, crossing over from virtual to reality, so I'm sure
Is he really?
Plenty of support. And to be fair, Circuit of the Americas, I don't think it's a bad one to go and make your step up to that sort of competition, given that, so many people in that sort of racing live and grow up on the ovals, week in and week out, and are a little bit more uncomfortable when it comes to the road course. It's something we know. Vicente, he's won some top splits in other time slots of special events in the past.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those ones. The more you get up to like the Cup Series race, like anyone who says that Cup Series drivers aren't competent on road course races are wrong, because they can all wheel a car, right? Those cars are really tricky to drive, and when you watch them, like they are very good. Like it's a hill that is one hill that
you will die on, and I will stick with you on it.
NASCAR Cup Series drivers are far better than people give them credit for when it comes to road course racing. Fair enough, that was weird. But in like, say for example, like the Truck Series and stuff, yes, of course, the top level, like obviously they're on that kind of like level. Fair enough. But like you say, it's a bit more open, and when you go to somewhere like COTA, it's not like Watkins Glen, which is fairly simple as a road course. COTA's quite complicated. There's a lot going on there. So I think it's a great shout to make a debut on a track. Actually, I'm now more intrigued to tune in.
I might just have gotten NASCAR another viewer. Look at that.
Nice.
It's public service
maybe they're going to give you, I wouldn't say a BMW, but a Camry.
I think he drives. Is it a Chevy?
No idea.
So what would it? Silverado. That's the truck.
Yeah. What's the what? I don't even know what the trucks are these days. A Silverado and a what?
That's the problem. I had to stop because I knew I was going to get in trouble. F-150. And then what's the Toyota one? Tacoma,
yeah, exactly.
probably.
I was going to say, is it Tacoma, Tundra? I don't know what they're called. What are they called? I don't know. Sorry, we don't have trucks in the UK.
No, you do.
Reason. We do.
You do now.
Every time I see one drive past, my mate is instantly like, look at the size of that thing.
Yes.
I know, because they look insane in this country. They're crazy.
There was a video of Richard Hammond driving one, or a piece that he did, and legitimately driving through some of those English towns. The car just looks it looks out of place. And Richard Hammond looks out of place in the car as well, because, small, big car.
Yeah.
I'm not meaning that as like a jab. I'm just genuinely, those cars are monstrous.
Even my car's too big, mate.
What car do you have again?
I've got a Mazda 6, 2018 Mazda 6.
It's not too big.
It's
a family-sized car.
Yeah, but this is the thing, is that like even it is quite wide, and it's big enough where even parking it around can be a little bit tricky in the UK at various points.
Gotcha.
For example, I drove to London to a certain place to do a certain job that, again, I'm not talking about. And I was given a certain spot to park in, and as soon as I got there, I was like looking at it, but if there was, thankfully there was only someone parked on one side of the car. If I had to, it was a bay parking.
Right.
If there was a car on the other side as well, I was like, nah, I'm never getting in there. I could get the car in, I'm never getting out.
Dry line is very much built up, by the way, as we ride on board with Luke Bennett, who's chasing down Ante Kalpinen. Like you, Mazda 6 is not too big, but Mazda 6 is like the biggest range a car should be. And I go back to Ford doesn't even sell cars in the US anymore. They just sell basically Mustangs and then trucks nowadays. But
how big's your car?
It's
pretty big.
I will say that a Porsche Macan is about as big as an SUV really needs to be.
Yeah.
There's no real need for and I'm 6'5". Just for clarity, my entire family is tall. You don't need a Cayenne. Anyway, let's focus in on what's actually happening in terms of lap times and people chasing who down, because at least as it runs right now, I do believe that, Williams Esports Chill Blast really starting to feel the pressure, and after that damage has been repaired, Luke Bennett's got some confidence with him, and that gap now under half a second or so.
Yeah, exactly. We're not quite in slick tyres just yet. Everyone's still on the wets. Once we see them come into the pit lane, this is like you say, this is wet. So the LMP2s we're expecting to pit in what, the next sort of 10 minutes.
We've already had some in, actually.
Okay, has anyone gone on to the 6? Surely not.
Yes.
And the reason they have.
Yes, they, at least based on the data we've got available to
who
us.
Have we got?
Scherer Esports have made the call and switched tyre compounds.
Wow. Again, brave call. We need to keep an eye on the lap times. It says Scherer Esports. I'm just going to double check it again. Can confirm the data that you've got is from what I'm seeing as well. That is also a slick tyre on my end. They are the only ones, as far as I can see, that are on.
In LMP2, yes. I have just seen that Drago Racing, Hops Custom, the 969, that's had a terrible day. They're not really in contention at this point. They had been on the slicks, but they've literally just come back down onto pit lane. So I'm not sure if that was an exploratory run to try and feed information to Dominic Hoffman. But now that 969's actually got a very important task here, Lewis. Feed information about what tyre at what time to the sister car still in contention.
Indeed, we will keep our eyes to the lap times that will be coming in from that Scherer Esports blue car. Of course, Luca Alpert behind the wheel. From what I'm seeing on the circuit, as much as there is a dry line, there's still quite a lot of spray being kicked off, blah, blah, blah. This is too early for slicks. We're not far away from it, but it is too early for slicks. But again, it's at the point where, because the LMP2s will be stopping within the next sort of 10 minutes or so, they are going to be forced into a position where they're probably going to have to just take the slicks and deal with it.
Yeah, and already I've seen WSR butt kicker come in as well. That's Alexander Davidson. Remember, we saw one of their cars go long, one of them go short. That's the car that went short. We'll give you an update on what compound they leave the box with, because that's where there's going to be a lot of intrigue. You can see lap on lap, by the way. Luke Bennett really just closing that gap down, and now 3/10. I mean, you've got to go for a move, I think, at this point. You can't afford to wait around, especially knowing we're right at that transition point. But there's not going to be much grip when you go off the line that they want to be on, I think, at this point, as they start to wear those tires by running on the drier parts of the track.
No, but like you say, for Luke Bennett at the moment, he's flying. He's clearly they've had the damage repaired in the car. Doesn't want to get knocked out of the rhythm. That is the important bit. We'll have to try and find the way past the Williams Esports Chill Blast car as quick as possible. The thing is, if he kind of remains behind the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, can potentially rather get knocked a little bit out of the rhythm. Now, I don't think in top split stuff, getting knocked out of the rhythm doesn't necessarily mean that you can't get back into it fairly easily as soon as you've got into clean air, but it's more that's actually when you're most likely to make a mistake, when you get knocked out of that rhythm. So it's a little bit, maybe a little bit of a sketchy time for Bennett, but I'm sure he'll be desperate to find his way past.
Chill Blast, LMP2 leader into pit lane now. Surely this is going to be for drive. Let's keep an eye on this car, because Lewis, you can see left side, everyone else so far, at least on the data that we are seeing, is on the dries. You're going to give us the word in sim. You've got your binoculars pixel, set up to try and watch the compound of tire. What are you seeing?
Just switched on the slicks.
We'll see that data update hopefully in a sec. Then on the left-hand side.
Yeah, indeed. So obviously slick tyres then going onto the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. Carl Janssen remaining behind him. I do like that as well. When it comes to kind of mixed conditions, you do kind of want to leave your driver in. You want to make sure that the driver that's doing the transition period is doing effectively the whole bit of it. The data updates, it is indeed the dry tyres, and Carl Janssen remains behind the wheel.
Good for us to know. We only see the compound update when they leave pit lane. So if you're going to be sticking with us for the next 10 and a bit hours, A, I'm sorry that you got to deal with Lewis and myself. B, you're in for a treat, and already look how much Janssen's having to work. Cold tires as well as he leaves the pit lane. This is going to be an exploratory outlap, to say the least.
Yeah, indeed, struggling to find that grip on the rear. Coming a little bit of sketchy moments going through turn 3. More sketchy moments coming out 4 round. Big bend down towards the hairpin. Like I say, a lot of that will be cold tyres plus wet, which is what's causing the problems. But now you have to be millimetre perfect. Follow the tram tracks around the circuit. Keep on that dry line. You can still see there's a little bit of spray being kicked up, but I'd say it's a little bit too early, but again, I think it's more that they didn't have the choice. It had to be now, and so they've just got to deal with it.
Yeah, I think it's 30 to 45 minutes is what we were told in terms of the crossover point. We're at 30-odd minutes, right, since we really saw the rain start to dissipate. So that's what the drivers were having to keep in mind, and I don't think they really had much choice, as Lewis was mentioning. So now Michele Costantini is going to bring in the LMP2 leading machine into the lane. We watch as Luke Bennett, after doing all that work to close up to the back of Ate Kauppinen, now suddenly, just as much quickly as it closed, starts to lose ground 1 second back onto the Almond Straight.
As you got knocked out of the rhythm, like I said, just could not find the way past, and like you say, you can see here really the spray is really dissipating. Obviously, you've got those couple of puddles over on the right-hand side of the shot, left-hand side of the Almond Straight, but nothing too major. Obviously, the 199 into pit lane, which was the same as it was earlier. I will say, Carl Janssen is coming through the final corner now. What we should really have done is looked at what the lap times were for the Sherritt Esports blue car. Previous one was a 59.6. Compared to those that remained out, it is quite a bit faster. So slick tyres are definitely the tyres to be on.
Yeah, and I guess at this point, if you are a GTP, might not be a bad call to... Well, maybe the GTP is different, right, because of the hybrid. So maybe it's a crossover point has come for the LMP2. We haven't quite got there, maybe. I'm just speculating again at this point. Haven't quite got there when it comes to the GTPs. GTDs recognized this would come, let's not forget, and some of them went short on fuel and have already come down to the pit lane. Drago Racing 10th, 11th, 12th, all have switched on to the dries as well. Let's keep an eye on their lap times too, Lewis, to see how they compare.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, got to juggle a lot of numbers at the moment, trying to figure out what the old dealio is and see what is happening. Like I say, there's a few of those GTP cars into pit lane. Like I say, it's guaranteed everyone's going on to the slick compound. Interestingly enough, it did seem as though there is a switch of driver happening in there. So Florian Lebigra will now drop behind the wheel of the number 21, taking over from Diogo Pinto. So whilst for the majority of the field, they're remaining with the same driver over the basically into the dry stint. Team Redline switching up. Florian Lebigra is feeling comfortable and confident. Hopefully, we won't see that 21 car take a little cheeky visit to the barrier.
Exactly. These are drivers, by the way, on the wets that are still forced in some ways to stay out there by virtue of the high fuel load they put in. Pedro Sanchez Albert makes a mistake, and there's another one that slipped off the track down at Cunningham. So it's again been a bit of a problem spot across all three of the classes so far today, as more and more cars one by one down to pit lane. A couple of replays to take a look at. This is one of the Team PGZ cars, and behind the Williams Esports Ben Q. Whoa! Porsche Coanda just get out of the way.
Yeah, Mitchell de Jong just avoiding that one, and only just avoiding it as well. Was kind of watching the car come across the road and was thinking, maybe I'm going to hit it, maybe I'm going to hit it. Amazingly avoided that, and also was, very close to the barrier as well on the other side. Still happened to Altus.
Oh, it's in. Oh, that's not good.
Oh, was that on slicks as well? Surely.
Probably. It's a good question, and literally, by the way, as we were talking, we've had some drama out on track, so let's go and look at it. It's Jonas Rutten on pit exit in the door Audi. Now what happens here? I mean, that goes to show just how difficult it could truly be.
Yeah, indeed. Like I say, it is very difficult. From what I can see, by the way, I think Marcos Nunez was on the slick tyres. It's actually, I will say, from the angles that I can see, it's very hard to tell with the accuracy, because the slicks and the wets from the way that I'm looking at them look exactly the same. So that's fun. As far as away, you can't really see the tread, but I'm pretty sure that wasn't the slick tyres for the Altus Esports car, as we've got a cheeky bit 3 wide here between all 3 of the categories as well.
Oh, and still, of course, there's going to be rain on the regular racing line. That's going to slowly then get pushed off as the drivers increasingly just run on that line. You can see the forecast shows the rain has gone away. We've got classes overlapping as well. That's what makes this such a nervy time for all of the classes, and it's going to also promote a bit of fighting potentially between some of the GTDs, as I do think we've finally seen the crossover point, because here is Williams Esports. Sotomuto is in the box. He's going to get out, and that's bizarre, although I guess you're now bound to take a set of tires. You might as well do a driver change as well. Daniel Lafuente will take over.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, I think obviously we are 100% in the transition period from what we were seeing with the LMP2s as well. The lap times that we were seeing from them, it is definitely 100%. You want to be on the slicks right now. Being on the wets, I mean, I'm taking a little bit of a look within the GTP categories. The fiercely forward car is going to squeeze its way around the outside of the Williams Esports BenQ. Alexander Spetz on the previous lap time, 53.3. What was the race leader at Kalpin? 54.2. 2-minute.9 for Luke Bell. So that was because pit lane stuff. It's very hard to follow as to what lap times people are on. I'm trying to find one that's actually definitely 100% on the slicks. That's the problem.
Yeah, well, one car that we know for certain is in a bit of trouble. That's Parnell Racing, that's been off the track and had a bit of a smash into the wall. And right now, it's just trying to pick up who's going off track when. Gianni Vecchio slipped off as well. Look how much they're still struggling. You can see basically the left side, most cars now on the dry compound of tyre. There's only a handful that think they want to stay on the wets for a few laps longer. Parker White still out there in the race lead in the GTD.
Yeah, I'm going to get the lap time from Drago Racing as soon as I spot them cross the line, because I'm pretty sure the Drago car is on, yeah, it is indeed, on the slick tyres, and will be the first one to complete a lap time with those slick tyres in hand. Again, remember I was talking of like 53s, etc. That was the kind of lap times that we're talking about. Dominic Hoffman's going to cross the line now. 1 minute 47.9. It's 5 seconds a lap faster to be on the slicks right now, and he's gone straight off the road, and still will probably go faster on this lap.
That is the risk, though, right? You can go faster, but there's probably a very narrow line with which you're working, at least as it stands right now. Kalpinen is in, though, so we're at the point. Drivers one by one pulling the plug and thinking, let's change the compound of tyre. And I'm looking at the rain forecast that lies ahead, Lewis, for the brief shower that's now going to be, what, 2-3 hours away. I only see 30-45 minutes worth of rain.
Yeah, indeed, we just got the update. It's supposed to rain between 3 and 4 o'clock. Quite heavily, fair enough, but between 3 and 4. I can confirm, by the way, Luke Bennett has just been off the road as well, going out onto the Ullman Straight. He's back on, no worries, no big drama. Just went out a little bit wide, caught a little bit of the grass, had a little bit of a slip and slide around, was able to bring it back on. It's going to cost him a bit of time, but potentially not the race lead, because I think should have been running comfortably fast enough to take this one back.
He's actually had a couple of slips off the road in recent couple of laps. We're not watching all replays that are happening, as crazy as that sounds. We're only trying to show you ones that are truly consequential. He will take the lead over, though, just by nature of the undercut, but there comes Josh Ladd on the exit. Williams Esports Chill Blast not that far behind, and now having to just see the LMP2 car chop in front, and those tyres will start to build the temperature. I think that's as well where maybe Bennett's going to be able to build the advantage in this next half a lap or so, Lewis. In fact, he's got some temperature in his tyres.
Oh, there was someone that was backwards there. I didn't see which one it was. I think it might have been Dur Esports potentially. Their Audi R8 GTD having more problems. There is, of course, the Williams Esports BenQ car in the pit lane, switching it out onto the slick tyres. Did see the Apex Racing Academy car that was behind them. Obviously, we saw them very heavily into the barrier earlier. That car, I believe, is fully repaired and back out, but obviously a long way down. As let's see what happened to Dur Esports.
And after this, by the way, we're going to have to go look at what happened to Josh Ladd, because again, one by one, there's just issues everywhere. That car is already loose by itself on the grass, and as it bounces over the curb, is there going to be contact with Drago? No, that car's not healthy.
Yeah. Not 100% sure what happened there, but clearly when it hit the curb, something else happened. Let's see what happened to Josh Ladd. Ooh, a little bit of a squeeze with the VRS Commando, just going straight on. Yeah, I think the front right just went, no thank you. It's tricky.
It's tricky, and one more that's had an issue. Stanley Deslandes in that Apex Racing Team car that's fighting for the win in LMP2 through Sunset Bend. Oh, the left rear into the wall hard.
Yeah, that's not toast, but it's not going to be good. The thing is, as soon as you see a slide going into Sunset, you know you're going into the barrier. Big shame there for Stanley Deslandes. Is that his first lap in the car?
One of his first. I think he's been in there because, of course, LMP2 came in a couple of laps ago. Yeah. He's only he's 4 laps in, and he probably went, what, a millimetre beyond where he should have been. I mean, we're talking
very, very fine margins, and Michele Costantini, Des Landes, I think now going to be waiting in pit lane for quite a while. Let's focus on LMP2, because very quickly to note that there are some drivers here that came into pit lane and did stay on the wet compound, Lewis. At least what we're seeing.
Which I'm going to go and I do I have the camera set up for the LMP2s. 1 second. Hold please, caller.
While you check, I want to give a shout out to George Simmons, who's watching on RaceBot TV. Again, do let us know where you're watching from, what time it is. George Simmons, not just usually a member of the Apex Racing team, he also is part of McLaren Formula One, and you know they've got a pretty big weekend right now. With some certain Grand Prix that's going on at a very weird time zone and stuff, so I can only imagine how difficult life must be for the entire crew. But George is transfixed to the action that he's watching right now. George, glad we can have you along, and I'm probably glad as well that your engineer brain is taking a little bit of a rest and you don't have to worry about this race.
Indeed, yeah, having a bit of a breather. From what I can see, by the way, as far as I am aware, I do believe that the 003 and the 23 are actually on slick tyres. As far as I can see, I will say it is kind of hard to tell because I've got to kind of like peer through the bodywork and stuff, but I do believe they are in fact on the slick tyres. So yeah, we'll see on that one. What's the lap times as well? 51.0.
It's competitive, is what it is.
I think they're 100% on the slick tyres.
Now, I will just say, if you are an IndyCar driver in the past, you will know that this is not unfamiliar to have uncertainty as to what compounds of tyres other drivers are on. So just keep that in mind. We will get used to the system. iRacing will dial out the kinks and we'll get it all set up as well for the broadcast. That will be a lot of fun. I mean, everywhere that I look, though, big contenders still struggling with these changing conditions. Pedro Sanchez, Albert, I mean, slip and sliding everywhere as they filter off out of, what are we calling it, turn 2, 3, 4, 5?
Do you know what? Why not? Let's call it turn 7, 14 and 21. Why not? If they're making them up, we'll make them up.
I mean, at that point, can I just call it the Arjuna Kankipati corner?
No.
No? Oh. I think there's something definitely wrong with that car, by the way. Just watch through turn 1. Oh, he's made that same mistake, and bish bash bosh.
You need. The thing is, because these conditions are so tricky, as it was joined on the runoff there, because these conditions are so difficult when you're on the slick tyres, you need to tell yourself to drive at 90%. Always, in my experience of doing, particularly in the transition period, the drivers who were the absolute best in the transition are drivers that can drive at about 95%. Consistently, because driving at 95% is really tricky because you get knocked out of the rhythm doing it. But those that can drive at 95% consistently, lap in, lap out, and can slowly build it up, lap in, lap out, rather than basically just going out on the track and sticking 100% on and seeing what happens, which is what most drivers do.
Yes.
That is the most important bit, especially in these kind of conditions.
How do you think I went and tried the rain out initially? Now here comes Dominic Kaufman, of course, defending race winner, and around the outside. I was going to say, I don't think he's got the break, the confidence, nor the grip to really make that work. Had the confidence to try it, and he'll still have a slowdown at this point, but chops it back up the inside, down the almond straight, and somehow through to 4th position.
Yeah, indeed.
How is that not a slowdown?
How is that not a slowdown?
No logic is coming to me right now to make that make sense.
Yeah, no, I don't fully know as to why that car's not received a slowdown penalty for that, but fair enough, each to their own. Either way, they're still on the circuit, they're still in position, and they're still very much embroiled in the battle. I wonder how much better these Porsches are going to get. Let's have a look. Again, see if we can work out from this as to...
I mean, he's 4 wheels beyond the curb. That, to me, as far as I'm aware...
Slam dunk.
Slam dunk.
Slam dunk slowdown. I don't actually fully understand that one. We'll see if I'm on board. If I'd have done that, yeah, every day of the week that's a slowdown.
Okay, here's speculation, as by the way, Luke Bennett has just been off the road. I mean, again, you can't look away because something is happening at every which point in time. And that's what I think is going to keep poor George Simmons up for the next 10 hours and 20 minutes. What I'm speculating, though, Lewis, when it comes to that particular incident that we saw there, I think that because we started this race in the rain, the reference that the slowdown has is potentially to some of those laps.
Good point.
Cam Rogers
Great point.
I just gone and checked in our chat. Exact same logic as me. Genius, both of us, clearly.
Cameron, Comrade Modger onto the scene with the information. Yeah, no, fair enough. That does make a lot of sense. I say, had it been the other way around and it been starting in dries and stuff, then yeah, you would have to do it. But these are the fastest lap times they've run all race.
I think, by the way, we have a driver ready to chat with us. We were waiting to see how this would go. Lewis McLeod's going to be chatting with Tristan Iglesias, who once again qualified well, this time in an Audi.
Tristan, hello, welcome to the first iRacing special event with a rain. You've obviously been out on circuit. How crazy has it been out there? Because from our point of view, it's been pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, hello guys. Yeah, the first that first half an hour was like super exciting with all the traffic and everything. It's like, I don't know, it's very, very crazy. You have to be super careful, especially with the traffic. Brake super early everywhere and watch out for mistakes from others and stuff, which sadly I couldn't really avoid on that incident that took us out, but oh well, that's how it goes, I guess.
Now we do see like a lot of the time, with these special events. Yes, sure, people have incidents early. Yeah, I know they'll carry on quite a lot of the time. But carrying on in this race, it does feel slightly different because of the weather. I mean, surely you're expecting to gain a lot more than what you normally would in a special event race when you've been dropped down the order.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping at the moment. We are sadly 3 laps down, but we're expecting another heavy rain period in about a couple hours, I think. So that's probably exciting for you guys as well.
Very much so.
So yeah, we're waiting for that. Well, apparently there is another car towing in GTD at the moment, so hey, that's another position for us, I suppose.
It all comes around and goes around, I guess.
Yeah.
Typically, we see you in a Porsche. We've spoken about this quite a bit on the broadcast thus far. Not in a Porsche for this one. What's the methodology of that one?
Well, we were in the Porsche initially when we started testing and stuff, and we were liking how it was feeling, but unfortunately, due to the BUP, it wasn't really the quickest, and then I think we were still gonna commit to the Porsche, but then when the Wednesday BOP happened, we were like, okay, this is not gonna happen. And yeah, we switched to the Audi, and we were feeling very comfortable with it straight away. And yeah, apparently it was very quick. So yeah.
Well, Tristan, mate, we'll let you get back to it, get back to spot of your team, get back to getting ready for this potential wet weather, which will be on its way in a couple of hours. Good luck.
Thank you. Have fun, guys.
We are having fun.
I'm having a lot of fun. In about 14 minutes, Lewis will say goodbye. He'll be back in a couple of hours to run you through the middle part of the race. We will get Cameron Roger in to talk us through some of what we're seeing. And I think, Lewis, before we let you go, I think we do have to go and see some of those incidents and moments that have, I think, continued just to filter on through as race leaders. Luke Bennett, small, uncharacteristic mistake,
Whoa.
Just a little bit too deep.
Wouldn't classify that as small. That's a huge one. Really, I mean, thankfully, he's only lost out too much time, and it's been gaining fairly consistently the gap back to Williams Esports Chill Blast. But that's a big mistake. Thankfully, the runoff was there, but still, Williams Esports. Or is this with the Apex Racing Academy potentially? Because I have been told by Marcus that they are out. Williams Esports Academy, they're actually sent off into the barrier with the Brabham car behind.
But no
Yeesh.
Contact there. I just want to be clear. I'm
No.
pretty sure that was a pressure involved mistake.
100%.
And then, I mean, we're just going to keep going here, aren't we? WSR Esports butt kicker. That's team manager Daniel Ferguson, who's behind the wheel. Oh, whoa! That didn't look good.
Easy rear lock-in. We typically see that in the GTPs, but we'll see it plenty of times in the LMP2s as well.
Alexander, is he going to keep this out of the? He does. He keeps it out of the tire wall. I mean, he's lost himself a good probably 10, 15 seconds through that. Let's be honest, through aggressive driving and maybe going to the line he should never really have been on.
I will say the Drago racing car moved in that, just being just defending a little bit. You'll see here, especially from the above, I'm pretty sure the Drago racing car pulls it back over the left-hand side, then pulls it. I understand what's happened there. I think it's a racing incident. It's just pure miscommunication. Full commitment to one side, half commitment to the other. It was all a little bit messy.
And unfortunately, Door Esports were back out there, and I think that might have just come to an end. Oh, Sunset Bend, the corner of a million lines, but plenty that take you off into the wall.
Yeah, especially in these kind of conditions. Has this all happened whilst I've been interviewing Tristan?
Yes, legitimately.
Goodness
While
me.
you were interviewing Tristan.
Well, actually, like I said, there is another thing. I don't know if there's been an incident or something, but I have been told the Apex Racing Academy car is potentially out of the race, so there might have even been even more than that. Just showing how crazy this race has been thus far.
You mean, oh, that's the GTP.
Yeah. Well, they still drive. Is that the one behind them?
Well, so again, remember, they've been out for quite a while. Marshall Hubert is back on track, albeit like 13 laps down. Again,
yeah.
we often get through a special event, 50 start, you have maybe 30 or something left in the final couple of hours. I don't think we've ever had this much attrition at the start before.
No.
It's not even due to, crashes with one another. Ferguson, by the way, trying to make amends for his small mistake, passes Marc Perez for 6th position in class. Lewis, I mean, what are you going to take away from these first 2 hours as you get 2 hours to kind of calm down?
The main thing that I'm going to be taking away is I'm terrified for this next bout of rain that we're going to get. That is my main takeaway from all this. It has been very chaotic. It's been crazy. It's been very difficult for a lot of the drivers. It's been exciting as a spectator. My only theory is I'm kind of like, I'm sat here being very, I've enjoyed the first 2 hours here. I'm a little concerned about podcast o'clock when we get to the end of the race, when it's just going to be me and you chatting about golf for 2 hours, because nothing's going to happen, because we'll have about 4 cars on track at this rate.
Especially given that, at one point we were, looking like we were going to have some pretty good fights for each of the respective class leads. Janssen for the Williams Esports Chill Blast team in LMP2, where I think the fighting for the class lead has been at its most intense, of course. They've got over Gabriel Streitmatter, almost 24 seconds now. I think that all opened up by timing of pit stops and stuff like that as well. Of course, you had the issue for the Apex Racing team that's seen them drop back. Red line even. Oh,
whoa!
no! Just as we were talking about the race leaders, Luke Bennett, another mistake, and that Acura's not going nowhere and going nowhere quick.
Yeah, the tyres have gone all ooh-woo, and the thing will have to be towed back into the pit lane. Thankfully, pit lane entry is only just round the corner. But that's a big drama there for the Team Redline car into the lane. Oh, my goodness me. I think it's probably going to be just touching a little bit of the wet line going in.
All I'm going to say is good luck to all broadcast directors in the future, because my head's scrambled right now trying to keep on top of all of this. Literally, you go to talk about a driver and it's like, oh, they have an issue. I'm not saying that's a commentator's curse, Lewis.
No, it can't be.
No.
Because you weren't on board with them. You haven't said anything on broadcast because the commentator's curse is rubbish.
Well, I'm also refusing to take any accountability for that.
That is true.
No. Like, that I'm a believer in the commentator's curse. Not having it. Not having that one.
What? Because the commentator's curse is rubbish. What actually happened to the Apex Racing team car? So I got asked. I was like, what actually happened to them? Because we haven't seen
Which one are we talking? LMP2 or
the LMP2 one? Because
we saw Stanley Deslandes with the crash into Sunset Bend.
Of course it was. Of course. This is what I said. I was like, I've seen so many crashes today.
Right.
I don't remember which one's which. Now that you've said it, I'm like, I do remember.
That one, exactly.
I do remember.
One. Yeah. No. I'd imagine try to remember everything that's happened at the end, Lewis.
Well, that's your problem, not mine.
No, both. You're there at the end too.
Yeah, it is. But I can be like, well, it's been a great race. Cool. I can say what I'm going to say at the end of the race now.
You can script it. Yes.
It's been really fun. I've enjoyed my time here on Sebring, and I can't wait for the next one. I'm so excited. Great to insert winner here. Done. That's what I'm going to say at the end of the broadcast. Copy and paste.
Copy and paste. Yes. With the insert winner here bit as well. Yes. Have you ever actually made that mistake before?
What, of actually saying insert winner here?
Or pre-scripting and having the wrong thing?
No, but I have had something pre-scripted and then whilst reading it out have just merged words together. That's the typical one. But I don't think I've pre-scripted something for an end of a race, because it's really hard to pre-script stuff when you're in the middle of a race.
No, so what I used to do is I used to write. You know how long my outros can be.
Goodness me.
Lewis loves to talk about my lengthy outros, but I used to write down what it would be. And so the start would be, we've had a great race at blah, blah, blah. I'll write it on the spot for this broadcast, and then I'll see if I can repeat it at the end. What a wonderful race we've had here at Sebring. The first time we've had to look towards the heavens, and boy did they respond. Heading to the IMSA Sports Global Championship later this
still
year.
Going.
Insert X team, insert Y team, and for the team behind the scenes, so glad you could join us. We'll see you. Where are we racing next? Road America for the next of our special events. A throwback IMSA one. But for now, so long and goodbye. You see? Great.
It's so long.
Great.
It is
fantastic.
Unreal how long that is. That, like, the thing is, sometimes with an Arjuna outro, we'll actually be going until the next broadcast.
Yes, yes. I'll be sitting here
good.
until the middle of April, yes.
It's true. Well, to be fair, if you keep going for long enough after the race this time, it might be good to go for the Australian Grand Prix. That's fine.
Well, I did have to go and look at what time it is for me. What time is it for you, Lewis?
I actually have no idea. I think it's like 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. It was qualifying was 5, and I think the race is 1 hour later, isn't it?
I don't know.
It's 4. Sorry, it's 1 hour earlier.
Yeah, it's 1 hour earlier because it's 9 p.m. for me and it was 10 p.m. for qualifying.
Yeah, cool. That's fine. To be fair, I'm not going to lie. I'm slightly more interested in Formula 3.
George Simmons, by the way, says it suits him, apparently. Apparently.
I don't care about George Simmons.
Wow.
Well, until
that's why you don't have an Apex Racing t-shirt.
No, I was going to say, until I get a personally built diecast for free.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
You're asking for a lot.
that is asking for so much. I'm sorry, George.
Let's jump on board with a second red line car where Florian Lebigra is still in the hunt for the race win. He took over from Diogo Pinto, of course, 2 seconds behind Josh Ladd. We might still have a bit of a hunt going on at the front. We do still have 8 cars left on the lead lap in GTP. LMP2, 9 cars from what, maybe it's 10, no, it's 9 cars on the lead lap there. GTD is also around 10. So, attrition's actually been pretty equal across all 3 classes.
Yeah, I will say when it comes to these gaps, this is wet weather for you. That typically, if we were doing this race normally completely in the dry, I would say I would be shocked if many people had gone a lap down by this point. So the fact there's only 8 on the lead lap 2 hours into a special event just shows how difficult these conditions have been for all involved. And yeah, we've seen countless crashes, particularly down into this corner right here. Most recently for our race leader, Team Redline, in the number 11 car, not the 21, as I look at it. Oh, it's so... The thing is, I feel so bad because as soon as you get on the brakes, like,
Yeah.
Like, the second Bennett was on the brakes, he knew that car was going to the barrier.
And the reason we're replaying it, by the way, there was a request on the iRacing Esports Network. So if you've just joined us, you're wondering how Redline lost the lead. You can see the tyres are actually locked up in desperation to try and avoid it, and that has been the site of many a dramatic moment here on iRacing Sebring 12-hour history moments, and unfortunately for Luke Bennett, one more going to be added to the book there.
Huge respect. Despite that car being completely broken, managed to get it stopped before it went back onto the racing line, stuck it in reverse and pulled it away from the racing line. So at least there was that kind of...
Heads up. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Like, don't get me wrong, that is tough. That car is toast. It will most likely be able to get repaired and be put back out on the racetrack. There's going to be so many laps down. But yeah, fair enough. Which is a shame because Luke Bennett has been so good at the start of this race. The opening, let's say, hour and 45 minutes has driven absolutely perfectly. One minor mistake in traffic. The car was repaired from that, still took over the race lead, and apart from a couple of little mistakes in the wet weather that maybe should have been a couple of wake-up calls, has driven brilliantly and doesn't get to have the reward from it.
No, and racing's a cruel sport at the end of the day, and I think we're about to... I just hope that what we see moving forward is teams recognizing that crashes are going to probably be a little bit more frequent if they have to push to 10/10ths, which one thing that Lewis, I saw a bit of chatter going on in various chats about is, rain is going to be the game changer in a lot of ways, but it's still a 12-hour sprint. You can't let off and you can't be too conservative, whereas, in real IMSA competition, the sentiment is always, stay within 1 lap of the leader until the final hour. You can always, in those IMSA safety car procedures, get back onto the lead lap and find yourself in with a chance. That's not necessarily the case here.
No safety car. No, exactly. It's there. But the important bit is it is a fight for survival. And I don't think enough of our drivers out on the circuit have played any survival instincts throughout the open course. We've seen too many fairly silly bits of driving. I'm not too. Some of the solo mistakes, fair enough, those things happen. The odd one or two. But this is supposed to be the absolute best drivers in the world of sim racing. And I say supposed to be. They are the best drivers in the world of sim racing. The mistakes that we've seen out of them aren't really typical because the conditions have been very difficult. But I think a lot of the drivers have pushed their own luck too many times in the opening 2 hours of this race when it has been difficult. Don't worry too much, by the way, about the raindrops on the windscreen there and the wipers. That is purely the spray being kicked off of the car ahead.
Yes, that's what I was going to point out, actually, just watching onboards. I love these onboards that we get as well, right? In the real world, you get limitations on often how many onboards you'll get on the broadcast. We can place basically infinite cameras around and really allows us to get so much more insight as to what is happening. Body language of the car tells us a lot. Riding on board gives you even more, especially when visibility is getting very difficult. Now, Florian Lebigra forced the issue down to the inside and put himself at risk of being put offline, and that could have ended very, very poorly. And Lewis, one more replay before we let you go. In fact, it might end up being a couple more replays. Let's start with the red BS competition machine.
Bit of a lock up down into the hairpin, straight on, no major worries. Bit of a kick of oversteer on the way back on, obviously, because it's how wet the grass is. I wonder how long the grass actually remains properly saturated for. We'll obviously probably find that one out, because normally on a dry racetrack they will remain very wet. It will remain very wet for a very long time. Drago Racing, the next one to visit the barrier. Yeesh. I don't think it will be the last one to visit that barrier today.
No, indeed. Well, with that, we'll say goodbye to Lewis McClay. 2 hours of racing done here in the second of our VCO Grand Slams, the 2024 iRacing 12 hours of Sebring powered by VCO. We're still waiting to see if there's going to be more rain in the next couple of hours or so, but taking us through to those crucial moments. Cam Roger joins myself, Arjuna Kankipati, in the commentary booth. Cam, you've joined us just as all the excitement seems to have dried up, pun intended.
Absolutely, yeah, of course. It was amazing to see a wet weather start. The first special event since the rain's been introduced, and we are getting it on the screens and on the track. As you see there with the radar, though, it is looking a bit less wet in the near future, which means it is going to dry out, and the teams are going to have the luxury of the slick tyres on the dry track that they've had for so many years already. You, of course, have done your fair share of rain interrupted races, so you know just how unpredictable it can be. Are you surprised in some ways, Cam? I've got to ask you, especially knowing that you've been part of Burst Esports. Oh, it's Florian Lebigra, 2 for 2, red line within 15 minutes, find both of their Acuras in the wall at Sunset Bend. Oh wow, that is a huge crash. He went flying off there at Sunset Bend. As you say, not the first one today. Not the first red line car, I should say, of today. Goes down the inside of one of the GTs, gets a little bit wiggly, and unfortunately goes rearwards into the wall. He's going to have to go back, obviously, to the pit lane, but that is a hard hit. And I think, you'll see on board, I think he just overcommits. Like, there was no way he was going to slow it down to get through on the Audi initially, and you could see too much speed, big snap, and he's still sitting there, actually. I'm not quite sure what's going on. I think he's trying to spin the left rear, isn't it? But you can see some particles being kicked up. The car's just going nowhere. Yeah, that back left wheel, or the suspension at least, is broken. And yes, had to go back and get a tow to pit road. And that's going to be a big, long repair. So Redline having 2 good chances at winning today. Obviously, there's many hours to go, but still, they're in good places. And unfortunately, both of them have crashed at the same corner. And that has left the number 6 with a great opportunity now with a 15-second lead as well. So I think, by the way, we do have an updated forecast. So 3 hours or so till we get the first signs and indication of rain, and it's going to ramp up after that, but only for about a 30-minute stretch or so before it starts to fade away. So keep an eye on that forecast. It's going to come right around as we reach the halfway mark. Redline going to be pretty frustrated. I think that both of their cars now are watching on. I don't know if we're going to see either of them back out there, and that gives, I think, the very real possibility. It gives credence, I think, to the idea that
Let's bring down the tower on the left, Cam. Let's bring it back up as one combined leaderboard. We may see an LMP2 car finish, if not in the top 5, maybe on the podium here.
Oh, crikey, down to 7. That is quite something there. So the 55 Williams Esports might be able to join their sister GTP car up on the podium if some more craziness happens. And to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised, as we've got just under 10 hours to go. And if we are getting some more rain, it looks like the driver's still getting used to that. And of course, it's it has been around the world of sim racing in terms of wet racing, but in terms of iRacing, how it works, the drivers need to get up to speed with that. And when you're racing to the absolute limit in a race like this, we know the teams take them very seriously. You're going to the last millimetre that you can on the wet line or on the dry line in this case. And unfortunately, if you just drop a wheel off, you go spinning around.
And I think we need to get the right to You Spin Me Right Round. So you know how Discord has soundboards? We can have the race spot soundboard and just cue it up, because we needed it quite a few times today. I do see some of those red line drivers still in the session, by the way, so I don't know if we're completely done with hope to see them back out there. They might just be waiting to see how bad the damage is. Not too many battles to speak of in the GTP category, so let's go back over to GTD, where it's starting to settle back in. Got Team Redline running up in 4th position after a bit of a difficult start for them. Gustavo Ariel lost the rear end of the car and dropped to the tail end. That car now finds itself back up in 4th position. 3-way fight right now for what is the final step on the podium.
Yeah, and realistically, they're only about 10 seconds off the race leading number 10 Malakar with Ryan Barneveld in, so they're still in a pretty strong place, I would say, at this point. And as you see, they're just a few seconds covering these cars around them, so there's a nice fight coming their way, and they just need to be, of course, just a little bit vigilant with the conditions at this moment in time. It looks like, of course, that they're a little bit stable as it stands, but Redline, of course, have the fact that they're now battling 2 teammates at either side of them. I wonder if that will come into it, or is it just one of those stages where the drivers are just kind of trying to keep the car on the track at the moment.
I like a good Redline sandwich. I'm sure someone in chat's thinking, no, it's a Drago Racing sandwich. Do you name your sandwiches based on the bread? No.
Yes, either brown bread sandwich.
Yes, it's not a. What type of sandwiches do you enjoy, Cam?
I don't have sandwiches, to be fair.
You're not a sandwich person.
Nah.
I
would have a panini.
Okay. See, I enjoy a melt, which is kind of panini. But I love
tuna melt,
tuna melt, chicken pesto, whatever. Yeah, you don't name it based on the bread. You name it based on the filling, as much as it seems weird to do so. I'm just saying that, by the way, because Lewis McLeod has just stepped away, and I've made him very, very happy to probably hear that on the broadcast.
Oh yes, absolutely, because it is right. It is the
Sandwich,
Redline
please.
sandwich. I'm sure they're out in the YouTube comment section trying to get on that one. Yeah, I'm just not a sandwich person, to be fair. I don't know why. I just can't. People at lunchtime, I don't know what it's like over where you live in America, but here, the meal deal, the Tesco meal deal is the one.
Okay.
Right? But I just can't do just like a cheese and onion sandwich with a packet of crisps. I can't do it.
Is that what the Tesco meal deal is?
Yeah, with the drink, which most people, if you're a trader, you'll get a Red Bull with that.
Gotcha. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That is that. I know what you're saying. That we have that here as well with especially in California, taco trucks and stuff. It's really cool. You just drive around, you'll see a similar sort of thing. Battle going on between Nicholas Boy and Lucas Prado, who's just left pit lane and been one of the first drivers actually to have made the trip back down to pit lane. One thing that we do have new for this particular race, if I can try and click all the buttons that are going to bring it up on your screen, is a bit of a stint comparison graphic that's going to hopefully give us some more insight once we get deeper into this race as to how the strategy is played out. Look at that. You can see exactly when they've come down to pit lane.
Yeah, that's a nice graphic, and interesting that it's 1 lap offset, but they only did that 1 lap offset in that first stint. So which is a very interesting one. The second stint was exactly the same. Obviously, just how they worked with the formation lap, and then of course moving on here. Are we going to see a point though, as we do see the BS competition car there come into the pit lane? Are we going to see a point though where the next set of pit stops are going to be a little bit interesting with the tyres that they're going to choose, potentially, because sometimes, especially when it's drying up, you might have to think about pitting halfway through a stint, but of course that adds a pit stop if you're pitting sort of, every 45 minutes or an hour in the GTs.
I don't quite know. That's the thing, right? Like, we saw some of the GTDs in particular, because that's where we really saw the calls being made, make a half trip to pit lane after the first hour just to grab some fuel. That was the Drago Racing team in particular, whereas Marla and Williams Esports made a full service, and it actually seems to have worked out decently for them. So I don't know. I think there's still a lot where the teams are experimenting, and there's, in a lot of ways, I think that's exciting, right? There's not so much certainty about what's happening. You can also see, just as the LMP2 car re-emerges onto track, there's still moisture off of the main racing surface itself, and so, you get offline for even a moment. In dry conditions, you might be talking about marbles. In these wet conditions, we're just talking about putting some moisture onto your slick tires now.
And I think it's a bit of a safer decision for the GT cars as well, because 99% of the time they're on the racing line, and they're going to be on the driest part, excuse me, whereas the prototypes, they're having to go left, right around these GT cars, around the LMP2s as well. They're having to go offline and brake in more difficult situations, so they might have to actually stay on the wet tyres even longer, just purely because they need to know that they can still overtake the cars, whereas the GTs, they know they can just park it on the racing line, and they should be a little bit more okay with that, so potentially that will come into the thinking, but again, it does matter when it lines up with your pit stops as well. You don't want to make an extra pit stop if you can avoid it, then you also don't want to be losing multiple seconds being on the wrong tyres.
Yeah, and again, these teams have so many resources behind the scenes that, make all of this work, that you assume that they're all in collaboration across of their different cars and coordinating the data. Look on board with one of our drivers that's giving us a look behind the scenes. That's Nicholas Mateo in the Drago Racing number 2. He's got his real racing helmet over his shoulder, which I always love when we see that. Trophies or anything like that gives us a bit more indication as to what these drivers do. He's trying to hunt down, by the way, someone that got the chance to step back into some GT3 machinery last year, Alexei Nesov, who's of course joined forces with Team Redline and now going to try and really set up Ricardo Rico, who's feeling the pressure out of Sunset Bend.
These guys getting close to three-way battle for third place in class, and are they getting close enough for an overtake? Doesn't look like quite just yet, but the pressure is on. There's the VRS Commander. Send it down the inside. Actually, it's going to be huge send there up the inside. Can they make it? Squeezing close to the wall. It's going to be side by side in towards the next braking zone. I had to back out of that one, but certainly the door was opening up there. But it's just, do you want to risk it at a fast corner like that?
Answer was yes, apparently. But that is what I call a real racing move, right? Where you throw the look to the inside, and if it's not there, you back out of it. Whereas sometimes in sim racing, we have this fallacy where you force your way there. You think that you have the right to be there because you're alongside, and you force the issue. I'm not saying, again, etiquette in real racing is great. It's just one of those things that you do have to note, right? Where they're willing to show the nose, commit, and then back out of it. They do think that things aren't going to play out. 3 cars, as mentioned, fighting for this final step of the podium. And all in hunt. Let's give them their kudos. The only non-Audi that's running in this class anymore.
Yeah, it's not an Audi, but it's
still an Audi.
Same in the Lamborghini. And I do like it when we see a team like this. They just go for a bit of an oddball. Everyone else, they decide, oh yeah, the R8 is going to be the one. But no, the number 10 miler think that the Lamborghini is going to get them victory today. And of course has been the car of choice in races gone by. And it seems to be working out, all right so far. Got off about a 5-second lead, 4.5 seconds to number 13. But of course it just depends how that is going to work. And here's that 3-way battle. Oh, this is going to be absolute carnage with the Dragos trying to get themselves past each other.
And I think already you can see that Nesov's made the move on Rico. So Rico loses 2 out of Le Mans corner, and he's still fending off some damage on the front of his car. Traffic used as a pick there by Alexei Nesov, but in what was a way that I thought for a moment was going to lead to some danger. I've just had a message, by the way, from part of the VCO content team asking, how are you guys doing this? How they can barely keep track of everything. Don't forget to go and follow VCO Esports on social media if you're watching us on VCO Twitch as well. Thank you so much for being part of all of this. I mean, this, again, just to reiterate, we've seen plenty of crazy special events plenty of crazy races, in fact, on the iRacing Esports Network and RaceBot TV. But our first rain-affected special event has not disappointed and has really kept the best in the world on their feet and really having to dance around. As now Alexei Nesov and Nicholas Mateo will try and break away. Back up front, Josh Ladd, Williams Esports Chill Blast, slowly pulling away and building that advantage.
Yeah, he's looking very good, and he must be comfortable in that car. It looks very calm, as he always does, though, to be fair, when we see him on the webcam. He doesn't have the most facial expressions, but yeah, looking very good. And the top two as well, I mean, you know, about half a second or so, even more than that, over almost a second, a lap faster than the VRS Commander in third place. The speed is very good at this point in the race, but as you see, they're taking the risks on the outside of the GTs, and he's doing what he needs to do at this point in the race. So he's obviously just in that zone, and the issue is, though, the track is ever changing, and you have to keep up with that. If the track gets faster, you have to be able to use that bit of extra grip and not just stay at the laps a bit off the pace.
We're going to keep an eye on the forecast and the weather, but at least for the time being, nothing on the immediate horizon. Something we would just like to share at this time. News to come soon about the 2024 IMSA Esports Global Championship. Again, automatic qualifiers, last year's champions get an automatic berth this year. So VRS Kawana in the GTP class, Team Redline in the GTD class, they will be part of the action. And of course, each of the winners in this top split of the broadcast time slot of each of the VCO Grand Slams, they are eligible in GTP and GTD to get an entry as well. Coming out of Daytona, Williams Esports Team Redline grabbed those respective invites. One thing I want to highlight, it's early in this race. I know I'm saying it. I might be jinxing it in some ways, but no team's allowed to get more than, I think, if I remember correctly, 2 invites through the Grand Slams. So if Williams Esports was to win another one of these GTP class special events, then Cam, not only would they have 2 potential entries in towards the GTP class, they would, if they then won the next 2 special events as well in our Grand Slam agenda, rob everyone else from the chance of being able to automatically qualify as well.
So it doesn't go to the second place team then?
No, you've got to be the winner.
Oh, that would be quite something. To be honest, that is obviously a hotly contested championship. We can't wait to see that later on in the year. And as we mentioned, how serious the teams take this, they're going to want that. And Williams, over the last year and a half, they've really taken it, winning most of the special events that we've done. So I think they're looking good, actually, to do that. And to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if they take those positions away from other people. So that'll be a big stat, because there's a lot of good teams out there nowadays. There's a lot of big organisations, a lot of money, a lot of time being spent into these things. But Williams keep on putting themselves up towards the front.
They do indeed. And we got Lewis McLeod's opinion on the liveries. Let's get your take on the situation here. Brand new era for Williams Esports. 5 years with that previous livery that I think, by the way, was pretty much universally regarded as one of the best in sim racing, not just in its simplicity in a lot of ways, but the way that you could tie in the various sponsors. This, of course, the Williams Esports BenQ car. You've got a Williams Esports Chill Blast car as well, where Lewis and myself are of the opinion that the grey doesn't seem to work as well as the purple does on the BenQ car. What do you think, Cam? Come on, give us a out of 10 rating.
I'm not sure about an out of 10. The issue is I really like the old livery. I really did, especially the main white one. I thought that was probably one of the best on the grid. I think this is a solid one. So probably like a 6 or a 7. And as you say, it works really good with the BenQ colours. As for the Chill Blast car, I think it's a little bit harder to tell that it is a Williams, but maybe we'll just get used to that over the coming months, I'm sure. But yeah, it was pretty hard to beat the previous one, though. That's the only issue.
Again, that is the issue. It's just that we really did like that previous livery. This, I think, is going to... We'll get used to it. We'll like it along the way. The Gulf version of it is spectacular. I think there is that livery. I mean, those colors, man. There's just something about them.
I mean, just iconic colors. There's nothing that beats the Gulf livery. It's worked on so many different racing machines over the years, and I think it will continue to do so in the future as well. So it's great to see that they're actually continuing their sponsorship and stuff in motorsport, in the world of sim racing and esports as well, because it's great to see those colors on the grid. And talking of colours and teams that might not stick out so much, is these two teams with Drago and Redline. They are a little bit more difficult to tell apart, and they have actually swapped around once more with the 71 going back behind. So it's a nice little battle that's working up here.
It is indeed. I think a situation as well where maybe there's, now that we've gotten past that first wet stint, maybe a bit of fuel mileage games going on, given that we've now been displaced from, you know, traditional offsets from where we'd be in dry condition racing, where for the most part we're just talking about drivers trying to get to the top of the hour and then as far beyond that as possible. Now we've got those added things to just keep in mind. Nicholas Matteo does look very, very fast though. Having said that, the race leader did a 2:08.03 last time by. What's Matteo going to do? Did of course have to make his way past Nessoff a lap or so ago. That may have cost him a little bit more time. This time a 2:00.754. So gains a tenth or so. 11 seconds the gap now to Bridge. All it could take though, 11 seconds, is the difference between coming in at the right time to grab the wet tire when it rains versus not.
Oh, absolutely. It's not over by any means, although to be fair, I mean, even remember back to Daytona, you know, a couple of months ago now, the gaps stay very close in this form of racing now. Of course, you mentioned earlier with Lewis, there's no safety car to bunch everyone back up, but we do see these gaps stay really close with how competitive and how consistent everyone is nowadays. Of course, the conditions made that a little bit more tricky today, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see that gap stay fairly stable over the next few hours in general. But, as you say, a couple of decision-making moments, such as the pit stop, what tyres you go on. When we get the rain in a couple of hours' time that's expected as well, that is going to be the main factor that changes this battle.
And I guess it's not just that decision-making, but we saw some questionable decision-making in the first rain period. So, you know, hopefully some drivers have gotten nerves. I'm going to put some of it down to nerves and hope that that's accurate, but hopefully they've got that out of their system and they can very much fire off in effective form. The Marlow Racing team, of course, we talked about the similarities between Lamborghini and Audi, but it's a little bit different, the second generation of Lamborghini versus the new generation of Audi that we have as well. So going to be interesting to see, especially with that endurance light bar that everyone knows adds some speed, how it goes. Pit stops underway for GTPs. Kawanda Collins going to take over in the number 8. So I believe that's Josh Rogers out and new driver in once we have finally gotten into proper dry conditions.
Still a little bit of spray though there, especially of course on pit roads, the least used part of the track. And as we work our way through turn 1, I have to see Charlie there getting up to speed with just over 2 hours and 20 minutes gone in this race so far. Needs to get up to speed in some very hotly contested positions, but he should be okay to do that. Of course, we know the talent that they have in that team, and he does look pretty calm there, just trying to work his way through the big bend. Still in that 6th place despite the pit stop. Just showing you how sort of spread out we're getting as they go past the race leader. Not quite, so a bit of contact maybe as well, as that is your number 10 GT3 leader. That
was definitely contact. I can't quite see any lasting impact on the back of Barneveld's Marlow Racing team car. Light also not flashing, which is a good thing to see, but definitely not ideal. Did keep an eye, by the way, on Redline as to how the situation is going to play out. The number 11 has just got back out onto track with Chris Lullen behind the wheel. They're 9 laps out, or rather, they have been on track for 9 laps. But they are also at this point 8 laps down from the lead and just trying to salvage a result in this race and still have a chance of a top 5 finish if things were to unravel for a whole bunch of other teams. Mention new livery for Williams Esports. They were very kind to big send up the inside on the Marlow Racing team car through the final penultimate corner, I should say. Very kind to send over a little bit of a sizzler reel of that new livery. Let's go and check it out. always great to get some media to accompany a brand new livery, and looking forward to seeing what maybe another 5 years with this is going to bring. And again, back-to-back Daytona 24 wins in this GTP class, and now leading by 35 seconds over the sister Williams Esports BenQ entry is Josh Ladd for Williams Esports Chill Blast. If you're just joining us here on RaceSpot TV on the iRacing Esports Network or on VCO's Twitch, Arjuna Kankipati joined alongside by Cameron Roger as you join us in the midst of pit stops. Here comes Mitchell de Jong for what should be here a driver change to hand over to Elvis Rankin.
Absolutely, just following the sister car, the number 8 that came in about a lap or so ago. And there is on the right-hand side of the screen as they do a bit of a swap around. And yes, going to be Rankin getting in that car, trying to work his way through the next stint now on the track. And I wonder, actually, for a driver jumping in at this point in the race, surely it's got to be more difficult because you've got to jump in, you've got to work out the conditions.
Ooh.
As we've had a crash there down at the hairpin.
Nicholas Boy and Sven Haase, the virtual coach by Grid and Go car. That's 9th in GTD. It was 9th as well in LMP2, I'm pretty sure, and it's down at the hairpin. And you are right, I think, in some ways about, trying to get up to speed with the conditions. We'll get back to that point, though. Talk us through what you see here.
So we've got the LMP2 diving it down. Oh, as they already try and make a move themselves down the inside. And actually, the 90 wasn't really involved in that at all in the end. It was just the Grid and Go car trying to make the move on Falcon down the inside. Obviously making some contact. They're just slightly missing the apex, going in a little bit deep. And unfortunately making that contact. This is from the aerial shot. Yeah, they do dive down the inside. Do they make the apex? No, they just come a little bit wide, so ever so slightly late on the brakes. And unfortunately, the 90 didn't really have anywhere to go but minimal contact.
Now, did that kind of seem as though Sven Haase was trying to block the LMP2 more than actually pass the Falcon sim racing car?
I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. But he was very, very late on the brakes there. And you might be right. But the issue for him is that if he let the 90 go down the inside, then a car length would have been put, because he would have had to slot in between in a one-line corner, so a car length would have been put there. So I can see why he was diving that, but of course he lost more, so risk versus reward in a 12-hour race. And
I think that's what a lot of these teams are still trying to figure out there right now as we check back in with Matteo Nessoff, third place fight in GTD. They're also just being passed by fight for 5th in LMP2, where Scherer Esports, WSR Esports Butt Kicker, the chasing team, the race winners at Daytona in class, the hunted team champions in the DNLS Porsche Esports Nürburgring Trophy class, side by side behind them though, and almost 3 wide for a moment as Alexander Spetz found his way past. Nessoff's going to try and set this one out of tower corner though. The run in towards Le Mans, a passing opportunity, not necessarily a great passing opportunity. In equal machinery, probably with not much top end difference and not much chance to really get to the inside. Path blocked off. Nessoff waits for the time being.
And he's going to have to wait until the most treacherous corner. Look how much he's opening this. It might work out, actually, because the Drago car is going to be slow onto this back straight, through the almost straight to the wall. He pushes each other. They go down this back straight, going onto the Wesser Racing line, but he's still got the speed down in towards the braking zone. But can he spot it perfectly on that inside line to regain this position he had a few laps to go as the number 2 machine has to drop down into 4th place. The LMP2 coming around the outside of him for good measure, but the 71 gets past and actually goes into the pit lane as well.
Oh, and so that's right, actually, probably as a whole bunch of traffic comes to put some pressure onto them. So maybe a call for Nicholas Matteo to say, you know what, let me get out of Dodge and let me get some fresh tires onto my car potentially, as you can see the moisture being kicked up into the air as around the outside and up the inside as well. Alexei Nessoff having to deal with contenders on either side of him, and I'm sure the mirror is going to be filled as well. Takers on pit lane, by the way, at the front of the field. Josh Ladd is going to enter and leave as your race leader. Jaden Munoz, though, going to take on over from Alexander Spetz as a driver change 2.5 hours into the race.
I see Dylan Scrivens there as well in the 88 50 forward silver car, and I was surprised to see that name. Of course, part of Urano until the end of last year, where they closed their doors, and I thought Dylan was taking a bit of a break, but obviously you can't keep him out for too long. Just a few months later, coming back in for the Sebring 12 hours, so great to see. But yeah, Dennis Wolf getting in that car, not Bobo. in the number 88 machine.
Hey, we like a good nickname here, and at least Bobo is better than the nicknames that we came up with him. came up for him. He's retired, at least allegedly, so I'm being nice to him. If this is one of those fake retirements where, you know, he's going to be back, then we'll have nicknames for him sooner rather than later. But Robin Wolf's going to be off and away. Already seen Elvis Rankin fly on through, but fiercely forward still on the lead lap, which I think all they're really hoping to do at this point. Stay within touching distance and see what they can make from this race. Back to the replay, though, for a moment, because I mentioned Chris Lolland was back on track. I think "was" is the operative word, potentially. Let's keep an eye on the replay.
So he's looking good at this moment in time, but I have some interesting feelings coming down towards... Oh no, I thought he was going to crash. Instead, he just slows down, and whether that is running out of fuel or just deciding maybe this is not the day for them. Unfortunately, that car, of course, looking very, very strong, but now looks to be back in pit lane and probably not going to be going too much further forward in this race.
Just seen a message come through from one of my teammates that another special event that unfortunately the car gets damaged before he even gets into the car is unfortunately something that I think we've seen on many occasions here in this top split, where Dane Warren, as an example, he was pushing hard in the early stages, but pushed too hard. Now 3-4 laps down from your leader, Ian Chingubin, has just jumped in, albeit, as I mentioned, to a damaged race car rather than to the fresh race car that the newly minted Porsche All-Stars race winner. He's not just a Porsche All-Star, former race winner in the Porsche Esports Super Cup as well, to add to all the accolades that he has got in the real world. Into the car as well as the green and gold of Brabham deep and off the track.
Yeah, he kept on the tarmac for a little bit, but unfortunately that's not the racing line around here. And they actually saved that really well, to be fair. So congratulations, but unfortunately, as you say, that's not the way. And that was Hunter McDaniel trying to find his way through, but having to rejoin the track and just losing a few seconds, showing you that it's still tricky out there. It's not completely dry just yet. And the drivers still having to be just a little bit more cautious, but we can see the risks that a lot of these drivers are still trying to take. I mean, look at that, just putting one wheel off on the curb. We've seen the drivers, especially in traffic, sending it past the GTs. Here's a look at the radar, still looking dry at this moment in time, but we did see, at least earlier, that maybe in a couple of hours' time there might be some spots of rain coming back.
We'll break out the yellow pen just to make sure if you can't read, if you're colorblind, for example, because that is something we're thinking about here at Race Spot. There are colorblind members of our iRacing community. No rain. That's what we're seeing on the forecast right now. We're having fun with this. This is great. A couple of years ago, 2022, iRacing Daytona 24 Hours, we had the first ever weather report on an iRacing broadcast. Kevin Ellis Jr. joined us from the Apex Racing Team facility. Stick around for the middle 4 hours. Weather report, weather time on RaceBot, it's coming up. That's all I'll say for now. Cam, we've just ticked off another 30 minutes though, and now in these pretty dry conditions, pit stops underway for the GTD. Marla Racing Team, it's going to be a change there where Felix Quirnbach takes over from Ryan Barneveld. Johnny Vecchio has brought the red line number 70 in along with Ole Steinbraten in the 71.
Yeah, certainly the next round of pit stop times, but we're at obviously a half an hour, which is sometimes a little bit different for these GTs. We're often seeing roughly around the hour mark or so, but already just after 2.5 hours into this race, we're already at a half an hour point, so that is going to change the numbers going later in the race. So of course, when you get the wet times, you go longer in terms of time for your stint. So that obviously just puts all the maths off, and the engineers and the strategists behind these drivers will be having to do the calculations, especially if we see it being a lot drier towards the latter half of the race. Maybe that is going to change their numbers, how they want to work with the fuel numbers to the end. Because if you came into it expecting a fully dry race, of course the wet weather will completely change that, as we're seeing Kronbach there getting into the number 10, and will hopefully hold on to that lead once the two cars ahead come into the pit lane.
We'll play a little bit of a game. We're listening right now. The sound of the V10 that powers the Lamborghini. I'm not saying what type of engine it is, manufacturer, I'm just saying V10. It's got a nice throaty roar to it, naturally aspirated, goes up through the rev range nicely. Then you jump on board with the Audi. All I'm saying is, as much as we mean, Cam, that they are the same car, I mean, they sound different.
Well, I assume they've got different exhaust manufacturers and stuff like that to go along with it. But yeah, they do have a bit of a different sound, don't they? Which is, I mean, to be honest, it's unrecognisable when you just jump randomly into one. They're not they're not completely different, but certainly there's just a little bit of a change, and that's how the cars are differ. But of course, the general base of the car is pretty similar, at least from a road-going version.
Just enjoying the sounds. I do. We don't have a bad sounding car on the grid, do we? I mean, you could say something about the turbocharged GTD cars, you know, maybe not sounding the best, but we don't have any of them today.
He's probably one of the one of the best sounding ones. We don't have the we don't have the Cadillac, do we? GTP, which is
come on,
like it's a bit of an unfair comparison.
I think the Cadillac isn't the best sounding personally. Just personally, I don't know. The Acura's engine to me is more interesting than the Cadillac's because, you know, this is an engine that was meant to go over to IndyCar, didn't. Now it's over with the prototype program. Revs, you know, to a ridiculously high margin as well. And best sounding GTP, at least in person, to me it's the Porsche, surprisingly. It doesn't sound great in the sim, but in person.
Okay. I'm trying to get a bit of a listen. I mean, sound is very subjective, though, to be honest, because I actually have an interesting. I mean, slightly off topic, but you know the current Formula One engines. Mm-hmm. I actually kind of like the sound in some way, but I mean, obviously, I've seen them in real life. They're just absolutely. I mean, they just do nothing for me.
Gotcha.
But the actual sound, as such, when you get a flyby, is actually kind of cool. But it just doesn't have that deep rumble that you want from the, especially like the gnarly V8s that we get in racing. That's sort of when you get the sort of iconic heritage, sounds of motorsport. But yeah, the turbos, they can have a cool sound, but they just don't have that deep push into your chest.
The one thing I was going to say is that actually at Daytona, out of all the cars there, best sounding car wasn't actually even the engine. It was the gearbox, the downshift on the LMP2 cars. It's just a ringing, a visceral ringing in your chest, and you would go and you'd sit turn 6, right, the long left-hand hairpin before they go to the banking. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, there's nothing like it, and genuinely, it was great. Fantastic. Can't recommend it highly enough. 10 out of 10, and I'll give a big shout out to Max at IMSA for making it possible for me to be there and making my life very, very nice. Here's another look at our forecast, by the way. 2 hours or so with no rain, so I won't get to see the rain again until I'm back in the commentary booth maybe later on today. But Cam, you are going to see not just the ramp-up of rain, and a pretty drastic ramp-up of that. 30 minutes takes us from no rain to full rain. Then you're going to see it slowly start to drop away.
Yeah, it was at 60-odd%. Now it's gone up to 100%. So the rain and the clouds are definitely coming. But with 2 hours on the clock, I mean, there's still a good few stints in the way before then. So do the teams start to think about this in terms of, okay, they see that coming. Maybe have a certain driver that might be that little bit more comfortable in certain conditions, or maybe just they have the confidence. They're putting their hand up saying, I want to drive when it gets wet. They're now going to start thinking about when they put the drivers in, a bit of tactics coming into it. But with with the ramp up of that half an hour period, you're not going to have long to make that decision of when to come in.
Cam, you, as I mentioned earlier, part of Burst Esports in the past. Have you ever taken on the responsibility of being the spotter/engineer that's got to make that call?
Yeah, I was an engineer, yeah, although we had a little bit less of a hierarchy of the decision making, which I guess is good and bad in some ways. But I was, especially when we had the sort of LMVS and stuff, I was involved with that. It's difficult to make those decisions because as you're not driving the car, you don't sort of always understand what the driver's going through in some ways, and the difficult conditions that it is in, or maybe it's just even if it's a dry race, just certain race battle that they're in that you're trying to get them out of in a pit cycle. It's very difficult to do so because there's too many variables. It's not like you're doing the maths on a spreadsheet or something like that, and it comes out with a specific number in a specific scenario. But on the track, there's too many other things happening,
Yes.
and you're never going to hit that number. So you may ask them to do something, but maybe a bit of traffic gets in the way, or they lose some time in a certain place, and then that puts the pit window out of whack, and then that is where it's a bit difficult to think on the fly.
You know how Williams F1, I'm not doing this as a shot, again, I just want to bring up this discussion. They had a lot of talk in the off-season about how they were tracking their car parts in Excel and all of that stuff. Like, this, I feel like we're going to get that same sort of transition in the sim, right? Where a lot of the times teams would just have spreadsheets, and you don't really need to do much more than that in the dry, right? Because not much. The times aren't really changing that much. You may get some variance between, you know, warm weather versus cold weather, but that was about it, and you could build a spreadsheet around that. Now, imagine building a program that takes what iRacing's telling you about the rain, and you know, it then gives you a prediction of like, okay, 5 laps from now, this is when we think the crossover point's coming, so you can be ready to track the There's so much interesting things that I think we're going to be able to do, but ultimately we're just speculating. It's the drivers, the engineers, the teams that have got to figure it out. So let's go talk to one of them. Carl Jansen joins us, and Carl, it seems like you had a bit of a fun fight there with Michele Costantini in the first hour or so. Talk us through this. You have so much experience of special events. What was it like in the rain trying to get to grips with the situation?
I mean, like the driving itself was quite calm, but it's just the spray and all this stuff. Like, it was very hard to get close enough to Michele to do a move, and I seem to always get close to him in the last few corners before we come up to sunset there, and yeah, I kind of figured that's where I would have to do the move. Tried it once, it didn't work, and then tried it twice, and it worked. So yeah, I mean, it's very, very hard to see anything, and you see basically 2 lights in front of you, 2 flashing lights, and 2 brake lights, and that's about it. So it's not much to go off, and yeah, it's very tricky to be close to someone as well when you have to constantly look at that and try and figure out the distance and stuff as well. So yeah, it was a bit hectic.
How are you guys determining how you split up the drive time for this, right? Because we've got rain expected in another 2 hours or so. What's your plan? Are you out of the car now for a little bit? You'll leave Kenneth in there. You'll jump back in after the rain has gone away. How are you strategizing through all of this unpredictability?
Well, I mean, we will see a bit how we do. It's a bit up in the air at the moment, but it's also with the LMP. I think if you're gonna keep Kenneth in till the rain, then or till after the rain, then you know he has to drive maybe 4 or 5 hours. So yeah, it's he has to do quite a lot of driving then. So we will see a bit how we do. But obviously now I'm quite used to the rain as well. I've driven 2.5 stints in it as well. So yeah, I mean we will see how we put it, but yeah, it's up to the end of the stint for Kenneth and C, and then yeah, we'll see what we do.
I know that you had a quick bite to eat between you jumping out of the car and coming to chat to us. What's the fuel of choice for Carl Jansen today?
It was macaronis, and then it was some falukorv, it's called. It's a Swedish kind of sausage that's made in Falun. So it's a bit of a special one. I don't think you can have it anywhere outside of Sweden, but if you go to Sweden, I would recommend it. It's very good.
Okay, I'm going to come to Sweden. You're going to take me out for some macaroni and some Swedish sausage. But thanks for joining us, Carl. We'll let you go and rest for a little bit. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Still 9 hours and a bit left to go.
Awesome, thank you.
Always great to get the drivers coming to chat with us, and I love being able to ask them silly questions like, what did you eat? And have you ever had Swedish sausage before, Cam?
I've had the Swedish meatballs from a very well-known furniture brand that everyone loves, but no, not a sausage as such. But I hear that it's very good. I have had, I know it's it's a different country, but I've had reindeer meatballs when I was in Finland, and they were goated.
Interesting, reindeer meatballs.
Very nice.
I can imagine. the different countries, of course, different sort of meets local to the land, right? So it's always interesting going and trying different stuff out. I will say, my family in India, there's lots of prawn farms as well and stuff like that. For some reason, I can't do it. I'm not a seafood person. But
Can't do prawns.
Can't do seafood in general. I don't know what it is.
Oh, prawns are very nice.
Okay.
I do like.
Prawns are great. Prawn curry. An Indian prawn curry is about the only thing I can do.
See, that's funny. I don't like prawn curry.
We are very different people. We're very different, but I think we both were able to spot that. Not sure where it happened, but one of the Red Line GTD cars, very, very lengthy pit stop. Ollie Steinbraten back out on track in 12th position, though, and that works out 460-something seconds at around 8 minutes stationary in pit lane.
That must have been a heavy shunt to be that sort of time, and that's a shame. I mean, they were in such a big battle there for third place. They're the number 2, the number 4 driver cars around them, and I mean, they were looking really good to be getting that actually, but unfortunately, with how aggressive these battles have been, there's obviously been some incidents happening on track, and unfortunately, they were unable to continue that. And the main issue is they're that many laps down that realistically they're not going to be getting anywhere near the top 3 at the end of the race.
Yeah, I think they may just be in a position now where they're trying to play support again to the other car. They played support at Daytona when Gustavo Ariel had a bit of a disconnect that dropped one of the GT3 cars 1 lap down, where they were just bump drafting each other for effectively 24 hours. I think this time the help is more about what compound of tire to be on at what point in time. There's Lucas Prada, though, up on the jacks in the WSR Esports butt kicker car, and getting a fresh set of boots as well as a fresh tank of fuel. WSR Esports butt kicker. Say that one 5 times fast.
No, thank you. Because that is, certainly the bit of a trickle with the syllables of that one. But yeah, they are into pit lane. Of course, the rebranded team quite a few months ago now, actually, and sort of reinvigorated, and they've been doing some very good results over the course of the last few special events and whatnot, and they are really starting to turn themselves into one of the top contenders. So I just noticed they do have some damage, I think, on that left-hand side of the car. So obviously not the 100% clean race so far, but still in a pretty decent place.
I didn't notice the damage. Instead, I've been too transfixed by the livery. Have you noticed what they've done special for this race?
Can't quite see from that angle. Let's see as they come around the big bend.
Look at the shark fin. That's all I will say.
I'm looking. Oh, I can't read. That's too fast. What does it say?
It's not about what it says. It's the American flag in there.
Oh, bald eagles screeching in the background.
Here, let me get you a close-up view. This broadcast producer is amazing.
Oh, okay, I like that.
Right?
That is subtle, but it's there, and I like it. Yeah, that's good.
There is something about, by the way, animals on cars. I don't know what it is, but we've got the zebras on the BS competition machines. I've seen quite a few cars in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America have dogs and whatnot on them. So yeah, just don't put your own face on a car. It doesn't help you, as I found out the hard way.
Have you seen what's on one of the supercars this weekend?
Is it the
under?
SpongeBob one? Yeah.
The SpongeBob on the Pizza Hut Racing entry.
It's amazing. Which
is just amazing. First of all, the sponsor of the team, love that. Second of all, putting SpongeBob in a bright yellow car. And he was fastest in first practice as well.
Was he? I didn't even realize that. Lucas Perez is in his box and instantly jumps out of the car, looks around, and makes sure that he hands over to his teammate, I do believe. In fact, he might have stayed in there and was checking something very quickly as the rear tires continue to spin. Yeah, pit stop's underway. Clearly what we're learning is if the SpongeBob car is number 1, then interesting liveries do indeed make you go faster.
I think Mercedes are still crying about Hockenheim 2019 though.
Yeah, but
just to put that one out there.
Can you say that was partly their own fault? Part of it?
The race was a bit of carnage as well, so that didn't help.
Yeah, but is that the one where you had in and in, out, in and in? Or am I getting my years mixed up?
No, that was 2018. That was the year
that was
before,
the year
which
before.
also did rain right at the end.
Right, exactly.
But no, this was 2019. Hamilton went off at the final corner. I think Bottas binned it exit turn 1 as well. It was just not. It was just not a good race for them.
That was the year that they had the special livery as well, the white one, right? The great one.
Yeah, it was like white on the front, and then it sort of had the paint ripping off, as they had to do at Le Mans many years ago now for weight savings.
It was a great one. What I am being told, by the way, is that the damage to the red line 71 was with traffic, apparently. So see if we can try and dial it up at some point. But, you know, when poor Lewis was in the commentary box with me in the first 2 hours, legitimately there was so much going on that we spent as much time in replays trying to figure out what had happened, and then trying to catch up on the replays of what we'd been watching, or what we missed while we'd been watching replays. So settled in, Cam, which I don't think is a terrible thing in many ways, right? Because that sort of craziness, it drains the drivers pretty quickly as Kenneth Gulbrandsen brings the race-leading LMP2 car down to the box.
Yeah, in many ways as a driver you actually want a bit of a calm race, and I've just seen the clip of it now, and is it the Simify? I think it might be in the Simify, the orange LMP2, goes around the outside at Sunset Bend and makes some contact with the left rear. Was that really enough? I mean, it wasn't the biggest bit of contact in the world. They carried on going as a bit more of a bump, but to be 8 minutes of damage, that is absolutely heartbreaking.
As mentioned, we will see if we can go and drag up a replay in the next handful of laps, but there is, of course, stationary and up on the jacks. Thomas Laboudelay's in the BS Plus competition, number 90 behind. The driver now rolls off and away after taking over from Nicholas Boy, and the margin in the lead, by the way, is considerable. Like, we're talking 40-odd seconds here for Williams Esports after the Apex Racing team's unfortunate incident for Stanley Deslanders that dropped them 5 laps off. Gabriel Streitmatter into the marks, just as there goes Gulbrandsen already off and away.
And in, of course, a very nice position as well. They've been in a commanding position in the LMP2s, and they're going to be continuing that on as they try and, of course, keep their streak going of winning many of these special events. And even if you don't win the top class, it is still very much respected to win one of the other classes as well, the LMP2s and the GTDs that we have nowadays. Of course, for many years we were back down to 2 categories, back up to 3 since the GTPs coming in with the BMW last year, or over a year ago now, end of 2022 when that came out. But it's working out very nicely, and they are currently leading all 3 classes, with the number 13 leading the way in GTD. So Williams, they're looking good right now.
Yes, but I'm just happy that one of these Williams cars is not a Chill Blast car, because our lives are difficult enough as it is. We don't need Williams Esports Chill Blast to be leading across of all 3 classes, because then we say your leader's Williams Esports Chill Blast. That sentence loses a lot of meaning at that point, doesn't it? Now, what I have just gone and figured out, by the way, we worked backwards from a clip on Redline Stream that showed us the bit of contact to then go back and find when that contact occurred. And you remember when we were watching, I believe we actually saw at some point Steinbraten fighting with a couple of the Drago Racing, or was it Steinbraten, his teammate at the time, fighting with the Drago Racing cars. And I'm pretty sure we actually would have seen this, but then we cut away and didn't realize the significance of this moment. Just keep watching here, Cam.
So round the outside of both of the GTDs, but I mean, you could barely see it. Just mid-corner, there was a bump on the back of the 71. Oh yeah, we saw that, weren't we? We were there as the Drago came into the pit lane, and that bump was enough to cause a meatball. Just look at this, rear left corner of the 71 machine. Just going to see it just about now. That is so unfortunate there for Redline. It wasn't a big bit of contact at all, but unfortunately it's taken them out of contention.
Unfortunate there, but for Ole Steinbraten, who's now taken over that car, not much he can really do other than dig in and try and get out of the situation. Frustrating for sure, but a long 9-hour race still left ahead of them to try and bounce back and recover. There, though, is Gianni Vecchio that finds himself, what, at this point, about 20 seconds off of your race leader. That is now Louis Nager. in the Williams Esports BenQ car as mentioned, so I'm not sure how we missed the Mahler Racing Team car getting jumped at some point. There was a shorter pit stop for Louis Naja, but that's not everything. He's been building on pace as well.
Trying to see the difference. The difference is about 5 seconds, and the gap is 6.1. So there was some extra time in there somewhere that they have found, the number 13 machine. So just a few seconds here and there, and that is what's caused this difference to be made. So certainly, whether there was a bit of strategy, whether there was a bit of speed, maybe a bit of a mistake from the 10 around the pit stop window, but either way, they've now lost. And you can see them at the back of the shot there, so they're still within range, but certainly an interesting one from the 13 there to work their way to the front.
See if we can get a word with a couple more of the drivers, by the way, that are just jumping out of that car. Given that, you know, we've been talking about there's no rain to speak of, that forecast does not lie right now. Just waiting to see when we'll get those first droplets of rain. Taking a look at the in-sim messaging right now. We are going on, what's the time? Virtual standard time right now, about 1:18 p.m. I think we're about an hour away, Cam. 1 hour away from the first droplets of rain.
I can't wait to see that, because obviously I wasn't there at the start of the broadcast, so haven't seen the actual rain on the screen. I did see some clips of the spray being absolutely ridiculous, so I can't wait to see that, try and work out the cars, but I'm looking forward to that, because the drivers, they've got back in, they've got into the slick tyres, they've settled down again into the rhythm of having all the grip, and then all of a sudden it's going to change very, very quickly, and those drivers who adapt the fastest and choose the right time potentially to come back in for those wet tyres, although I think they will definitely have to come back onto the wet ones, that is going to be the important moment.
Yes, I just got a message, by the way, from Craig Williams, who's tagged me in the Craig Setup Shop Discord asking, what does it mean don't put your own face on your car? Craig, did you watch what happened to me in the Porsche All-Stars? We'll just leave it at that. Too much pressure placed on my shoulders. By the way, Cam, we are going to hopefully get a chat with Dylan Shriven, so I'm just warning you ahead of time.
Perfect. I do love a bit of Dylan Scrims, by the way. Met him in Portugal back in November, and yeah, he's a good lad, and I'm glad to see him back on the track. But we have to play some games with him, to be honest. He's that type of character.
Yes, so you'll get the chance to chat with Becky. I had to slide it in there. I'd been waiting. I was being too nice to him. He's no longer retired, so I can't be nice to him anymore. But yes, hopefully we'll get to chat with him, and we'll get the opportunity to catch up on that first stint and how he thinks things have changed quite drastically. Focusing though on Elvis Rankin, who's hunting down the race clutch at number 9, sole surviving race clutch entry. I did see a message in the YouTube chat from Sean Campbell, who's feeling a little bit aggrieved, frustrated with his mistake in the first stint. That put them back a little bit, but they're still in a decent spot, top 5, and fighting to hold on.
Yeah, looking very, comfortable, to be honest, in that position. The issue is just the gaps ahead have opened up just a bit too much, really, to think about chasing them down anytime soon. Ahead of the race clutch car, there is 13 seconds to the Williams number 1 BenQ car, and then there's another 19 seconds ahead of that. So it's a long road ahead, but you can only focus on what's in front of you, and that might be another position. They go back past the PGZ LMP2, now they are right on the back of race clutch.
Out of Big Bend. Just watching their curb usage, because one thing that we saw in the wet that I was quite surprised by was prototypes bouncing over some of the curbs where, we talk about not wanting to be on the painted lines, the curbs. These are surfaces that just get more slippery by their nature when the rain arrives. But clearly, some of the teams feel like it's worth the risk to just either, in some cases, take a shorter distance through a corner, set up a slightly different exit or entry, or whatever the case is there. But it is interesting sometimes just to see some of the things that, Cam, you and I, we'd go and try out the cars and we'd make opinions and draw judgments on, and then we get into a race and you find all the weird things that the teams are doing.
If there's any little thing that you can do to go a bit faster, the teams will find it. it is that hotly contested that every little advantage that you can get in some way, whether that's something to do with the setup, whether it's something to do with the tyres, the driving style, bit of strategy, maybe a certain setting in the car, they are going to find that. And it's one thing, obviously, being able to find that, but it's also being able to use that. Sometimes it's a certain way you have to take a corner, so kind of look a little bit down the inside there, not enough to make the overtake just yet. Sometimes there's a certain way you have to take the corner, but the risk you have to do to take that certain racing line, maybe it's a curb that you have to absolutely chuck the car over, that is where the better drivers come out who can do it every single lap.
See a pit stop for Jesse Jones, former motorcycle racer in the Door Esports 120. And so that is almost now the cycle of LMP2 pit stops dusted rather, as we get to the top of the third hour of racing, starting to fly on by. And again, if you're trying to stick around in the long run, not going to be glued in front of the screen for 12 hours rather, timing.racebot.tv, timing71.org, couple of places to follow along and follow as Elvis Rankin lobs it up the inside at the hairpin. He's going to force his way past on Robin Mass, who doesn't defend too aggressively. And the young Rankin on through and biting at his glove.
Yeah, he's looking a little bit more determined than we've seen a few of the other drivers, a little bit more concentrated, and is certainly working up into that P5 position, and now needs to do the long run of getting up to the car ahead. He's got 14 seconds now to Jaden Munoz up ahead, and that is going to be certainly a stint's worth of work at best if he has some good pace in that car. And of course was 1/10 slow on that last lap, but now that he's in clean air and he's got the opportunity to get through the traffic himself, doesn't have to follow that race clutch car. Let's see if he can get a few tenths and try and chase down Williams.
He's talking a lot as well. I mean, like, even through corners and stuff, which, some drivers, you look at their face and they're locked in, literally, and not really too many expressions on their face, but it's always interesting to see when drivers find themselves in a position where they can just feel relaxed, chat about what's going on. Because I'll be honest, Cam, I was a chatty driver.
So you haven't been teammates with Lewis McGlade then? Because he's the complete opposite.
Oh,
Can't
I did
drive.
one race with him.
Can't talk.
And he'll tell you all about that, don't worry. You'll get a chance to talk about that with him.
Yeah, he can't talk. But so much so, actually, when I did a series of him, when we were on the formation lap, he would be like, "All right, bye," and then mute the micro, or mute the speakers, I should say. But I like talk, especially in endurance race. I do like talking. Keeps the brain sort of thinking as such, or at least having some music, something like that to keep going. I can't just drive like that. But if it's a sprint race, then yeah, it's got to be all about the concentration.
That is actually a good point. Sprint races, I do tend to find that that level of concentration that you need, it does tend to be that little bit higher. Back to the replay, we're going to have to go again. I'm not quite sure what this is for, but unfortunately I do know that Ole Steinbraten got tagged in it once more. So into the hairpin they're going to go. It's the LMP2 Apex Racing Team machine up the inside. Steinbraten even goes wide trying to give through, and unfortunately Danny Chivi-Charbot loses the rear end and contact's made.
How unlucky. It just hasn't been the day for Redline, has it? With the couple of GTPs, you can't forget, although there were personal mistakes, crashing. But let's see this one. So he goes wide of the apex, he's leaving him all the room in the world, and then, oh, hello, comes and spinning backwards in front of him. And it's just frustrating because you can't do anything until the car reverses out of the way. And that's another sort of 5+ seconds that he's lost for not a mistake of their own.
And again, if we had the button to do so, we break out the "You spin me right round" button, and one more indeed goes.
I can get
around.
on the mic if you want.
No, you see, Cam, your voice is probably too close to actually get a copyright strike for us. That's the problem. We need the rights to be able to do that. Louis Nager, by the way, gives us a very upright view of his sim room.
I love the border on that, by the way.
Right.
Yeah, the broadcast production is top quality, although it's not your fault with the vertical camera there. Also, it's about, I mean, that's got to be a good 10 feet away from his rig as well.
Some of these drivers sometimes do get reminded that, turn your camera into horizontal mode, and they forget. Just something that I'm remembering now to add to the regulations for the IMSA Esports Global Championship. 5-second penalty if your camera's vertical. Can you imagine the frustration that would cause? To be clear, that's a joke. That's a joke. Before I get angry DMs.
I mean, but if it's got to be done, it's got to be done, and drivers will do that to avoid the penalty. But you're right, vertical in this format of production, vertical is not the way to go. But I understand, because a lot of drivers, of course, they'll have webcams and stuff already set up for their own streams or that sort of thing. And obviously you generally can't use it for 2 outputs, so you have to get your phone or something just propped up. Oh no, the 90. This car's had a few issues since I've been on the mic, and there it goes again, round at turn 3, rejoining, go under, diving up the inside. That's a little bit awkward, and I wonder if there was contact with another car to get there.
Yes, but that is the driver that, we're seeing him make his first steps into the world of iRacing.
Is there damage on that car as well?
It does look like it's crab walking a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely some contact with something, whether that was the wall. Yeah, you could see that it was drifting, turning left for a right-handed corner. Oh no.
Yeah.
Turning right in a left-hander, that's not what you want to do.
Yeah, Thomas Laboudoulet, top-tier Gran Turismo racer usually. We saw him in the iRacing Raw in the LMP3 class, and in many ways opened my eyes to the speed that he has, the ability that he could bring to BS competition across the platforms. It's paired up with the flying Nicholas Boy as well. Don't think it's necessarily gone the way that would have wanted. Here's a look at how it went.
So this is the 2 Drago cars, isn't it? They're batting for P3 or so, all just getting contact on the rear right of the car. And I mean, it was a little bit late there coming into the apex of turn 3, but let's see this once again of just what the situation was. Could the Drago car do any more? Was it a bit, actually no, it was a little bit late, wasn't it? He did get there just about. Drago car was doing the best that he could, but certainly the LMP2 leaving it a bit late.
And then, as Johnny Vecchio said, thank you very much, I'll take that position away from the Drago car. You can see how close the Drago GTP got in its pursuit of trying to slide its way on forward. This is, by the way, been a really intriguing race. Don't go anywhere. Uninterrupted coverage across of all 12 hours here on the iRacing Esports Network, on RaceSpot TV, and hopefully be able to stay away from talking too much about what color is the Williams Esports car, because that one is grey and bluish. It's definitely not. What was Lewis saying? It was brown, right? He was actually saying that car was brown when it was orange. At Daytona,
it was a dodgy shade of orange.
Yes.
We will remind everyone of that. But then the thing is it blue or is it purple?
My eyes are hard at work right now.
It's got a twinge of purple in it for me. But then I used to think the old Toro Rosso livery, well, I guess in the V-carb livery that we've got now,
right,
was a little bit purple as well.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's just my eyes.
So I think what it is also the spec map, because the way, like right there, like as you see the back and the light gleams off, and once it goes a little bit more matte, it does look very purpley. It's blue.
Someone agrees.
It's blue other than that. I see what you're saying, for sure. And that's where the spec map's great, because you can do all these weird and unique things to make your car really pop across of different weather conditions. Now, I wanted to see if it's the same sort of pop on the LMP2 car, but there's a Lamborghini in the way, unfortunately.
Yes, as is the number 10 Marla Racing entry. I think it is the same to me. It looks the same color. They've
blue.
copied that across nicely.
It's a bit more blue than purple, though.
Yeah, it depends on the lighting. Yeah, the BenQ car is definitely purple, obviously, but this one's just that little bit more towards blue, but it's still on the cusp.
It's not a bad livery by any means. I think it's the grey that we're not sure about. That's the only thing.
Yeah, we're not saying it's bad by any means. Obviously the grey comes down to sponsors and that sort of thing as well, which is part of it, and just got to find the best way of getting it on the car.
Chill Blast White. That's how I remember it, Cam. Chill Blast White, not Chill Blast Grey. Chill Blast White.
Yeah, a bit of white would actually help that livery pop a little bit more, but I'm sure they'll work on it over the course of the upcoming races, because that's the good thing with obviously the special events as they go past the teammate there. There's plenty of races over the year for you to tweak these things.
And you say the teammate, 3 Williams Esports cars leading, and so LMP2 leader past the GTD leader as the cycle just continues now. Green flag pit stops in the dry. It's been great to have them for quite a while, and Don't forget that if you have popped this up on your TV or something and are watching via YouTube, well, don't worry. About 6 hours into this race, part 1 ends. We'll switch over to a part 2 stream. And if you're watching on RaceSpot TV, that should switch you over automatically. If you're watching on the iRacing YouTube page, you may have to click a button or two, but just keep in mind if you've got it popped up in the background that on RaceSpot TV, on Twitch, wherever you're watching, hopefully you'll be able to see us through the entirety of this race, out wide and onto the curb for your race-leading car. That's now only a handful of car lengths away from Daniel Lafuente and making that car 2 laps down from your race leader after an unfortunate set of circumstances has seen it drop away. That shot does look a little bit foggy though, and we are getting closer and closer, Cam, to that rain being on the horizon. I think we're now 45 or so minutes away.
Yeah, we certainly are, and the lap times are getting fast. VRS Coanda, number 8 Charlie Collins at the wheel, I believe, setting the fastest lap of the race on the last lap as well. So looking very fast at this stage, as the track is the driest that it's been. But as you're mentioning, Arjuna, it will certainly get wet once more, and especially there. Look at the cloud cover really going dull as we come down in towards the hairpin, and the drivers will be feeling that with the conditions changing all the time, every lap pretty much.
Yeah, these are the type of races where I'm very, very glad to be sitting in the commentary box, knowing that I don't have to go and be part of the chaos. Instead, we can just stay up here and stay out of all of it and watch on and see how it's going to unfold. Just trying to get a sense as well for how quickly that rain is going to go away, because I think that is going to, in many ways, kind of determine what sort of strategies teams and drivers are going to be looking at. It's partly cloudy right now. There's some overcast conditions on the horizon, and then we'll be very quickly back towards the less cloud situation. So it's really dynamic, it's ever changing, and you can already see just in the space of a lap or so just how much darker it has got. If we're only about 45 minutes away though, and GTP pit stops are starting right now, LMP2 pit stops are underway in some ways as well, it's pretty good timing for the prototypes, Cam. They'll be in right around the time of the rain.
But then it depends exactly when the best pit lap is and when the crossover is, and that could be a few laps either way. So it is a little bit awkward, but if you have to pit now, you don't really have much choice. Just go in, take a full tank of fuel, and then just see where it goes. However, any driver who may be going another 5-10 laps from now that needs their pit stop, maybe they could risk under-fueling the car in some way, maybe to try and gain a bit now, and, you know, take a bit of a gamble. But of course, if it backfires or the rain stays off, then you're just going to be losing out.
And look at that forecast as well. 45 minutes away, 72%. I'm not sure if that's chance of rain or area of the track that will see rain. Whatever the case is, though, 100%, 75 minutes or so from now. And then it's not far after that it's back down to 0. 30 minutes. Very, very quick. I don't think it's going to be worth a gamble to stay out on a set of dry compound tires, but if you've had a poor start to the race, if you're in the LMP2 class, for example, and you find yourself 42 seconds off of your race leader, in the case of the 003 that sits in second, you might think it's worth a gamble.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, because the difference between 45 and 105 is an hour. So that's a long time. And remember, even when it goes down to 0% chance of rain, the track still stays wet for, you know, half hour, 45 minutes, an hour after that. So there'll definitely be, you'll have to be on the wets for a decent amount of time, I would expect. So I am thinking that we are going to see at least 1 or 2 stints on those wet tyres, and that is where the drivers then earn their money, because the variables open up and the drivers definitely spread out a bit in terms of the lap time of the field. And there's a few other drivers, of course, coming into the pit lane now who will be on that bubble, namely the 696 Dominic Hoffman at the wheel of Drago in second place in the pit lane, and also the number 90 BS Competition is also down pit road. No, that's actually getting the damage repairs, aren't they? Sorry.
I think they've just left pit lane, so actually it's a good shout. They were stationary for a good 7 minutes and have been able to get the damage repair. One thing that I've seen a couple of chat messages noting is it does seem as though the rain lights for the prototypes have not been disabled, so it does seem as though iRacing still considers in some ways that this is a wet surface, and therefore those lights automatically being stayed on. Just a clarity as well, saw some people wondering about not having to go anywhere on different channels. If you're watching on Twitch, you're good. Twitch is not going anywhere. 12 hours, one stream. On YouTube, there are 2 streams, but if you're watching on RaceSpot TV, it will automatically switch you over, so don't worry, you also won't have to do anything. It's just because YouTube doesn't like it when we go for 12 hours in one straight shot, and I have the sense that, Cam, quite a few of the teams will be wanting at the end of this race to go back and watch the start back.
Oh, certainly. Being a wet weather start, the first wet weather start in an iRacing special event, and of course the chaos surrounding as well. So it's definitely going to be one to look back for. And yeah, unfortunately, if you just do a stream that's too long, it just never gets past the processing phase, and you can never go watch it back. And that is the best part of it. As much as we love the live content here, and of course we thank you for watching along live with us, but going back and watching back the moments in the future is often what we're coming back for.
Had some great finishes here in the past as well. When what year was that? Go back in time to 2020 when Red Bull Racing Esports won in the GTE class. There was, last lap drama in that respective win. We've had cars flipping through Sunset Bend as well. So never say never, and we're looking forward to that rain as well. Cam, you're going to get to enjoy that rain process as well, which I'll be honest, I think you're probably looking forward to, because in a lot of ways, since you joined back into these dry conditions, it's just been another special event, right, where everyone's just pounding around and there's no real battles out on track.
Yeah, I just got the very ends of the rain, and it was fairly dry, to be honest, already. Just by the time I came in, just the last few pit stops going back to the slick tyres. As we see Rankin there, of course, we saw him get into the pit lane. He's already done a stint, but certainly I'm looking forward to that crossover of going on to the wets, and choosing that lap that you go on is a very important one, because it also depends where you are on the circuit. If you're coming just past the pit lane, you might be just caught out a little bit, but if you're halfway around the track, it might be perfect timing, depending on when you want to come in. I
am getting word, apparently, that the track has got puddles, which is what is keeping those rain lights alive, which is also what is seeing the moisture, I think, occasionally be kicked up when the drivers go slightly off of the regular racing line. And so if you're curious about why we're seeing those lights, there's a little bit of information that will maybe help you out just a little bit. If you're watching on, by the way, and you're also racing, if you're out of the car and waiting to jump back in, tell us how your race is going. What sort of weather are you dealing with? Are you seeing dry conditions? Are you going to see rain? Because last I heard, the second split in this time slot's not going to get the rain that we're expecting in about 30 minutes time. So they, of course, are now on their own little strategy cycle to try and figure out as they work their way on through. What's the weather radar looking like? Not much yet. We're still waiting.
Yeah, I wonder how much the teams are winging this, as we are obviously in the first special event. As the years and the months go on now through the year, especially when we get some big events like this, the teams will start to learn and they'll start to work out the best way to do it. But right now, potentially they don't quite know how they want to go for it, and potentially that might obviously open up the opportunity for some teams to make some mistakes. And if we ever see, maybe there's going to be a point where it's only going to rain for 10-15 minutes, someone is going to end up staying out on the slick tyres, and that could always be a bit of an interesting strategy call. Although I do think it's going to rain long enough this time around that we will see everyone dive down into pit lane. But as ever, the gaps will close up and they'll open up depending on exactly how. And also, it depends how much fuel you've got in the car as well. Because if you're at the end of a stint, you might be like, oh, it's perfect timing, I can come in. But then you actually have to take a lot more fuel than someone who is coming in and they've still got half a tank left.
On board with Vlad Kimichev as we see the cutting through traffic. Josh Ladd has just brought the race leading car down towards pit lane. Basically, I'm waiting for the weather radar to show the storm cell, in effect, that we're going to be dealing with, because that will dictate, like you say, how long the rain is going to last, for how heavy it's going to be, etc., etc., etc. And like you say, winging it. We're not magic forecasters up here. We don't have certainty about what's coming. We just have probabilities, and working forward from there. I mean, Kimichev right now is just wheeling this Acura in ways that, I'll be honest, was doing some laps in this GTP in very, very torrential rain. And some of the going through that double left-hander, for example, it's crazy how when you just hit a puddle, you're suddenly all sorts of out of shape. This dry condition, it looks so easy by comparison to what these drivers have got to figure out. And I wonder moving forward, right, as the drivers understand more about the system, are they ever going to actually feel confident in their knowledge of the system, or is it going to be a bit more unexpected, and are we going to see a bit more of an equalizing, momentum in these special events moving forward?
I think it comes down to what you mentioned, was that it's probability. There's never the certainty of it, and that will always just have that little bit of anxiety for the strategists, because they don't quite know. Strategists want everything, lined up, all the I's, all the T's crossed, all the I's dotted, and just have everything sorted when you come into a race or into a situation. So if you then start having those uncertainties, it is certainly a little bit more difficult. But as you say, the teams will reverse engineer the system. They'll work out how they can most likely predict it. They'll work out certain signals that you get, maybe something to do with the clouds, something to do with the track, that makes them know exactly what is going to happen and when is the right time, when is the crossover point. But again, that just comes with data and time. So I do think as it goes on, it will even it out just a little bit more.
Looking forward to seeing as well when we get to something VCO Infinity coming up on April the 20th, so not far away, less than a month away. If you're unfamiliar with the concept, it's a 24-hour event, but not one race. It's instead 24 individual races, 5 tracks, 5 cars, multiple drivers. It's a lot of fun. And we are going to have rain for all of that this year, so make sure that you're following us on VCO Esports. Entries have already closed for that, unfortunately, if you're thinking that sounds great and you'd like to be a part of it, but you'll be able to watch and see all the fun, as we'll have a monster field of almost 55 teams racing across those changing conditions, and changing conditions that are then going to jump around from track to track and also depend on what car you're racing in, Cam, because I'm not going to spill too much, but 5 cars, not all of them are going to be rain, activated.
Oh, that would be an interesting one. Have a car that doesn't have wet tyres.
Well, no, it means that you can't have rain at all. Just to be clear.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
That's what I mean. So some races you have the chance of rain, and some you won't have them at all.
Okay, that's good. 'Cause I was thinking, what happens if the car doesn't have wet tyres? But yeah, certainly. That's going to be a fun event. I really, really enjoyed it. In fact, I believe you and me actually did the last couple of races at the first VCO Infinity. That was really good fun. Can't wait to see how that is going to work out. And if you're right with what you're saying, because I saw the team list that got published recently, 55 teams. There is going to be a load of carnage. And with it being obviously 24 individual races, you have 24 race starts, you have 24 lap ones, and that of course opens the door for some dive bombs and also some big crashes.
And also for us to lose our voices because we have to shout about 24 individual race starts. So that's an event that's hard on the commentators. We don't care about the drivers, it's just hard on the commentators.
Poor us.
Poor us indeed. 44 seconds, we'll just re-emphasize. That's the margin at the front of this LMP2 class. Williams Esports Chill Blast have waltzed away and in danger of putting the entire class at this point 1 lap down as we near another half hour being ticked away and getting closer and closer to the rain on the horizon. Forecast still doesn't show that the cell just yet, so we don't get a good sense for its size, but it's something we will be keeping an eye on, as we mentioned. So a question about what the next special event is. We're heading off to Road America for a vintage IMSA Stordom event. The Road America 500 will see us break out that Nissan GTP, the 4-wheel drive Audi GTO, and I'll be honest, Cam, covering that last year, it quickly became one of my favorite races of the year.
I do like it when we get these different events. Of course, we love the endurance format, the IMSA format that we've got through most of these events over the course of the year. But when we go to something just a little bit different, I think that's what most of these special events are about. Because, obviously it's called a special event for a reason. It's got to be something that's a bit different. It's got to be either big in stature or big in terms of the format. And I definitely like the fact that we're trying out these different things. Of course, coming in last year with that one. And I think that is going to stay on the calendar for many more years to come.
as well as the hopeful Martinsville MX500 to be a staple for many years to come. I still am amazed that that has gone from a sim racing event put on, of course, by the great Moonhead himself, to something that they now have not only tested in the real world, but considering going and doing an actual race there. And oh wait, we're going to have a special event with that combo. Martinsville MX-5s. Sign me up, please.
Yeah, I remember seeing a stream of that like years ago and thinking, what on earth is this absolute nonsense on the internet? But I love it. I love wacky formats like that, and hopefully, that can continue, because of course sports cars are fun for what they are. But the fact that in sim racing you can do basically any combination of anything that you'd like within, the limitations of the platform that you're on, I think we might as well try some cool things that might not necessarily be real world events just yet.
Like you said, we need to have some fun. Sim racing can be all about the sim as well, but we've got to remember that we can break free of the confines of physics and do interesting things along the way as well. So let's take advantage of that opportunity, and that is why I made the case that we need to have there needs to be a format where it's 55 cars enter. You let them have 2 or 3 laps to run normally, and then you stop one lap after another, disqualifying the last car that is still running, and so it's a proper elimination race.
Ooh, okay. I've heard of formats like that. I've never actually seen it like in practice though. So I do wonder how that would work, because obviously initially, especially if there's 55, if you're in the top 30, you're not going to care in the first half an hour of the race. That would be. But then it would start to get very, very interesting when you get to the top drivers and then they start having to make some pretty dodgy moves.
Like you said, I think it has the potential to be very interesting. It also has the potential, let's be honest, to be full of carnage and chaos, depending on what track you pick. Race leader in from GTT, so Louis Nagy going to give up the number 1 spot to the Mahler Racing Team car that Felix Quirmbach is behind the wheel of. Should only be a couple of laps offset, though, in terms of the stints on either side, so don't expect it to be a large difference and a big delta between them in terms of strategy. Now, Mahler Racing Team gap had started to open up as a bit of lighter fuel had helped the Williams Esports car just begin to stretch the legs out there, and I think we're going to get the sense that probably going to be a full pit stop here from Louis Nagy, knowing the amount of time we have to get to the rain. He's now waiting to go 35.6, so not entirely full. That would be about a 42-second stop, but about as close as he could get without getting into the rain itself.
Yeah, I think they probably just took a little bit out, but I still think that you need to take more than you would expect. Don't cut it too close, because you don't want to be having to come in too early. But also when you stop, you're then going to have to take that fuel as well. So you'd actually then want to have the fuel in the tank already, so then when you go onto the wets you have a shorter stop. So it's all these games that you're trying to balance out as the two teammates in the different classes go side by side once more, coming through turns 3, 4, 5 there. But certainly they at least decided to, what would that be? That's about a 7th or 6th of the tank that they've taken out.
Yes, and by the way there, were you trying to make a pun there?
No.
You almost did the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Da, da, da. Anyway, we're getting off topic here. It's endurance racing commentary. Well, you just got it. You got that little melody stuck in my head there for a second. Is it what? Who is that? Is that S Club or something? S Club 7.
I'm.
Do you even know what I'm talking about here, Cam?
Well, I'm trying to think. There's a song that I used to sing as a kid, but I'm trying to wrap my. I mean, it was a long time ago now, so I'm trying to go through my brain 20 years ago. But I can't remember.
That is Mambo No. 5 lyrics that apparently I couldn't remember the song to. Come on, you know the song. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody in the car. So come on, let's ride. There you go. Be careful, you get us copyrighted. You'll get us copyrighted with your great singing skills.
Yeah, it's finally come to my brain. Yes.
It would help if I had A, known the song name, and B, known the melody properly. But yes.
And that was at the school discos back in the day when I was like 7 years old.
So you are of a similar generation to me in terms of the music we grew up with.
Early 2000s, the
yeah,
best.
You didn't grow up listening
era.
to Miley Cyrus, did you?
No, I didn't, because I mean, just not my thing. But that was also, was that a little bit later, maybe?
That's a little bit later. That's what it is.
All I remember was Wrecking Ball when I was in like year 10 or something at school. Sorry.
Yes, that is another line that I often break out in the pun list. Miley Cyrus, firm favorite here on Racebot TV when it comes to the puns.
Yeah, I'm sure she's watched many of the broadcasts.
Firm favorite
of sim racing. Has loads of time for that.
You say that, but who? There is a celebrity that Williams have been working with. I spend too much time on social media and also too little time, so that I know plenty, but it just doesn't stay in my memory. But like, there's like a major Hollywood actress or something that, you know, Williams have set her up with a sim rig and everything. Absolutely loves it, you know. Sim racing's for everybody. It's not just for people that don't touch grass.
A lot of sim racers do touch grass in other ways, though, as we've seen today. But
nice.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the point that you're mentioning about the fact that it's for everyone is really true, because the amount of times that you have like one of your mates come around your house and they'll see the rig and they'll be like, oh, I can have a go on that or whatever. They can't drive it to save their life, but they see the idea of it and see why it would be fun. But obviously, it's just one of those things that snowballs. You start doing a few fun races, then you get, you know, online, you get your iRating up a little bit, you hit like 2K iRating, you're like, oh my god, and then before you know it, you're in one of these special events a few years later and you're trying to race for money. So it can get a bit out of control, but I think we're in a good place.
Yes, we are in a very, very good place. Where are we in the race situation? I see a couple of cars down on pit lane. Grid goes 003 on a cock in the Dallara LMP2 is stationary and just waiting to get his marching orders to roll once again. Lights flashing there from Louis Nash. I'm not quite sure what that was about, but it's still, he's now out there for what will be his third lap. Still waiting to see a handful of cars up front dive down to pit lane. I've already seen Drago come in, Aaron Vasquez, Manuel Troncoso back out there on track. Felix Kornbach's onto the 28th lap of his run.
Yes, looking to stretch that out a little bit more, and depending on what he does with the fuel, he might be actually able to, because he's still out longer, might be able to fuel up a bit less and save a few seconds back, which could be crucial in that battle that he's having up there for the lead of GTD. So this might be slightly turning in their favour. Just depends how they want to rock this, because if they go obviously back with a full tank of fuel, then they'll actually end up losing time compared to the Williams car.
See, now, one thing I have also just realized is that, you know how the Mahler Racing team have this love triangle where sometimes it's a BS competition car and sometimes it's a Williams car?
Yeah.
Hypothetically, if you didn't know that the Mahler Racing team car was a BS competition car today, if Mahler technically won GTD, you could still somehow claim that Williams Esports were somewhat winning in all three of the categories if it was to play out that way. I still think that they've got a great chance, of course, with Louis Nager and the Williams Esports BenQ car. We're just going to have our fun along the way. Stationary for Kornbach, up on the jacks, 4 fresh Michelin tires going on, and I would suspect it's going to be a similarly shorter stop like we saw from the number 13.
I'm interested as to how short it's going to be. What did you say was 35?
Yes.
So let's see, already obviously down on the floor for the tyres, but what is it going to be on the fuel number? Are they going to react? Are they going to try something themselves, or are they just going to sit there and take the fuel? That is going to be the important factor. It looks like they've at least gone with more fuel, so it's not going to be less. They've gone for a full tank.
That's not the first time they've elected to do this, so clearly, remember, the rain percentage chance that we saw wasn't actually 100%. Maybe Mahler have this confidence that the initial rain may not be as heavy as what we saw at the start, and maybe that's what they're thinking about. The wind does seem to be quite strong as well, so let's take a quick look at, oh yes, 34 kilometers an hour, and that's going to be gusting in different directions. Right now it's blowing easterly. I can see some southeasterly winds as well, but you go into the future and it completely crisscrosses and goes southwesterly, so especially when you're trusting downforce in the prototype cars, Cam, got to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, that's enough to start making the car a little bit upset in certain corners. But do we know yet if the wind affects how the weather comes into the track? Because of course in real life it physically obviously moves the clouds. So I wonder if that will affect the timing or the just the way that the weather comes back to us.
Good question. And the answer is I have no idea. I hope the teams have a better idea though.
Because, for instance, you had your radar, if it's coming in, say, west to east like it was previously, but then the wind turns and starts going back westerly, then surely it's going to push the clouds away, or is that just too easy thinking for me?
No, you are thinking. At least that is the important thing. That is not a frozen.
It's dangerous.
It's not a frozen weather radar, by the way. That is very much just no rain on the horizon just yet. So we are waiting eagerly, probably 30 minutes or so at most before we start to see the first impacts of the rain. Although, wait, I've just totally bungled up something here, haven't I? What time is it in sim right now?
It's 1:58.
Yeah, do you know what time the rain's actually scheduled to first come?
Oh, no.
Oh, 3:15.
3:15. So what, we've got an hour and 15 minutes.
So, yes.
Ooh, so you will be gone by the time we get the rain coming back into it. And it does look like the track is pretty much completely dried up. So that is a bit of a shame for the drivers, getting only one stint or so on the slick compound tyres, or at least at full pace, because the pace really has increased since since it sort of completely dried up about half hour, 45 minutes ago. But they'll have to adapt once more and get back into that. But one thing actually perfectly is they come on screen, that number 10 machine. Well, I think it was, though, as much as they've lost extra time now, I mean, they're obviously quite far behind, 15 seconds behind now. So they've lost another 10 seconds, but they have more fuel in the car. So when they come in next time, they'll then have to take less if they come in before the end of this stint.
No, that's what I
but
was...
obviously, they're not going to, so it'll be on the next stint. But
That's what I was thinking. I think Williams have actually slightly compromised themselves here because they're going to need to come in before we think the rain's going to arrive.
oh, yeah, that's true. Because if it is an hour and a bit, that's why Marla did it, because maybe they're not to say saving fuel, but they're going to try and go over that hour anyway.
Right.
So they might get there just to the start of the rain.
So, yeah, and that is where I think... I don't think this is... Marla just did the thing they had to do. They're probably still going to be at least, like we said, 5, 10, 15 minutes early into their box. Will they just come in, splash some fuel into the car, and then come back in and do a fuel service when the rain arrives? I mean, it will all...
The calculator's being smashed right now.
Yeah. Which calculator are we talking, Cam, here? Be specific.
Both, I think, physical and also on a spreadsheet.
Oh, I was talking TI-84, the classic. Still have mine from high school somewhere, you know?
TI-84.
Did you not have to use one of those horrendous things in high school and college?
No, I need to Google this as we're speaking.
I used to have to game.
Oh yes, one of them. Yeah, I didn't know that was the name of it. Yeah, had to use one of them.
Yeah, everyone knows what a TI-84 is.
Yes.
And I hope that you were fortunate enough to have the version that you could put games on it, because that was what made math classes at least somewhat enjoyable, at least initially. Again, spreadsheets probably hard at work as well. We're just tracking, by the way. Charlie Collins is really close on Vlad Kimichev. And one thing that we were kind of told by Primožov Lemonik, Cam, was that the Porsches maybe not going to be so strong in the rain. They are looking strong, though, in the dry. Only now 13 seconds off the lead. If we only get an hour's rain from now to the end of this race, there's only 2 Porsches in the field. They could both be contenders.
And we saw this, I think, back at Daytona as well, where they were one of pretty much the only Porsches, I think it was actually Apex maybe that had the other Porsche, but they were very fast indeed. So it's interesting that it's not used so much. A lot of Acuras out there, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are slow and they're coming in, especially Charlie Collins. Since he's been in that car, he's been very fast. We mentioned he had the fastest lap of the race, although actually that was just slightly beaten by half a tenth from Josh Ladd since then, but still the pace is looking very good, and I wouldn't be surprised if he is going to be just getting that second place and then trying to catch down the number 6.
I think Kimichev feeling enough pressure that he actually made a move on that PGZ car, more just trying to put some more space between the two of them and give him a bit more breathing room as they fire it off in towards Sunset Bend. And I did call it the corner of a million lines, and it really does feel like that when you go through it. You can find so many different ways to enter and exit. You just have to make sure you get off the corner as effectively as you can. Defending race winners, by the way, just a random stat that I popped into my mind. Urano Esports won with Dominic Hoffman and Danny Lorenzo last year. Now, Hoffman's, of course, part of the Drago racing car in that 696. Danny Lorenzo's in the BMW M Team BS competition entry that I believe has officially, it's not retired, but it's 94 laps down, so it's as close to being retired as you can get. That's GTP, LMP2, Apex Racing Team, Michele Costantini. That car, unfortunately, now at the very back of the order. He's in the car and running in 13th. Elvis Rankin, who, of course, is part of the Coanda crew, but in that second car that's in 5th in class. And then GTD, Vecchio and Steinbratten. Now, I believe that they've, of course, been split up into 2 different cars, but it is interesting to see how the fortunes have kind of gone in 2 different directions for all of the defending race winners.
Yeah, it's it just shows you the lottery that we have, I guess, in sim racing. Obviously, quite a few of those drivers swapping teams since then, since last year, and then obviously the race is just going slightly differently. So it shows you, the cookie crumbles one way, and sometimes the track decides its winner, and it's not always just on your fault. Having said that, obviously, like with the red line cars today that were going up towards the front in GTPs, both of them crashed themselves in solo mistakes, so it can happen, but racing is certainly difficult, and that is why we come for these long races, because it's all about getting the car to the end first and foremost, and also with a bit of speed as well.
Did you watch much of last weekend's 12 Hours of Sebring in the real world, Cam?
Unfortunately not, no.
It's okay. It was a busy weekend in the world of motorsport, so I don't blame you. And I'm sure you had other things on your agenda that weren't motorsport related as well. But it was one of those races where we had a lot of cautions, but it's so engrossing. There's something about Sebring where it just keeps you on the edge of your seat to the very end. Finished under caution, yes, but it finished under caution because it was building and bubbling to a finish that was going to boil on over. And we've seen side-by-side contact on the last lap in plenty of races here before. Not the last lap, still 8 hours and 20 minutes to go as Collins to the inside and Sir Charles can't find a way on through.
And not just yet, but there was a few little wiggles there from Kimichev coming through turns 3, 4, for instance, and this has really opened up the door for the number 8 machine to really think about a move now already and getting very close. I mean, he's almost pushing. When you stay this close, that just proves that you are fast at this point in the race. Maybe diving it down the inside in towards Tower, not quite enough. Kimichev does make the apex nicely, and the gap opens up by car length or so. So Collins is certainly faster, but he's got to put his car in a perfect place to do it, because he's obviously not, just going to walk over him, the very fast driver that Kimichev is, but certainly Collins is looking strong.
I wonder what the pace is compared to Josh Ladd. Like you mentioned, Ladd was able to bring the fastest lap back to the number 6 entry that leads in class, but is it consistent speed from Collins that could see him once he gets past? He's going to be allowed to get on through as well. Kimichev doesn't fight it. Sir Charles to second, Coanda to second in the Porsche as well. And now the topic at hand for them, close that lead that they've got, especially with the rain on the horizon. Jink to the inside through traffic as they come to the line.
And it can change around very quickly, and certainly does. And Collins now needs to try and chase down maybe a little scuff of the wall there on the inside as he continues to push his way through, and this is looking good, really good indeed for the number 8 machine, as they've got the speed in the car at this moment in time. They're just going to find that on the track now and try to pull away. On the previous lap, of course, they were battling, but they were still only a 10th slower than the number 6 despite all of that. So this is looking very, very good. And Collins has been on, has been on something since he's got in the car, because he's really sort of turned this race around for them.
How do you like the nickname, by the way, Sir Charles?
Oh, I love it.
It's not bad, right?
I mean, he's not quite old enough for that in many ways, but in terms of racing performance, he's certainly earned that. Well,
okay, so this is the thing. We're trying to come up with more nicknames for the drivers because, quite frankly, we want to make them, we want the viewers to be able to attach to a nickname, right? Sometimes there's long names, there's lots of them. 10K Benica, for example,
we always used to say Tenke Beneke because it used to sit a little and sound a little bit better, but it's just those sort of things. So we're coming up with nicknames. The only reason why he's called Sir Charles is because, Cam, we were trying to come up with a way to differentiate Bryn Collins from Charlie Collins, of course, the siblings, and so we decided Charlie's older, and instead of calling them Chollins and Brolins, which, you know, I guess it works, we've decided Sir Charles, and we still haven't quite come up with a nickname for the young whippersnapper that is Bryn Collins.
Yeah, that is a bit more of a tricky one. Sir Charles works very nicely, and it's enough to differentiate though, because as soon as you hear Sir, you know which one that you're talking about. So that's good. I do like the idea though, actually, of getting some nicknames, because getting a bit more personality for the drivers is always a good thing. Trying to get some following in behind them, because well, at the end of the day, they're the ones that you're watching. You've got to have someone that you're rooting for. A lot of time it does come down to the team, maybe a certain livery or a certain. Maybe it's just a team that's winning at a certain time you try and follow, but yeah, a few nicknames I think is quite good as well.
So take a look on board with Sir Charles Collins. We're going to need to come up with an official, by the way, procedure for knighting people in the world of sim racing. A very prestigious award that we're only going to give away to a handful. And the thing is as well, you know, we have the VCO Simmies, and, you know, it's a great way to celebrate, you know, the community in a lot of ways. But much like in motorsport, only, you know, one person can win. And so that's where I feel like we should recognize through some of these things that so many talented drivers, so many great races over and series, and so much that we have over the course of the year. We should have an accompaniment to the Simi Awards, which is meant to be like less serious. I haven't quite figured out what we should call it. Not the Silly Awards, because, you know, that doesn't sound very prestigious.
I'm trying to think what name you could go, but that's an interesting one, because then that comes into the point of celebrating the people who don't win in that regard. So it depends how you want to look at it, because there can only be 3 winners in this race and only 1 overall winner. And at the end of the day, as the famous saying goes, if you're not first, you're last. And that is very, very true, because you were talking about the winners. First of all, of course, the winners get the entry to the IMSA Sports Championship, but they're the ones also that go into the history books and go onto the wall, and they're the ones that we look at. We don't remember who came second. We don't write down who came second in these races.
You don't?
Well,
Sorry.
I'm sure they're written down somewhere, but what it means, we never bring it up really.
No, you're right. At the end of the day, you know, even go back to Daytona last year with the controversy we had in the real world, right, where it wasn't until months afterwards that things came out about Meyershank Racing and the way that the traction control system and whatnot was working, whatever. They're still technically the winners, even though, you know, there's an asterisk next to the win. Still technically going to go down in the history books, and that's how it will be remembered. And so that's why so many teams are always pushing to the limits as well, right, to get as much out of it as possible. Let's go back to GTD now that Coanda Sir Charles has made the pass happen, because Louis Nager is building that margin slowly over Felix Quirnbach. It's up to 13 seconds right now. There is the Lamborghini that's got some GTP cars trying to slip up its inside. Fiercely Forward going to be defending from your race-leading Williams Esports Chill Blast car as it goes 1 lap down. Heavier car maybe for the Marla machine. It's not giving up that much time just yet. You'd have thought that Louis Nager would have wanted to make up some more ground at this point.
Yeah, of course, you always want the gap to be as big as possible, but I think it's solid where it is. We just need to see how it develops over the next few laps to see exactly if there's too much to worry about. On the previous lap, they were almost identical. Just a 1/100th of a second difference between them on lap time. So I think the pace is good for them at this point. But you have to remember, they are on less fuel than the number 10 at this time. So that might just alter things ever so slightly if they were to be back on level fuel again. But it's now just a game of when the rain comes, then how this shorter tank is going to fall in with the pit number.
We have a nickname, by the way, for Louis Nager.
I mean, that's how
bad.
most people will say it.
Exactly.
Say his name, to be honest.
So it's not bad.
Has he ever had a plane style crash?
That's what I was worried about. Hopefully it's not a premonition, right, that he's going to be space shuttle status today. Instead, it's a premonition that his speed is just going to be such a rocket ship that he's going to propel them to the front, right? Right?
Yeah, I mean, we are in Florida, though we are in Central rather than being on the East Coast. But we are certainly close enough for him to be whisked over there very quickly if he wants to go to Cape Canaveral.
Yeah, actually, that is something that, you know, when I was at Daytona this year for the 24, genuinely there was like, while we were there was a question between some of my friends, is there a rocket launch? That would be cool to go see. Because I'm pretty sure a couple of years ago there was a rocket launch that you could actually see during the race itself or something. So cool things like that. And if you like cool things, very off topic, but the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, next month in April, there's going to be a total solar eclipse in the US. And the path goes directly over Indianapolis. And so NASA's going up to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They're going to have an event. I think they're actually even letting people camp on the infield grounds. That sounds like a lot of fun, being at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and seeing a bunch of science stuff.
That is pretty cool. And what are the chances of that as well? That is that's ridiculously small. But yeah, I remember seeing where I saw an image of that come up where the path went over that part of the country. That would be pretty cool actually. I wonder, obviously I won't be able to go over there myself being in the UK, but I wonder how busy that event would be, because surely just going to that track itself would be an amazing event, let alone seeing something that happens very, very rarely.
I think they're actually going to have an Indy car run around the track at some point as well. So like, you're not just getting the space stuff. You're gonna get some race cars as well. I think I saw a list of drivers: Ed Carpenter, Will Power, Alex Rossi, and even TK, Tony Kanaan, who I'm sure is racing in the 12 Hours of Sebring here on iRacing if he's free. Going to be there, so that should be a lot of fun. And I'm actually quite disappointed that even though I'm a little bit closer to that than Cam, the first time this year that I'll get to go to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is going to be for the 500 this year. We're on board with Lasse Urainen and the Team PGZ car on the charge, trying to hunt down WSR Esports butt kicker Lucas Prada, who sits in third spot, final spot on the podium.
I was just thinking what you mentioned about TK. Is he not over at Thermal this weekend with McLaren, do you reckon?
He is. Good point.
For the $1 million challenge.
You might still be racing, you know. You might still just have, you might have a rig in one of the members, garages or something. You're just like, let me go do a couple of hours when I'm bored.
What has happened? Max did that he raced from the hotel room a couple weeks ago, didn't he? So it's certainly possible if you really care about it that much.
Yeah, for people wondering what we're talking about, Max Verstappen, who was a sim racer first and then a Formula One driver, it turns out.
We had him first.
Not only did we have him first, but clearly we're his priority, because the night before the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix, what was Max doing at like 3 in the morning apparently? Playing iRacing from his hotel room.
I don't actually see what wheel or what setup did he have. I need to try
I'm pretty sure, don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure that Max is legitimately in his hotel room using a controller.
A controller?
Yes.
Okay, I was going to say, because I know he's a Formula 1 driver. He's probably got he does have his own plane and all this sort of stuff. But to transport like a whole rig or some sort of semi-decent equipment with him just seems a little bit unreasonable.
A little bit, but it was hilarious. There was an interview that came out that Max Verstappen did earlier this week where he said the first thing he does when he lands in a new hotel is he'll go to the hotel desk and say, where's your faster Wi-Fi?
I mean, it's important. I mean, you know this as well. Myself and Lewis, who will be coming back shortly as well. When we're away from home, you've got to care about the internet. It's very important, especially in the style of job that we have.
Yeah, I totally did not do a broadcast from Daytona Beach, literally from the beach, from a slightly dodgy hotel internet connection for the penultimate round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, whatever it was. But, the lengths that we go to make sure that you can hear our voices. This camera shot, by the way, has shown that in the dry there is a lot more grip than what these LMP2 runners have, of course, in the wet, especially with some of the surfaces that they can run off onto. You can see as well how the lap times, lap 116 and 117, it's almost 7/10 in total that Urainen was able to close on Prada as they bounce over the really bumpy Sunset Bend. He's closed and now instantly found himself running the same speed as the car in front.
Yeah, this is nice. The battle's coming back into it as the 23 tries to hold on to that podium place, but PGZ coming for them as they work their way through this first sector of the track. Got to be, of course, still careful of these bumps. It might be dry, but the challenges still remain around this track, and that is why it is one of the most exciting races that we come to here for the 12 hours. Gets closer and closer down towards the hairpin, but not quite close enough, but certainly putting the pressure. Just a little look to the inside there and braking late, really trying to work his way through.
See as well, they're just picking up a little bit of the gravel on the exit of the hairpin. They're just trying to straight line a little bit. These drivers all understand the fastest lines and distances to really take around the track. 1 second's been eaten into the gap, by the way, for the GTD leader, so suddenly Felix Quernbach maybe has a bit of impetus. It seems as though maybe Vlad Kimichev ran a bit wide in his Drago Racing 696 because he's lost some ground to Charlie Collins on the run down towards Le Mans, and that gap's opened up to 2 seconds in the short run that they had, but the lead margins opened even further, so Josh Ladd doing a great job. Now 15 almost seconds clear of this fight for second.
Yeah, I wonder if there was just a bit of traffic assign because there was a second on the previous lap. The difference in lap time, of course, the way of Williams being a second a lap faster, so the speed is really there from Josh Ladd. Of course, Charlie Collins as well. He's been having that. He's brought it back a little bit on this lap, just 2/10 loss, but still 2 laps in a row being slow, as we're going to see a replay here. Got the Audi running wide, bit of contact there with the BS competition car and getting sent into the barrier on the right-hand side of the track. And I'd like to see this again with just how much they slid wide. Of course, BS competition taking the risk on the outside line there. And there was a lot of space, up against the wall, and of course the Audi just running a little bit wide there.
So that was Fira, who were running up inside of the top 6. I don't think they lost position as a result, but Matthias Stuckbeck goes for a bit of a loop. I think he minimized the damage, and that was Danny Lorenzo, who again I mentioned 94 laps down. I don't think he necessarily did too much wrong, was just running his line as you're often asked to do so. Team PGZ have finally been able to crack the 3rd position though, as Lucas Prada drops to 4th, and all 8 seconds back from 2nd spot, almost a full minute, yes, a full minute off of the race leader, and we're only going on about 4 hours complete in this one.
What speed, what domination there from the 55. And I know it's been a tough and a tricky race, but that is a lot bigger gap than you'd expect if you compare that to the GTPs, to the GTDs as well. You got 12, maybe 15 seconds, let's say, for the top 3. But to go up towards a minute, I mean, that's just showing you that there's really just a difference in class at this moment in time, and a difference in, I guess, consistency as well.
I will be stepping out of the commentary booth in about 6 minutes' time. I will be watching on for the next 4 hours and then jumping back in to hopefully see a little bit of rain. But at least with the forecast right now, we've been talking about how we're expecting just a little bit of rain in a bit. It hasn't really started to pop its head up just yet. Probably going to do so in around the next 20, 30 minutes or so, and then we'll start to figure out how big the cell is going to be. What I can say is after this downpour, or whatever you want to say, that we're going to get, until about 6:15 p.m., so about 4 hours from now, Cam, there's no more rain scheduled.
Oof. Okay. I mean, I guess the forecast does change fairly rapidly, and I'm going to say it's the wind. I'm going to say it's the winds, the big gusts of wind that we've got. They are blowing the rain away from the track. We'd be ashamed not to see a little bit more rain in the race, of course, because that is obviously what we're here for now, and it does bring some variables into the race for the teams to hotly contest for. But if it stays dry, then of course it is now down to the drivers on track for them to try and find the speed and start pushing the limits.
Some people will know that sometimes we do predictions here on RaceSpot TV. Now, I stayed away from predictions for this one because A, we didn't know exactly who was going to end up being in top split. I think B, the reality was as well, we had no idea what the forecast was going to be. And 50 started. I think we had 38, 39 still left running. Attrition has played its part in a different way than normal, coming up on that 1/3 mark of this race. Drivers now just hoping to settle in and dial in. We've talked about this a little bit already over the course of 2024 special events, but Cam, I'm of the opinion, and you tell me if you disagree with me, 12 hours. You only need 2 drivers to do a 12-hour race.
Oof. I still think you need 3. You can do 2, but I still think you need 3, in my opinion. But then I guess it depends who the drivers are, because as you were mentioning earlier about previous winners, they were two driver teams. But yeah, I don't know. I just always feel like doing that sort of 2 on 2 off, 2 on 2 off can be a bit brutal. But then I guess maybe these drivers are better than me, so that's a difference.
Oh, I hope they're better than us. Otherwise, we should go down there and join them in the fun. It's still crazy for me to think that Cam, as I'm wrapping up my first stint here on this 4 hours, first 4 hours of the race, my last serious attempt at a special event, I say serious being, I put 90 minutes at most of practice into it the night before, was the 12 hours of Sebring back in 2020. And how much it's changed since then. The fact that I was in top split then is still silly. And I shouldn't have been. Yes, I was top split and I qualified 1 second off of Josh Rogers in the terrible Corvette Daytona prototype that we had back then. Very proud of that, and that's why I had to bring it up. But so much has changed. We've gone through evolution in cars, right? Gone from that Daytona prototype over to the LMP2 as the leading class for so long, and now 4 of these GTPs. GTD has gone through its changes in the years since as well. And then there's iRacing and everything that's changed in the 4 years around that too.
It's been a big 4 years in many ways for sim racing, for not just the reasons of that, but also we had the whole racing from home stuff that we'll try and avoid, bring up the memories of that and the reasons why. But certainly it was, or has been, an interesting 4 years. A lot of good forward momentum has been, and of course there's been a lot of development from not just iRacing, but all the sims out there as well, all the equipment companies as well, the hardware, software companies, putting a lot of effort in, and it has really, really gone places. And I do like the fact that we've got all these updated cars as well, as you say, because we had that HPD for a long time. Also, the other, I can't remember the exact name of the other car, the other one that we had in there as well. So they've changed over the time, and now we've got a very much up-to-date system.
HPD, what an open wheel car that was. Still miss that, to be honest.
It was a lot of people's favourite cars for many reasons.
Because it drove in a way where you had downforce, yes, but you had to drive it with your feet. At least that's how I found the most out of it. And yeah, I got into that car very late in its cycle, just as we had LMP1 cars at that point as well. And so I did an SEO season. That was really crazy. LMP1, LMP2, and GTE. I mean, endurance racing is all so crazy, and it's good to see the levels just continue to rise as well. And we're not talking I-rating inflation here. We're just talking about proper strength of competition, Cam. I mean, like, you look at the 50 cars that entered this race, and I'm not going to go as far to say that any one of the 50 could have probably won the race, but you couldn't really come in and say, right, one team, like Williams right now, would be the dominant favorite.
Yeah, I am surprised that we have seen this this domination. I mean, it's been for a year and a half now with those guys, because apart from that, it's so much of a lottery, and to have that last sort of half a tenth of the lap that you need to be as dominant as they have is very, very, very interesting. They're clearly putting ridiculous amounts of time and effort to get to that, because all of the teams putting in effort, all of them have either part or full-time drivers that are trying to work out the things of the car, how to go fast. And obviously there's so much historical data now as well, but they have strategists in there. They've got engineers trying to go as fast as they can. So it is very, very surprising to see that there's just a couple of teams that stand out, but they really are just, I guess, nailing everything, and also driving well too. They're not succumbing to any sort of pressure.
Seems as though we're seeing another round of driver changes as well then, as it's going to be a certain Josh Rogers that jumps in to replace Sir Charles that gets out of that car as we cross over now officially into the 4 hours complete, 8 hours left mark in this race, and get ready to bring Lewis McLean in just a few moments time. Rogers going to be off and away. Already has seen Race Clutch make their trip down towards pit lane. They're one lap down though, so don't keep in mind on them just yet. Rogers going to now be the one tasked with having to do the transition, Cam, and that's an important thing, right? Understanding how the grip's going to change.
Exactly, and the ones to adapt fastest obviously will come out on top of that. But I think it's also slightly a bit of a guessing game with how you come into it, because especially when the conditions start changing quite quickly, you have to be able to, well, basically, just find that grip and actually start using it as well when you have that available to you, because there's all as well being there where you have to brake later, you have to go faster into the corners to obviously make the lap times go faster.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Drago Racing next down on pit lane. LMP2s, by the way, I saw Simufy off and away from pit lane. So there are a couple of those drivers that are all getting ready to just really time their pit stops with the arrival of the rain. And a quick look at that there. You can just start to see it, Cam. It's starting to poke its head. And that's the very blue part of it for the people that are watching that might be slightly colorblind. That's very, very light rain.
Yeah, it's just coming in from the very, very northwest there, but it's coming, and that is something that I can't wait to see happen. Is the rain coming? Because I wasn't here at the beginning of the race to see that, so it's going to be a fun one over the next couple of hours, indeed, to see how that is going to come into play and just how much it will come in as well. Because obviously, if there's a few little sprinkles and it's not for very long, they might just end up staying out there. But if it comes in being a full monsoon, then some carnage will happen.
You can see as well that there was starting to gain more and more of it starting just to show in that top left. We weren't sure how the wind's going to play its part, but don't go anywhere. 4 hours complete in this 12 hours of Sebring, powered by VCO, the second of our VCO Grand Slams. Uninterrupted coverage continues here on RaceBot TV.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Arjuna. Obviously, myself and Cameron Roger, Comrade Modger, it may seem, will take you over the next couple of hours before we boot Cam out of the booth. Been obviously an exciting couple of hours. A lot has happened, including a fair few crashes, Cam. You've not dealt with some rain, but it is on its way.
Yeah, I just had the very tail ends of the rain and just some sprinkles still out on track, a few puddles here and there. But it really was the two Redline cars, especially the beginning of my stint, who unfortunately had some issues, and then their 71 GTD also having some further contact. So it just wasn't really the day, it wasn't really the hour or so for Team Redline, as they lost 3 cars out of contention for race lead in the various categories.
Yeah, and of course, with all that not being the day for Team Redline, it means that more teams have stepped up and kind of filled those spots, race leaders in each of the categories. While Williams Esports Chill Blast leading in both the GTP and the LMP2, and well, guess who's leading in the GTDs? Yeah, Williams Esports BenQ. Obviously, Williams, they were victorious back in Daytona. We've got some really bad luck late in the race as well, but still, yeah, they managed to put themselves into good positions in that race, took the victory, and it kind of looks as though they might be on the repeat of that here and sweeping so far the VCO Grand Slams.
It's unbelievable how fast they've been, and the fact that they've decided as well to have enough, expand so much. They've got enough drivers to be leading in all 3 categories as well, because some of these teams, they might be able to sign 3 or 4 good drivers and have 1, maybe 2 entries, but Williams have so many entries, and they've got the drivers that are also capable to be leading, which is just quite something. They've really put in a lot of effort over the last couple of years, and that is why, of course, all of the things that happened at the beginning of last year happened, just because they're putting in all this effort to try and win these races.
Indeed. Just noticed that Elvis Rankin has come out of the pit lane in the VRS Coanda 18 car, so back out onto the road, I believe in 4th position in class in that GTP. 5th position, never mind, we'll get the update there. 5th position in category at present, which is interesting to see. That we were told the Porsche 963 goes generally better in the dry than it does in the wet, so they might be in for a little bit of a rough time. That rain that is expected, as there is a switch for positions in the GTD category. What has happened to there's Marlow Racing and Drago Racing having a battle at the moment for 3rd position in the category, because Drago Racing Troncoso has been off the road in the final corner.
Certainly has lost a lot of time there. Is that car damaged? Can't quite see exactly from that angle, or was it just a spin? They obviously continue on, not going down pit road, but that is quite big for a team who's obviously batting up there. Let's see a replay of this into the final corner.
So Marla leave the door open. Troncoso sends it down the inside in that Drago Racing car. Bit of leaning on the pair of them. And the Marla car basically just sends him round. Felix Quern back behind the wheel on that one. Maybe you could say that the Drago Racing car was coming over the nose of that Marla Racing car. I don't know how you feel about that one.
Yeah, it's always difficult to see exactly because, yeah, obviously Audi's down the inside, so you naturally would expect that maybe they've come wide just a little bit, and it only has to be 5 or 10 centimetres, just enough, because they were so close, just to cross over the lines. And as soon as the front right of the Marla car touches the rear left of the Audi, obviously it spins the car left when he's trying to turn right. So it's just a bit of a shame there for Drago, but that is the risk of going for these overtakes sometimes. And the issue is we've just seen it a couple of times already for a few different teams, so it's obviously potentially an issue that the drivers need to look out for when they're going side by side. And that Sunset Bend is catching out quite a few drivers, but then that is why it's one of the most famous courses in endurance racing.
Yeah, indeed. Obviously, that means that it's promoted the Team Redline 70 up the order, and that Team Redline 70, weirdly enough, is the last of the Team Redline cars, basically, in this race. Did the 71 retire as well, actually?
I think so,
The
yeah.
other two have, definitely.
They have both.
Yeah, all of them out. Yeah, so
That's a
it
shame.
is the last Team Redline car. It would be very fitting to have the last Team Redline car be the one that goes on to say victory, but alas, it is what it is. Williams Esports Chill Blast leaving the pit lane, and it's Ate Kauppinen behind the wheel, so we'll see what Kauppinen will do on his return to the race. Obviously passed off to Josh Ladd a little bit earlier on. Do believe also Matt Farrow will be jumping in for Jaden Munoz in the Ben Q car as well. So a couple of driver switches, which kind of makes sense because obviously with the rain that's on the way, you kind of want to leave the same driver in for the entirety of the rain sequence, which, as far as we're aware, is only going to last about half an hour.
Yeah, I wonder how the teams will work out the exact strategy of how they go into that period of the race, because as you're mentioning, you kind of want to keep the same driver in there. So, but then they obviously are kind of limited on that a little bit, depending on when they were in the driver swap sequence. Anyway, plus, if it only rains for half an hour, of course, the rain itself is going to last longer. But then, what happens if it ends up being from now, about 3 hours from now? Are you going to leave the driver in for 3 hours? Is that really the smartest thing? I guess that is the decision that they need to make, and just try and work out if the driver is comfortable to be in that long with the changing conditions, because it really is a lot of concentration at that point to find where the driest line is and try and keep the car on track.
The rain, by my calculations, is about 45 minutes away, and from what I'm seeing here, it should last realistically no longer than an hour, definitely around the 45-minute sequence. Going to go, by the way, in the pit lane in the LMP2 category as well, so dropping, that's why they're dropping down the order. The interesting thing, though, is that obviously, again, you didn't deal with the transition. We've seen it go from wet to dry. We've not seen it go from dry to wet. Now, I'm assuming the dry to wet is going to be pretty sharp, as you would expect. Rain coming down, track gets pretty wet pretty quickly, so you want to come in. The wet to dry takes much longer. It's not a 10-minute process of the track drying. I think it took about 45 minutes, which is about what we were expecting, or we got told by the likes of Elvis Rankin and stuff. That's what we should expect for how long it should take the circuit to dry up.
Yeah, absolutely. Although in reverse, it will be in the period of a couple of laps. Obviously, if it's heavy rain, it'll be in a period of a couple of laps by the time there's too much water down, and that kind of forces your hand. And I think that's why some of the teams were trying something just a little bit. For instance, the class leading in GTD car, the number 13, they underfueled at the previous pit stop by about 7 seconds. And oh, look at the rain. More rain is coming in there on that top left. So the rain is definitely coming. But for that number 13, they underfueled. Have they calculated it correctly? Because if they didn't fuel up enough, then they're going to have to come in for another set of slicks before they go to the wets.
Or at the bare minimum, a splash. Probably what they'll do, they'll just stick a little splash of fuel in. But you're absolutely right. The thing is if you've underfueled it too much, you're coming in for one extra stop than what what you need to do when the rain is on the horizon. Yeah, it's not ideal. Track temperature, by the way, 38 degrees Celsius, so they're probably burning through these slick tyres quite quickly. I'd expect that is probably going to be dropping close to 20 degrees once the rain starts. There's confirmation of that in the bottom right. It's got very toasty. It was 20 degrees earlier when it was raining, which makes sense, and has gone all the way up to 38 degrees, despite the ambient temperature only going up a single degree Celsius. That is what water does to you.
Yeah, the water obviously taking away a lot of that the heat out of the surface of the track. And in some ways, the drivers will be liking that, keeping the track a bit cooler once you have that crossover period. But then as soon as it dries up again, obviously all the heat just has to go somewhere, and then it gets absorbed in towards the concrete that we have around here, as it has been since the start. And that's why it's so bumpy. Of course, with the old paving around here, which is what makes it such a bit of a difficult track. And I'm sure the bumps don't help with the wet driving as well, because the car's sort of moving all around all over the place, is trying to sort of move the car out from underneath it.
Cam, there's a problem here. I think we've got a disconnection. I think Williams Esports BenQ have disconnected. I saw them dropping down. And I do believe that Louis Najma, who was behind the wheel, unless something technical has happened, or maybe an incident or something. The reason why I'm not saying it's a crash, because the car's not returned to pit lane yet. So I'm assuming there might be a disconnection for our race-leading number 13 car. Williams were leading all three of the categories, and that's a shame, because I actually wanted to talk about them for a second, because I wanted to go on to livery watch, because there's a significant problem with that car. But alas, we can't do it now. Thanks.
We'll have to try and find if they reconnect, but yeah, you're right, and they're dropping down the order, and unfortunately that is not a good day for Williams, because their next car is in P9. The number 3, Daniel Lafuente in the car, is in P9 in class, so they are looking very unlikely to take that 3 class sweep here at the 12 hours of Sebring, so that's a big shame for them. They're in such a good position, but that just shows you how the other factors of sim racing come into it sometimes, with the hardware or the internet issues.
And now, finally, Lunaja has been kicked from the session. The thing is, when you disconnect, it can take a while for iRacing to fully boot you, because it's basically like giving you as many second chances as possible. Finally, Naj has been booted, which then means that his team, the car can be towed back to pit lane, his team can take over and move on from there. But what a big, heavy hit for the Williams Esports BenQ car that is straight back out onto the road. Whilst we're looking at it, and sorry to make things go from bad to worse, because you know what I'm like when it comes to livery watch. There is a bit of a problem with this livery, right? Look at the number board on the side. Not the what number it is, the position.
Yeah, I saw this. Yeah, but I guess that depends
on it.
Yeah, it depends on the class of car that we use, depending if the position boards are there or not, potentially. But I agree. But it's a bit weird to put a logo right under where that has gone. But I guess it's still there enough that you know what the logo is, and therefore it's still advertisement, right?
Do you think they'd be happy about that? Do you think if you paid for an for some sponsorship, don't get me wrong, I'm pretty sure they're happy with the one that's slapped on top of the car, because that looks great. And again, I do really like this livery. Actually, it's swiftly grown on me in the last 18 hours since I saw the photograph of it, where I went, ooh. I've changed very quickly on it. Now I quite like it. But that golf logo, naughty. I'd be unhappy. I'll put it that way. But anyway, they've got bigger fish to fry at the moment, and that is the bitter disappointment of what has just happened to them. Sorry.
Certainly, and of course, as you mentioned, obviously Lewis not able to get out, but Parker White has got in that car, so the car was able to get back very quickly, and they were able to get out, but of course they still lost a decent amount of time with that lap, and unfortunately they are down in 8th place in class.
Now, unlike other places in the world of sim racing, when you do have a disconnection and you are able to rejoin, or someone else is able to rejoin in your place or whatever, where you don't get counted until you've got back to the point of the circuit where you disconnected from, which is really counterintuitive and annoying, the BenQ car has started ticking immediately as left the pit lane. Has come back into pit lane, curiously enough. Not 100% sure as to why Parker White has brought that Williams Esports BenQ car back onto pit lane, but the car is in. Will they do a pit stop? Surely not.
unfortunately, we don't have the info anymore, but potentially, because that is always the awkward bit if you have a disconnect on your in lap. And I believe he stayed in the car.
They last pitted on 95. They're currently on 118. How long had the stint been before? Do you know?
It was around the high 20s from memory.
And they did short fuel, so I guess, yeah. I don't know. That's.
Oh, so disconnection on your in lap.
On your in lap. That's brutal. That is disgusting.
Yeah, because they probably would have changed drivers anyway.
Yeah.
Oh,
like
that
Parker
is.
White was probably ready to take over.
That's so harsh.
That takes me back, not quite to the same degree as to our little jaunt in the Ardennes last year, when I was one lap away from handing it over to Enzo Fazzi on a perfect stint. I had not got a single instant point. Everything had gone well. I'd saved fuel. I'd gone a little bit longer than everyone else. Everything was going great. And then on the last lap, I properly binned the car.
And the only
slightly different.
The only crash.
Well, sort of.
None of us crashed.
Well, sort of. We all had the same incident. I just binned it. I did it properly.
I was lucky.
And Enzo did also have a couple of issues himself. Mostly because of other people. I will grant him that. Alas, though, my damage was not the only damage on the car, but it was the most significant by a long way.
Yeah, just so you know, we're talking about this is the 24 hours of Spa last year when me and Lewis and you and Leo and I, Enzo, decided to do a team. And of course, we were in like split 8 or something amazing. And of course, Lewis was the only one to actually bin it, but the entry curb to Pouhon was deadly. And I'm not gonna lie, I did half spin there, but twice I narrowly missed the barrier, so I was a bit lucky. But I still say that Lewis was the only one who crashed.
Yeah, all three of you do. Even though I'm kind of like, I feel like that's just not doing it justice. Unfortunately, Ewan O'Leary is not here to join us for the Sebring 12 hour because he's too busy doing real life stuff. Have you seen what he's doing today?
I did not actually.
He's live blogging for a League 2 match.
Really?
Between
that's
Tranmere Rovers and Crawley Town.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, Ewan is the man. I'm not gonna lie. He's really getting into journalism as such, not just the broadcasting world. Now he does articles and stuff for some of the leagues he commentates on, so he's really getting into that. It's a shame obviously that he's not here, from our side of things, but that's cool that he's really getting into the world of that.
I was hoping he was doing like some weird commentary stuff, like even if it's radio commentary or whatever. No, that's fine. By the way, we will get an updated weather report in about 10 minutes time, so we can really walk you through the nitty gritty as to what's going to happen. Again, it's going to be a short spell, but we'll wait to deal with that one. It's fine. We'll keep our eyes focused on the road at hand. At the moment, they're all just navigating traffic. They're all just ticking it over. Obviously, we do have this close fight for the GTD lead between Felix Quernbach and Gianni Vecchio. So clearly, the 70s basically come out of nowhere to start knocking at the door on the back of this Lamborghini.
Yeah, that is very true. The gap at the front is obviously closed down a lot with the fact of the 13 going, despite having a huge lead with the unfortunate disconnection. But what is left is a really close battle, because you've even got Drago just in the background of shot as well in the number 2 machine. So the fight for the lead in GTD has got a lot closer, and this is going to be quite something. Does the 10 have enough to hold on for that position? They've held it for a long time in this race, or at least have been first or second for a long time in this race, but they might just be changing things around as Redline are coming back after some issues earlier in the race. This is going to be an interesting point as this battle is happening right when the weather is going to be coming in a short moment's time.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I mean, for anyone who wants to know about the issues the 70s had in the race, very first lap of this race, or it might be the second lap, I'm pretty sure it was very first lap, that car was backwards on the road, and they've managed to work their way back up into these into this battle bit by bit. When they're all 3 of the other red line cars in the opening 4 hours of this race have had problems which have caused their retirement. It could be down to Gustavo Ariel and Gianni Vecchio to maybe take a very I'm not going to say actually. It could be a crazy result. Boom, we'll go with that. They've obviously got to get past the BS competition run Marla car, which I will say with the Marla deal, we always got confused with whether they were a Williams or a BS competition car, right? As far as I've been told this year, they are purely BS competition. No disrespect to Williams, but I'm much happier this way because it's consistent, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't followed that 100% closely, but I mean, to my knowledge, over the last couple of years, they're really only with BS.
No, they definitely did a lot of Williams stuff as well.
Okay, I just don't remember a Williams one for a little while now, but as you say, it is good when it's consistent. That's the key word there, because it just makes our life a little bit easier. But either way, it's nice to have some big brands like that getting involved with these teams and deciding to have a named car, not just a logo slapped on.
Yeah, indeed, it does look rather striking. Also, they are being caught down by the Williams Esports BenQ car, which is obviously a lap down. Parker White behind the wheel of that one, but obviously Parker White will be on fresher tyres compared to these two. Do you know where their last pit stops were? I'm trusting you to be my little pit lane reporter here, because I've got. Well, I mean, I could look it up, but I like the idea of you doing all the work, to be honest.
We'll get to that in a second, because I think there's going to be a change for the class lead. It's down the inside, probably going to be one of the easiest moves for a class lead, because they're clearly the faster car out of this duo at this point. So the 10 goes back to second place and the 70 hits the front after being around early in the race. There might be issues for other teams out there, but not for them, as Vecchio's, he's got the speed at the moment.
You start stepping the question, though. You're using that move to start the question.
I didn't know which team that you wanted to know.
But both.
Let's have a look. So identical, 25 laps ago apiece.
Perfect. So they'll probably be pitting fairly soon. They'll be pitting before it rains. That is the important bit, which will be good for Parker White and the Williams Esports BenQ car, because as much as they've lost out, they'll be equal in the terms of they've all had to make awkward pit stops compared to where the rain's coming in. Felix Quernbach, by the way, played that really nicely. Basically, just didn't fight the Team Redline car. Used some big brain cells just to make sure that the car's looked after. Use it to save a little bit of fuel, and it's fine. Drago Racing aren't too far behind. Obviously, after having that incident a bit earlier on, Simufy try and work their way past. That was a little bit concerning.
Yeah, hopefully no one does a Pipo Durrani going through, because that's certainly a scary part. It's easily flat out. It's almost considered a straight, but it is a kink, and the lines can converge a little bit when the prototypes are smashing themselves past these GT cars at quite a rate of knots. But unfortunately, that time around they were all good. And it certainly looks like the 70 there has the speed continuing on over the 10 and pulling out a few car lengths here and there to hold on to that race lead at this moment in time. So that is working out very nice indeed. But as you're mentioning, these cars are going to pit again before the rain comes. So that is going to be very, very awkward, because if the rain comes when obviously you're only a few laps into a stint, it makes your choice a little bit easier. But if we go further and further, are some people going to maybe try and stay out if it's just a little sprinkles?
No, the rain that we're getting, as far as I'm seeing, is going to be up to the 100%, i.e. how it was earlier. You definitely cannot drive that. And slicks, I did try driving a BMW M4 around here on slicks earlier in some light rain, and I can tell you, have a guess, how many corners do you think I got to? I thought I did really well.
Turn 4.
I did get to turn 4. And I did crash.
Yeah, because the thing is, I guess is the biggest point, especially not just maybe for the first lap or so, but when you just start losing, because you're going slower. Obviously, the track itself is cooler. You're just losing the temperature in the tyres and stuff like that. That just can't be helping it, as well as much of the fact that you have less grip to try and work with.
That plus, obviously, if you come into the pit lane, take some fresh tyres or whatever, or even if you come into the pit lane in the middle of the rain to go and take some fuel or whatever, even though you would just take tyres and all that, you're going out on cold tyres, so they will cool down that. Obviously, the track temperature is going to drop. They're going to be cold. There's nothing you can do about the tyres getting colder. You can't just keep them hot, no matter how you're driving when it is raining like that. And then, obviously, you do have the issues that there's no grooves to clear the water to allow the tyres to make contact with the road surface. So there's no way, absolutely no way on this earth that you could stay out on slick tyres. Although, I say no way, you can do, and it would make a hilarious YouTube video, but you don't really want to do that in a top split iRacing special event. Certainly not if you were going for victory.
Yeah, there isn't zero grip although I have seen some interesting slides and our drivers going wide, but it's not like there's zero grip. So if you go slow enough, you can keep on going. But of course, we got drivers trying to win a race, so it doesn't really make too much sense to us. Just in the background there, you can see that Drago car. As we've seen the Porsche Commander car, the VRS Commander car I should say, wiggling, maybe not too happy with the 13 machine there, but certainly these top three are getting very, very close in their battle for this race leaders. All that is going to get close there on the outside. All the contact is made.
That's so risky.
With the race leader, as Coanda taking way too much risk on the outside line there.
The thing is, with overtaking around the outside in the GTPs, it is fine. It is possible. You can do it, but in my opinion, you've got to do it where you're side by side through the middle of the corner and you're clear of them on the exit. If you're doing it to the point where you're side by side on the exit of the corner, you are asking for a crash that will be your fault. Because the GTDs only have so much grip. Elvis Rankin is experienced enough in, those kind of cars, whether it is Cup cars or GT3s or whatever, should know better than to try that one. One mistake, fair enough. I'm pretty sure he'll be aware as to how silly that was, and probably will avoid doing that once more.
Yeah, anything from like mid-corner onwards, the GTD just running up wide towards the wall. I mean, we've seen that's the normal racing line, so that is an always closing gap. And he was far behind as well. It wasn't like he was sort of ahead. He was still trying to overtake at that point where they were squeezing up against the wall. So another red line car having some issues in this role. This car itself has already had issues in this race, but another one to tick off to the list. And let's see if that damage is, well, first of all, if there is damage, and if it is therefore going to slow him down. And lastly, is if it's going to add some time with some mandatory repairs maybe at some point.
I think it'll be fine. I think they'll be absolutely fine, to be honest. But it is what it is. I don't foresee there being any major problems with that car. It looks plenty fast enough. I think it's just a bit of a... they'll probably be irritated more so than anything else, and rightfully so. Well, I can't remember who it was. I think it was Brendan Hartley on someone at Silverstone, which is probably one of the more famous ones of that happening at turn 2 at the farm.
Oh yeah,
do you remember that one?
Yeah.
Was it 2016 something like that?
Yeah, that's what era. Big
obviously, so the 919 goes around the outside of a GT. I'm pretty sure it was a Porsche GTE as well. Goes around the outside at turn 2 at Silverstone. Porsche's going in one direction. It's understeering to the outside of the circuit, and then there was a whopping crash. And I remember thinking back then, I was like, surely the Porsche should, the GT should have given more room and blah blah blah. And then the more I thought about it, and the more I've done like multi-class racing, the more I'm like, they're already on their line. They've already committed. There's nothing they can do about it.
It's always the prototype's fault, in my opinion. Or at least 99% of the time, it's always the prototype's fault, because the GT, as pretty much every rule book will always say, is just like stay on the racing line and be predictable and do your thing. The faster classes need to go around and they need to find the space. They are the ones that need to judge it. Of course, maybe coming into a hairpin. The GT, if the prototype's just there at the apex, the GT just open up the steering wheel slightly, just let them through, sure. But especially in the faster stuff, it's all about the prototype just making the right decision at the right time. As you say, the GT, they're just on the limit. They're just slower. They've got less grip. They can't physically turn more, especially on the exit of Sunset Bend. It's just not really going to work.
No, exactly. So you just got to be mindful of that. This is why I always say in multi-class racing, these guys will have all done it, but you should always race in multiple classes. Like, you should race in GTPs, fair enough, but you should also do a couple of races in GTDs to understand what it's like, to understand what, like, how annoying it is when you're on your racing line and the GTP fires it down the inside. And to be fair, sometimes, like, okay, if the GTP is going to fire it in there, what do I do to kind of like try and understand what you should do when trying to pass the GTPs? And what it will do is it will make you faster and more decisive in traffic as a GTP, because you will understand more about what's going on. For example, with that Elvis Rankin one, he committed halfway through the corner to go around the outside as the two GTD leaders come into the pit lane. So Team Redline and Marla Racing Team into the pit lane. Obviously the Williams Esports BenQ car coming through there is a lap down, but we'll regain that one, so fair enough. Could have easily just got on the brakes a little bit more, gone up the inside and just powered it down the start-finish straight. Probably would have lost maybe 0.4 of a second. And to be perfectly honest, you could have retired from the race on the spot. So it's worth the 0.4, if I'm honest.
Yes, the thing of, I only want to maybe lose a tenth going around the outside compared to risking a crash, or as you say, losing 4 5/10ths, but then having a clean, safer overtake. And that is what you're always deciding. As a driver, as in the prototype category, you're always deciding how are you going to attack this race and how are you going to make that work. It's certainly an interesting one. As the 70, is quite a bit behind, so they see the rain coming and they're like, okay, we're going to splash a little bit, whereas the 70 has taken a lot more fuel.
Well, you got to remember when you come in to do fuel, you'll do fuel and tyres. When you come in and do tyres, you'll do fuel and tyres at the same time. So it is what it is. Anyway, we have said that the rain is coming. Now, Arjuna's not with us, but we do have a special weather report to understand exactly the dealio as to what's going to happen as Arnuja Kinakakpaki joins us.
Yes, I mean, look at this weather. It's coming, Lewis. The weather is here. Live weather reports on Racebar. Look at the colors as well. I mean, they're pretty. You get the blue coming in towards the track. Now that's light rain. You can see it here on our whatever you want to call it, scale of rain. The thing to watch is, just wait for it to play again. There's a slight bit of red. If that red comes back by the time we get to the track itself, which is this large dot here, imagine a Sebring style track map there. It's going to be crazy. That's your weather report with however long is left to go.
There is 7.5 hours left to go, Arjuna. Thank you. Probably the least attractive meteorologist I've ever seen. But that's fine. Thank you. You understand a little bit about what's going on. There we go. Thumbs up as well. He's even got a race spot shirt. I don't have one of those.
Yeah. I have one somewhere.
You got a race spot shirt? Oh, you did wait a lot.
Oh, wait, that's possibly what it is, because Dane has sent it to me.
Sorry, you've been sent a package by Dane and you haven't even opened it?
Well, no, because I got him to send it to my parents' house, basically, and I haven't been to see them yet. That must be what it was.
Sorry.
What?
Where's mine?
Well, see, this is the thing.
Oh, you're going to get it.
So we got shirts for ESL Munich last year,
right.
But unfortunately they didn't quite come in time. And then obviously because that was like the last one of the season, blah blah blah, this, that, and the other. We ended up like basically just not obviously seen in person since then. So I never was received it. So eventually Dane decided to send it to me, but I gave him my parents' address because I just didn't know exactly when I was going to be in because of work, blah, blah, blah. So I wanted to make sure we got it. But I haven't been there yet. So that's what it was. When my mum was like, oh, yeah, you got a package. I was thinking, what have I been sent? Completely forgot. So I've got that waiting for me.
I'm honestly, I'm fuming.
You're fuming?
I'm absolutely...
And do you know the best bit? It's got my name on it as well.
I'm absolutely fuming. I'd best have one of those in a couple of weeks' time. I am speaking to the man. He is our
email being sent right now.
Well, he's our broadcast director currently, so he's definitely hearing my complaints. I am fuming.
You love the shirts, don't you?
Trip? How dare you? Why is Cam more important than me?
So I'll use message. I've earned it. Thank you very much.
Fine. It's not true. But whatever. That's okay. We'll focus on the race at hand. I'm just going to ignore these lot in TeamSpeak. It's fine. I'm not salty. You're salty.
You're actually fuming.
I'm boiling over. Cam has seen me boil over on many a golf course, and this is peak boiling.
Yeah, this is like when you're about to quadruple bogey a par 3.
Oh,
we're almost at that level.
Oh, I nearly did that earlier, actually.
Did you actually?
No, I did.
That isn't what your Instagram post said. Your Instagram post sounded like you were having a lovely time.
I did have a lovely time, but it was cold, and no, it's just not relevant for this broadcast. But I will say, I did hit a shot where I was like, that is probably the best that I've made contact with the ball in ages, and then it dropped 50 yards short of where I thought it was going to be. I was devastated.
That's weird for you. Normally, you de-loft and you do a Stinger missile.
That's true. I am king of the Stinger missile with a pitching wedge.
How'd you get that high then?
Teed up with the hybrid. Anyway, so again, no one watching this cares. But I have hit a pitching wedge 200 yards accidentally, but I did hit it
accidentally.
Anyway.
Multiple times.
With great pain in my hands.
Everyone loves a bit of golf.
That is
All
true.
motorsport drivers love a bit of golf.
This is the thing, is that obviously I'm going to go and play some golf with Dane when I'm over in...
Dane plays golf?
No, he doesn't.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I should.
But he will do.
He will. He's got a good frame for it.
Because he's
like Bryson DeChambeau. He's huge.
No, he's like Bryson DeChambeau. Yeah, if Bryson DeChambeau was a stick figure.
Well, no, okay.
Anyway,
I meant potential.
Oh, I see. Well, Fire have left the pit lane. We'll bring it, don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, we'll bring it back on to this. You'll be hearing a lot about golf in the final 2 hours of the race if nothing's going on, because it is me and Arjuna. So anyway, back into the race at hand, obviously looking at the LMP2 category and the WSRA Sports Butt Kicker vehicle. You were saying earlier on about the Williams Esports Shield Blast car that's leading this category by a comfortable margin. Such a shame with what happened basically to the Apex Racing team car earlier on, that Stanley Deslanis was behind the wheel of. They ended up in the barrier at the final corner, as did quite a lot of cars. But they were definitely battling with the victory, and I think they were really the only ones to be challenging Williams. And since their demise, no one has stepped into that place.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sometimes the door's open and maybe some teams not able to put themselves in the correct position to take advantage of that one. But I guess that just depends how the cookie crumbles. In some ways, it can't go perfectly for everyone. So 24 had half a look there up the inside of the 20. Probably backed out of it at a good point, because we have seen a few crashes already of people diving it late up the inside trying to make it work. But unfortunately, that time avoiding it.
Is quite close for second position. Let's see what happened to the Drago GTP car, diving it down the inside of the Apex Racing team car, and then going for a bit of a spin as they head up towards Le Mans corner and the backstretch at the Ullman Straight. So probably just getting a little bit too ambitious. I mean, to judge that one, probably would have to see it from on board, and to be perfectly honest, it doesn't really matter. But it's just probably a very frustrating moment for the Drago racing car. Will surely. Is the other one's out of the race, isn't it? Yeah, the 969's out of the race. So it's the 696 that had that. They were obviously running in third position in the category. They still are, but they've dropped back a little.
Yeah, and it's opened up the number 2. They opened up the door for the number 2 to have half a shout at the race lead, which Williams have held for so long now. So I definitely think that Porsche's got some speed in it. It does. The number 8, Josh Rogers, obviously had the wheel at this moment in time, and they are slowly but surely coming back into this race after not being quite so far up there when I first came into the commentary box. Now, a bit of a shame though for Drago there in terms of the dropping down the positions, but it was a bit of a late send there up the inside, to be fair.
Exactly. Classic GTP move. As we'll see. Let's focus on the LMP2 category, because there's a couple of moves. A bit of a flash of the lights coming in, though, on the number 70, which obviously is the second place running GTD car, because we've got the fight for second place in the LMP2 category. This is Grid and Go Esports versus Team PGZ at the moment. Rico Wenzel behind the wheel of the 003 car, and Lasse Urainen behind the wheel of the 119. And there was also that battle that we saw a little bit behind all of that we were checking out with one of the WSR Esports Butt Kicker guys, but I think they've had some problems. This is probably the closest fight on circuit at the moment.
Can we just take a mention just to mention the gap and just realise that? So we got almost a minute for the race lead and only 4 cars on the lead lap. This is absolutely crazy how much these LMP2s have spread out, and the 55 doing such a good job up there towards the front. It's been an interesting category with how it's fitting in the world of these new with these new regulations. Of course, the GTDs and the prototype GT prototypes being pushed so much that the LMP2 kind of sort of just there in the piggy in the middle kind of thing, but it's still popular enough, and but still it's interesting to see how the gaps have opened up.
Yeah, the LMP2 does kind of get overlooked and forgotten about a little bit, despite it being a great car. People love driving it. They have a great time driving it, and it just does generally provide some great racing. But Carl Jansen's been on a different planet, basically, for the rest of the day, even though he's not wearing a cap, which does break my heart a little bit, because it's Carl Janssen should always be wearing a cap.
Was that his thing?
Yeah, it really was. In fact, I'm pretty sure the entire time that when I was speaking to him in Sweden, I'm pretty sure for all of it, he was in a cap. I thought he slept in a cap, if I'm honest. But no, it's fine. It's like seeing a golfer not wear a cap. It's like, what are you doing?
Well, yeah, then you get the nice tan line.
Don't get me started. That actually terrifies me. I'm not gonna lie.
The golfer's tan line. Sorry, we can't get back onto golf.
No, it's fine. No, I'm just saying in Carl Janssen's point of view, like, he
which
needs
hat
a cap.
was it?
I actually don't remember. I wasn't studying his face that like, I wasn't like, looking that close. But at the moment, I can confirm he is capless.
He's not wearing a cap in his esports pose either, so he doesn't wear caps all the time.
Which is just disappointing, isn't it?
I mean, I don't wear a cap.
Well, no, but it's just disappointing that Carl Janssen's not wearing a cap, considering it's what he's mostly known for. The Williams team, I'm absolutely sure they'll be sitting there nodding away as there is a move to the inside of the 199. Not full position, though, as Standard is back behind the wheel, but 5 laps down on Carl Janssen. There you can see him, and not looking too happy.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. I'm like, you're almost a minute in the lead. What's wrong in that regard? Because it doesn't matter if you lose a couple of seconds behind a bit of lap traffic, but it still looks like he's fairly calm. But obviously, just trying to keep the concentration levels up, because it's one of those things. If you actually try and slow down, you try and take it too easy, you actually end up going into more issues than if you just to keep on going at the limit and just get into a bit of a rhythm. So that's why he's still pushing, despite being just shy, just a couple second and a half shy of 1 minute off the lead.
You see these clouds? It's getting a little bit darker in the old sky. Clouds are most certainly coming in. I believe they'll be coming in from sort of like, well, this side, to be honest. If like from where the camera's looking, from behind the camera, that's the side that I think the rain's coming in from. It does seem as though it's coming in sort of from the northwest. So it's going to come in. It's going to rain very hard for about half hour, 40 minutes, and then should chill. Basically, it's a very similar band of rain as to what we had when we had the green flag at the very start of the race.
And the drivers will, of course, have to make that decision of, well, they'll be forced their decision when they pit, but then have to make a decision of how they attack, how much risk do they want to do, because when we have a weather change like this, it opens up the door to literally gain 10, 20, 30 seconds if you do it right or wrong. Some drivers will potentially make some big mistakes around that time or just be too cautious. Sometimes when we see in green flag racing conditions in dry times, 1/10, 2/10, half a second maybe will be covering the field, but when it gets to rain, you'll see multiple seconds per driver, the gaps per driver.
You see the rain coming in there, and I believe that is basically the entirety of the band. So based on that, it will actually get it will start out fairly light, and it will get heavier and heavier and heavier and then stop. But then again, I'm not a meteorologist, so our junior will probably have to do on that one. It's fine. But no, it's going to be very interesting. I mean, yeah, you can see how much darker it's getting. You can see some of those clouds coming in. As far as my readout is that it's going to rain again, like I say, for half hour, 40 minutes, and then it shouldn't rain until a bare minimum 7 o'clock. I don't know what it's going to do after that game. That's 7 o'clock in-game time. We're currently coming up to 10 past 3 in-game time. So we won't be having any rain for... Once it stops, probably for about 3 hours. I would be surprised based on that if we don't get any rain before the end of the race.
Yes, it looks like it's going to be sort of a couple on, couple off, couple on, couple off over the course of the race, which is the most tricky for the drivers when it's on and off. You get used to one condition and then you have to get used to another one. And of course, a bit later in the race, it'll go into the night and some dark conditions. So rain in those conditions will be very, very hectic at the end of the race, and things can very much change. So here's the weather forecast: 100% over the next 30 minutes, and then only 94 in 45 minutes. So I think it's safe to say we do have a hurricane or something coming over Central Florida.
And then in 1 hour's time, the chance of rain or the precipitation, whatever you want to put it, is 0. So it will stop. It will absolutely stop. Currently, the circuit temperature is 37 degrees Celsius, so expect that one to drop. I am keeping my eye on the local radar for the actual circuit, and at the moment, we're all pretty chill. So we'll have to keep our eye on all the bits and bobs. For the LMP2s, are we fairly close to the LMP2 pit stop? So did you see WSR Esports Buckingham, one of their cars has come into the pit lane? When did Janssen last stop? It would have been 20 laps ago. I don't know how long their stints are.
Yeah, I do think we still got a bit of time left, but I do...
Oh, they're only 21, 22 laps.
Yeah, exactly. I do agree. I think they are going to be a bit short, aren't they? That's very awkward.
That's so awkward.
This 1 minute lead that they've got is under threat in some ways, depending on how they work it. We have pretty similar laps though for everyone around them. Second place Grid and Go, they're also on the same lap. PGZ are only 1 lap more than them, so definitely they're in the same boat, but it's not the ideal one to be in.
Yeah, the biggest threat for anyone's race at the moment is this rain coming in. There it is on the local radar, popping in over the circuit. Rain is imminent within the next, definitely within the next 5 minutes. Realistically, within probably the next 1 or 2 minutes, it is going to start raining around here, or should really start raining around here. And like I say, it's very awkward for the LMP2s. To be fair, for all of the LMP2s, they will be praying that it absolutely opens up now, like as quick as possible, as soon as possible. They need it to rain, and they need it to rain hard, otherwise they are making 2 stops whether they like it or not over the next few minutes. If I'm in their category, I am saving as much fuel as I possibly can, praying this rain comes down hard. Look how close it is now.
The only problem is when you only have like 2 laps of fuel or 3 laps of fuel in the tank, it's difficult to save a whole lap of fuel, because percentagely that's ridiculous. When we talk about saving a lap of fuel, you do that over a whole stint, but it looks like it's going to be coming on the track in a few short seconds time.
Interesting.
How much is it going to be though? And is this going to be the pit lap already for someone to jump in?
Well, according to the radar, the rain is on the circuit. This will be very interesting. As soon as that wiper starts moving, we know it is raining. According to the radar, the weather is the rain has hit us. It clearly has not yet, but it is imminent. No wiper movement. This just said we're all in the unknown now, so we're all trying to work out how accurate this weather radar is at the moment. 0 out of 10. See me in my office.
The worst part is with the direction that's coming across the track, they're actually getting to the part where it's not there. But I do think we are getting rain reported around the track, which is time. Now, who is going to jump down first?
Well, Rico Wenzel is in pit lane now. Second place in the LMP2 category is in pit lane right now.
And the number 6 as well, race lead in GTP. There's the raindrops. Whether that is by choice, I'm trying to work out. No, they were short, so they've come in a bit early. They're taking the risk despite being in the race lead, and I think a lot of drivers are going to follow them in over the next minute or 2.
I am going to try and work out. It is wet tyres for the 003. It may be too early, but they are jumping straight onto wet tyres. And importantly, the Williams Esports Chill Blast car is staying out on circuit. So there is enough fuel in the tank for the 55 to tick off another one. There wasn't enough in the tank for the 003, who now go a lap down on the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. I'll double check with the number 6. It is very hard to check with the GTPs, purely based on, well, it's purely with the Acura. So I actually have no idea. It looks like a slick tyre to me, but they did earlier as well, so I can't really judge.
Yeah, this is the important time. Is it quicker to stay out on a semi-wet track, or is it then quicker to come in on the wets? But then, of course, you're also on a semi-wet track, so the wets might start overheating, blah, blah, blah. So it's going to be a very difficult one for the teams to choose when the lap is, but it's only going to be surely a couple of laps crossover period, but we will have to find out. I still see no wiper going on that car, and in general there's still a decent amount of light out on the track, so maybe it isn't too heavy just yet, but if you decide to stay out and then the rain is too wet, you have a proper Lando Norris moment.
Yeah, exactly. So it's so awkward for these teams and drivers right now to make sure that they're getting the right decision on board. And like I said, these are times where I really don't want to be anything to do with anyone's pit crews because it's so tricky.
You don't
to
want
work
responsibility.
Out. No. I mean, don't get me wrong, I do enjoy like a little wet to dry race. I remember in your neck of the woods, I was the race engineer for Lars Brugman back in the day in a very wet, weirdly a Bahrain race that was very wet.
I remember.
And we finished second, just saying, for Mad Cape Vodball because of my great strategy. Just don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'll believe that was your call.
He
As
did drive
finally
very
the
well.
55 comes in.
He did drive very well, but I can't remember who won that race. Was it Patel? No.
Patel. He won the
was
first
Patel.
6 races of the season.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it's completely irrelevant to what people think about this. But yes, so I do quite like it. This, though, is too awkward for me. Far too awkward. As Josh Rogers is into the pit lane, I'll double check what tyres the Williams Esports Chill Blast car has
Has
gone
to be.
onto.
Has to be wet, surely.
Surely.
I don't
It
see,
is wet.
Yeah, I don't see why you would take dries with the rain coming down, as there's the 003 machine in the LMP2 class. Obviously, already made the stop.
Do you want to know the fun thing? Stop raining.
Was it that short?
No, it won't be. Well, it was. I'm assuming that you just got a little flick of it, and there is still more rain inbound. Don't worry, that is not the only bit of rain we're going to be dealing with. But it's definitely, this is the thing, it's definitely good for slick tyres right now. The problem with this is we don't really know what the deal is when it comes to driving wet tyres in dry conditions, more so to the tread on the car, which you'll be overheating the wet tyres quite a lot now. So when it does rain, your wet tyres are going to be pretty rubbish.
Well, exactly. If you go to the wets too early, it's also not a good move. So... But then you are there for when it comes down, but you're just praying that it starts getting heavier. So this is a tough... Oh, Drago in the background. Drago GTP in the background having some issues.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, we should be getting a heavier band of rain very, very shortly as Drago Racing... Oh, was it the 969? Oh, no, it was... No, I think it was...
Who was it?
I think it was the 969. I didn't think the 969 was back.
But they're in the pit lane as well.
They are in the pit lane now, but I wonder if they went back out on circuit recently. The thing is, with the 969, I think they want to leave them out on the racetrack. It was the 969. Don't worry, it was the Hops Custom by Drago car. I think they were sending them out to get information for the other car. That was the only reason they're remaining in the track right now.
That would make sense, and I guess you got to use every opportunity you can to get some data. So if you have a car who's having a bit of an issue, get them to try something on the track, and it's definitely worked in the past for some people. So that's left Elvis Rankin still out there on the track, still going around. And will it work out? Because they're only 20 seconds ahead, but they still owe us a stop on fuel anyway very shortly.
As far as I can tell, the VRS Commander 8 car, by the way, so Josh Rogers is on the wet tyres. Very hard to tell what's happening with the other ones, again, because it's really hard for me to tell on the Acuras as to what tyres they're on. I do believe they're on slick tyres still, but definitely the number 8 car is on the wet tyres right now. And this rain has hit us, disappeared off, and we're still waiting for it. It is kind of one of those times where you're stood there looking around at all these menacing dark clouds thinking it is going to rain in a second, right? And it's still dry. And you're like, how?
Yeah, this is definitely all good for the drivers who've got onto the wet tyres, because they're like, where's the rain? Please, rain, do something to help me. But you can't also come back into the pit lane, because then you're just going to have to go onto the dries and then back onto the wets again. So you just have to stay with your decision, and obviously a lot of them, they are forced by the fuel tank length that they had previously, and they just got to work with it. But it's definitely not the ideal situation, because they're going to be losing a lot of time on these wet tyres on a dry track.
So Marla there coming out of pit lane, and for the Marla Racing team, that is out onto wet tyres, so they're going to lose a whole host of time to the number 70 Team Redline car that's presently the leader in the GTD category, courtesy of the rain that is yet to come down. I don't know how we're calling this now. It's hit us. We've entered a little pocket. I mean, again, this is what happens with weather. It's not a simple on or off. There is a little bit of leeway. That spray that's coming off, don't worry about that too much. Although there you go, you can see from that angle as we were checking out those hot marshals, rain is now definitely coming down. Fine.
Yeah. Oh, and I think this is a perfect lap. It's just a shame that it was 2 laps early as such for those drivers to have an absolute perfect one, but this is endurance racing. Anything can happen. And I wonder if those who have pitted on the wet will still be able to have their tyres in a decent condition by the time that this 18 gets back into the pit lane, or is there going to be some crossover? We will have to see, because the 18 was 5 seconds lap faster last time around, because of course he was still out on there in the slick tyres, but now it's wet. He's going to come in, but it's definitely one of those times where the gaps are going to open up and close a bit bigger than you would have expected.
Yeah, I don't know if I classify this as wet, though. I'll double check if Elvis Rankin's going to come into pit lane this time. Because it's still obviously, yes, it's raining. Elvis Rankin is coming into pit lane. Just whether it is wet enough for it to be wet, if you know what I mean. But either way, Elvis Rankin is into the pit lane in the number 18. Williams Esports Chill Blast, we believe, are on the wet tyres, despite being very hard to tell. Obviously, we know the number 8 VRS Commander car is definitely on the wet tyres, and it does seem as though they're going to take over second position. So the real question now is, as we were saying, is there was someone off there. That was one of the Acuras. I don't know who that was, but someone was off at Cunningham.
Yeah, and that was the Williams car, I believe. Oh, no, it wasn't. Sorry. It was this car, the Audi, coming in towards, just braking, potentially at the normal point. And I think that's a semi-fire car, unfortunately, just going off and unfortunately losing some time. But that just shows you how tricky these conditions are. That you have to get up to speed very quickly with the conditions. And if you are still out there on the slicks, then that is very, very bad indeed. As the 18 car there finally coming down pit road.
Definitely wasn't just them. There was someone else off there. There was absolutely the white headlights, the distinctive white headlights of a GTP, and it was almost certainly an Acura. I just don't know who it was, unfortunately. There we are, moving from pit lane. Elvis Rankin, or whoever's now behind the wheel of the number 18, moving off of pit lane into the clutches of the Dur Esports car on the run off of lane, and it is Williams Esports Chill Blast. Let's see what happened on replay. There's been more off. That's the Brabham Esports car. Wow, that was lucky. Holy... Yeah,
just about managing to make it stop. The grass having just enough speed. Is that a P2 overtaking a GTP?
Oh, yeah. This will happen.
Yeah, this is interesting because obviously the GTPs are faster in the dry conditions, but when it gets to the wet, the way that the cars work is slightly different, and it might bring the LMP2s back into contention in that regard.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, to be fair, like, when it comes to the LMP2s, by the way, this is what we were talking about earlier on in the race. We've seen this before. You'll remember the Virtual Endurance Championship, Season 13, Marcel Chinchik. They were the top category where they were in the McLaren Centre, so fair enough. But I distinctly remember Marcel Chinchik, who you will probably all know, maybe you'll all know as an RHG driver. This is when he was driving for a team called Vargasim Racing. In an LMP2, flew up and started leading laps comfortably over the lead category in an LMP2, and everyone was like, that's crazy talk. How did this happen? Do the LMP2s have more downforce, or is it more downforce, or just they're better equipped because they're lighter, or something? I don't know.
Well, back to that car specifically is because the Senna was basically like a big GT car. So
that's true.
When you took the power, the raw power out of it, and because of course you can't get on the power as much in the wet, so that's less of a factor. Whoa. Oh, that's going to be a huge crash there. Actually, that wasn't quite so bad as I was expecting, but still big contact for the BS competition car, and also Drago going off down there at Cunningham. Loads of drivers. It's an absolute car park down there.
This was earlier. That was the GTP that I thought about, and there is more issues for the Brabham car, more lockups. Again, at this point, by the way, these are all on slick tyres in the wet. There's the BS competition car having a moment as well, getting onto the brakes. Oh, don't have a moment coming out of pit lane. Please don't. Just don't do it. Just please don't. Oh my God, what's going to happen now? Leaving pit lane, trying to get on the power. Oh, it's okay.
This is a Dane Baird moment.
That was a Dane Baird moment there, ladies and gents.
He came out of the pit lane.
Hashtag blame Dane. 0 out of 10. Check your replay, son.
Oh, now he's blaming the software, of course. We're allowing that one, but certified Dane moment.
That is hashtag blame Dane for sure. That's terrible. I feel like we've been robbed there. I was expecting like a big, maybe like a terrible rejoin or just a huge crash. Instead, we just saw a car driving literally out of pit lane.
I mean, it was a good shot as well of the green car.
It was underwhelming.
Yeah, true. As just noticed there.
Here we go. We're going to see this again. Out of pit lane. Let's see what's happened. As he checked the replays, Brabham behind the wheel. Please say they just drive out of pit lane and nothing happens.
I'm going to say it was. One thing I have noticed already that no, he did go onto the grass. We'll allow that one.
He showed us that replay from so early.
He's like, there's definitely something coming. No, it's all good. We do love good old Dane Bed. Look, all of the entire tracks are off the track as well. Oh, as we're getting a bit of a battle there in the GTPs. That's the number 1 Williams car getting on the back of course, Coanda.
Yeah, Mitch de Jong, Alexander Spets involved in this battle. Spets will get to the inside of the courses, return to iRacing Special Event Racing, and Mitch de Jong will let him go a little bit down into Sunset, running out a little wide. Spets will bring it back to the apex, and then we'll send it back out onto the start-finish straight. De Jong, again, we will remind you from what we were talking about earlier, the Porsche 963 does not work as well in wet weather conditions as the Acura does. So that's fine. Is what it is.
Exactly. This is where the different cars will come into a factor, but it's also, this is all about the confidence of the drivers as well. Who has the ability as well to just go to the limit of what they have in front of them. What are the track conditions like this very corner, this very lap? Because of course it's ever changing. You have to think every single time a car goes over it slightly dries the track, but then the rain comes down. So it depends how many cars are around you on track, and that was a very awkward moment there around the outside of the GTD. But all sorts of these things matter, and especially if we get rain later in the race when there's more cars that are DNF'd, then there's less cars on track getting rid of the water as well. So that all obviously goes with the amount of rainfall that's coming down. It's a very interesting one indeed. Is it in the background? Coanda, de Jong slightly wide there. I think he kept on the track, but just showing you how difficult it is.
Yeah, indeed. So, again, as we'll let them all get used to the wet weather, which they'll have to deal with for about another 40 minutes before it all stops raining, and they have to deal with the wet to dry conditions. We'll take a little look at the order, just quickly at the top 3. Again, you can see them on the left-hand side there. Williams Esports, the number 6 car, the Chill Blast, leading in the GTPs. Josh Rogers in the VRS Coanda, and then Alexander Spets behind. Obviously, we're taking a look at the driver that's running in 4th place in that category, which is Mitchell de Jong. In the LMP2 category, it's the 55, Carl Janssen behind the wheel. Williams continuing to lead in the LMP2 category by a fairly comfortable margin. They're very much in control of things in that LMP2 category. The Williams Esports Chill Blast car. Team PGZ, of course, like Rabier behind the wheel before we get to Straight Matter in the Grid and Go Esports car, running in 3rd position in the LMP2 category. GTDs is the number 10 Marla Racing team car. Ryan Barneveld behind the wheel, Gasava Ariel behind, and then Nicholas Mateo in the Drago Racing 169 car, of course, currently running in that 3rd spot. Curious to see what the Team Redline car will do, of course. The number 70 was closing down on the race leader a little bit earlier on, and I wonder if they'll be able to take advantage of these conditions. I mean, the difference there is that you're talking about an Audi R8 versus a Lamborghini. The two cars that we've got, Cam, in that GTD category is an Audi R8 or a Lamborghini, and let's be honest, they're fairly similar. Relatively speaking. Arjuna compared the engine notes were ever so slightly different. A little bit, yeah, effectively they are a very, very similar car. And I do love how it is kind of funny what these esports teams do, because I'm sure a lot of the other chassis are usable. But if there's one chassis that is that tiny, just a
tiny bit better in a certain way, no matter what it is, where it's slightly faster just in general lap time, maybe slightly better top speed, slightly better grunt out of the slow corners, whatever it is, they'll just find something that's slightly better. Then all of a sudden 3-4 teams start using it, and then all of them are like, oh, okay, all of the top teams are using it. Oh, okay, the Audi's the best one, let's go for it. So I do like that Marla there are using a different chassis.
Giving it a go. They're trying something different. Obviously, we did have another Lamborghini in, I think it was one of the Good and Go cars, as we were right on board with the old time, taking a lovely line, going through the final corner. That's, I mean, maybe he's preparing a lap.
Was that intentional?
No, probably not.
It would be funny if he does that.
To be
every
fair, far be it from me to say that something Yaltan did was unintentional. Apart from the time where he did intentionally wreck me in a practice session, I'm still salty about it. It was GPPWC. It was 2014. It was Catalonia. He has absolutely no idea. It was 10 years ago. I was in their form of a Formula 3 car, and he was in their form of an F1 car. And of course, practice and this was just an open session, so everyone was in it. And he absolutely obliterated me. Like,
this was 10 years ago.
Full on. Like, I was gone. I was no longer a part of the race circuit. It was turn 7 and turn 8 as well. So it's weird. Like, I can still remember it clear as day. I can barely remember what's happened in this race, but I do remember that from 10 years ago.
That is so funny.
Bless him. What's happened?
I don't know why.
It's fine. It's fine.
Really
we'll see what's happened to the Simify car going down, and it's another one that's gone off the road. It's definitely going to hit the barrier from there. Oh. Yeesh.
Big hit on the front right there. That's surely got to be some big damage. Oh yeah, the wheel's gone. I'm not surprised by that one at all. Can they get that back to pit road? No, that's got to be a tow, surely. And it looks like they're going to be pulling over. Yeah, probably not worth the time trying to get that back.
Yeah, they were only a lap down on the Williams Esports Chill Blast car that is our race leader. Oh, actually, no, sorry, I was thinking of the wrong Simify car there. That was the number 17. It was already a couple of laps down anyway, so back to the pit lane they go. It's got to be said, though, if you are going to have issues in this, I'd always say it's probably good just to try and keep going, because you're not the only one that's going to be having issues in this race.
Oh, there's a lot of issues going on out on this track, and as you say, there's over half the race still to go. We've still got plenty of time for the drivers to make mistakes around you, so if you just keep going, things will happen. Especially, I mean, if you look in the LMP2 category, the gaps have opened up so big that other people will just give you those free places towards the end. And also, you came here to do the race. As much as everyone wants to win, you're still committed 12 hours of your day on a Saturday afternoon to have this race, so it's not like you're wasting any time as such, so you might as well keep going and just see what happens later in the race. And you never know what might happen. We are expecting potentially some third batch of rain later in the race, and also with the just general driving in these conditions, it's tricky, but surely it must be fun as well. The first special event, and the rain's already here.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, to talk briefly of the rain that is potentially to come at the moment, according to my little weather readout, we will have nothing. At least, again, it's only going until 7:30 at the moment, which is 4 hours from now in-game time. Is this batch of rain, which should last about another half hour, 40 minutes, probably a half hour, let's be honest. And then there'll be nothing at a bare minimum until 7:30. So we'll be clear and dry until that point. At least, but again, you never really know. Once it darkens down, once it cools down, surely the likelihood of rain is probably going to increase, especially in this area, humidity increasing and all that kind of like. We'll have to wait and see on that one. Dodging all the puddles on board with Dominic Hoffman in that Drago racing car, just trying to dance it around. Arguably one of the best GTP drivers on iRacing at the moment. And you're seeing what it really takes to get the measure of this circuit.
Oh yeah, what a pickup by Drago. Big signing, definitely, as they work their way forward in this very hotly contested group of teams at the top of iRacing. And what you're just mentioning there as well, like avoiding the puddles, you can really see the wet racing line is being used. and that is basically where you go off the normal racing line where there's all the rubber down on the track. You go off that, and is actually more grippy in wet conditions. It's very difficult though when you have these GTDs to avoid as well, but it's certainly interesting that the wet racing line does work. Just showing you that we do have these very, very well implemented here, as you're huffing there to, or sighing I should say, to the huge slide there coming out of Sunset.
That was a big moment from Dominic Hoffman. The problem is when the car grips up, when you're having that kind of slide, if it grips up at the wrong spot, you're visiting the barrier, and there ain't nothing you can do about it. Or if you let it slide out too much, you're visiting the barrier anyway. It's only that fine level of perfection which will keep you on the race circuit. They use that curb there on the right hand side going through for just to rotate the car a little bit more, as we take a look once more at a replay to see another car taking a little bit of a visit off the road at what is really turn 2, and that will be the Parnell Racing car that we saw have quite a few problems earlier on in the race. One of the LMP2s off as well. Is that one of the WSR Esports Buck cars?
Yes, I think it was. Oh, wow. Zero grip. Absolutely zero grip. I love the trees just like waving around in the background of that shot as well. The conditions are so treacherous out there for these drivers as they try and obviously continue their battle on, as we've seen the battle between Hoffman and Mitchell de Jong. Mitchell de Jong, who went ever so slightly off the track, back just at that corner of Cunningham just about 5-6 laps ago now, and of course trying to hold on to that 4th place. But Hoffman is doing a pretty decent job as it stands, although on the previous lap they had almost identical lap times.
Gotta say, I mean, Hoffman's, like I said before, arguably one of the best drivers in the GTP cars on iRacing. So, in this modern era of endurance racing, Dominic Hoffman is one of the best. Well, Mitchell de Jong is one of the best of all time on iRacing, and that's whether it is endurance racing or rallycross or NASCAR or Cup Series racing or whatever. If you want to know, drivers that you'd put towards being the very best, Mitchell de Jong is very much in that kind of category. So to kind of close up, you've got to be pretty good. But again, the issues that they've had really is that Porsche's just not been particularly quick in the wet weather conditions. Is one of the WSR Esports bucket cars in the pit lane. Daniel Ferguson, was he the one that was behind the wheel then?
I would assume so. That's why they are
the boss bit, isn't it? Oof.
Yeah, down the pit road. And talking of speed, last lap round, Atik Alpinen a 2-minute 1.0, and Alexander Spets in 3rd place a 2-minute 3.2, De Jong a 3.4, Hoffman a 2.8. So the number 6 car leading the way still has amazing speed in these conditions.
Yeah, again, they were really quick earlier on in the race. They're really quick now. It does seem as though Williams Esports, they're starting out the season in 2024 in the strongest possible way, which is obviously, it's great to see. Obviously, they've had the time of not really being the most popular team. Some of it, I'll be completely honest, some of it is deserved. Quite a lot of it isn't, but to be fair, you got to say to them, they get their heads down and they focus on the race, and they go out and try and get the results. Which, to be fair, when it comes to a team being strong and consistent, blah 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 blah, they are most certainly up there. We had all this discussion. Did I have it with you? I had it with Arjuna quite a lot back in Daytona. I don't remember if we had this conversation with who's the best team in sim racing at the moment. We can all pretty much agree it's Team Headline, right?
Oof. I guess overall,
when it comes to all platforms, when it comes to World of Sim Racing, it's fairly unarguable that it is Team Headline.
Yeah. On the overall basis,
right.
I would agree.
Who's
on
the second
iRacing, special events, the last year and a half, there's only one winner in my eyes.
So does that mean that they're a slam dunk, definitely the second best team in sim racing?
Williams.
Yeah. This is the thing.
I mean, they're such a big organisation now, aren't they?
Well, the reason why I say this is because the discussion we were having, as well, just see some more darting in traffic on board with that Atik Alpinen trying to get past the number 70 of Gustavo Ariel in that Team Redline car. The reason why the conversation came around is that if you'd have gone back 3 years, right, and gone, who's the top 2 teams in sim racing? Even 2 years, to be fair. Who's the top 2 teams in sim racing? You would always go, it's Redline, Coanda. And that was the case for a long time. If you wanted to know who the 2 best teams were, it was Redline or Coanda, and who the best was depended on which year you were looking at, right? Because it was those 2. When we were having the discussion, basically saying that Coanda have kind of... where Redline have moved forward, Coanda have kind of dropped back a little bit from. Or maybe Coanda have kind of kept at the same level and Redline have just pushed forward, especially with the picking up some of the Urano drivers. The Red Bull drivers, obviously, having Max Verstappen in your team does generally help that. And then we had discussion who was the second best team. And it's not an easy question.
It really isn't. I would definitely put Williams up there, though. I mean, obviously, there's so many reasons for this, and obviously, it depends whether they're, the drivers are focusing on other platforms and all this sort of stuff as well, or the teams are. But the thing with Redline is they've just been dominant across so many platforms, so many different competitions in the last few years that they just seem to always be there. Whereas Coanda, they have, in some ways, dropped off a little bit. But they've also had a lot less drivers and a lot less, well, at least this is just from an outside perspective, from what I've seen, just a lot less pushing in, to be the best overall. Whereas Redline, they just seem to be pushing for absolutely everything. Williams as well, everything they do. They've just got so many drivers now. They're just really trying to expand. So that obviously helps you as well when you have so many drivers trying to get those results.
Yeah, but sometimes having too many drivers means that your team's bloated and then you don't have the resources to kind of get everyone quickly, whereas Williams clearly do. I would say that Williams are almost certainly the second best team in sim racing, and you can tell it by looking at this. I mean, they're running first in the GTPs, first in the LMP2s. Big moment there on board with Dom Hoffman. They were running first in the GTD category until a very unfortunate disconnection. And you would kind of say, then surely aren't they the best team in sim racing? And again, this is like looking at the overall picture. And to be fair, I would say that it's probably closer than I'm kind of giving them credit for, of Williams being the number, because again they were running strong back in Daytona. They were arguably the fastest team. We've seen them be fast before. We've seen them be fast. If you look over a slightly longer period as well, compare them to how they were in things like Le Mans Virtual. Obviously, Nikodem Wisniewski and Keith Brzezinski winning that first ever Le Mans Virtual back in 2020, competing for the championship really in both seasons, but particularly in the first season, competing for the championship, came up half a point short of winning the title. Then you compare that to Dara McCormack's success over on Assetto Corsa Competizione. You compare it to other stuff they've done, whether it is in things like DTM esports and stuff like that. They have achieved and succeeded an awful lot, to the point where there is no doubt in my mind that they are definitely one of the top 2. It's really between them and Team Redline. I'd still lean towards Redline, but what on earth was that line?
That was opening up the corner.
Wow.
I'm hoping that was just a bit of an exaggerated graphic movement compared to the car, because that was a bit too much of a bump there for what he should be doing to be the fastest line. But certainly, really just trying to maximise the corner, because especially for a fast corner like that, you really got to be careful in these cars. I mean, I guess it is kind of so-called easy flat out in the dry conditions, but in the wet, that really is a corner.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, I'm just baffled by what I've seen. I thought, I honestly, I thought we were just watching the car crash live. But then, to be fair, if that did happen, then Dane would probably pop in and be like, "Oh, it's the broadcaster's curse" or some rubbish. I think maybe fell asleep slightly behind the wheel and drifted over the lanes a little bit.
I don't know. These sim racers do like to find every little place to open up the corner. And to be fair, if you get it right, obviously it can be an advantage. But certainly it's taking a lot of risk in these tricky conditions, as you see, using completely different racing lines at this point with how wet it is.
Well, they are driving the 44, which obviously we do know is the number of the greatest current Formula One. What? No, I'm joking. I'm just
current Formula One.
I'm just trying to antagonize the community. I'm so sorry. Sometimes, yeah, we do just have to. Well, I do anyway. I do just have to say some things to stir the pot a little bit. I'm very sorry.
I think it's 44 famous in something else though. Don't think so.
No, not really. The dreams of Luca Munro. Very successful there. As there's some more issues here. The fiercely forward car off the road there with one of the LMP2s. It's not Bobo behind them. Did you have your interview with Bobo?
No.
Wimp.
Well, I mean, I didn't see him come.
He didn't join.
Didn't message or anything, no.
I was wisely informed that he was going to join. Arjuna did say that he was going to jump in it, but he's clearly too much of a wimp.
I'll have to message him actually.
Yeah, he's got 40 minutes to join before we boot you out. We'll see on replay so what actually happened. That was in one of the WSR. Oh no, sorry, it's the Apex Racing Team car. Straight on. Oh, a little bit of a bonk. It's knocked the front left out of alignment there. Unfortunately for the 199, it's not really had a great day. I can hear you typing away actually. I heard a sigh. Oh, that's where the fiercely forward car came from. Ooh.
Yes, certainly. I'm trying to get him on, but we'll see if we can progress that forward in the last 40 minutes of my time here on the broadcast. But look how wet it is now. That is tricky conditions as the 13 there works his way through, and they're so much slower. You can visibly see just how much slower they are than when it's dry.
Yeah, indeed. Just taking a little look as to what the weather is doing. We're probably about half an hour, 15 minutes away from the rain potentially stopping, actually. So it should stop relatively soon. Do you know what? I'm going to call it half an hour. Because it does say it's going to be 97% at 4 o'clock. With us, that's in 15 minutes time in game. And then after that is 0% as the Bradman Esports car visits the barrier and loses the front end. 10 out of 10. It's not the broadcaster's curse. They just messed up.
Yeah, they just crashed. But that's not a good sort of 10 minutes or so. I'm pretty sure they've been off the track 3 times, or at least various Bradman cars. But I'm pretty sure it is the 25 that we saw off in the previous occasions as well. Not the way that they would have done, and they've of course gone back to pit road from that as well. So this is turning it into a very tricky race for certain drivers, as we have seen a couple of actually no, that was a little while ago now. We have had a couple of other drivers dropping out of the race, so we're left with 37, well really sort of 39, but 2 of them many laps down.
Indeed. Trying to work out where Parker White has got to in the GTD category, mostly because apparently Mama Parker White has appeared in the Twitch chat, as this is on board with the fiercely forward car. Wow, trying to be fair, I will say to them, they were very clearly trying to slow the car down and avoid the car. They did avoid them in the end, but my God, that was close.
Yeah, it really is. Tough conditions out there for these drivers, and I mean, just look at the amount of rain that they've got to contest with. They've got to keep the car on track. They've got to be looking in their mirrors, especially if you're some traffic is not nice at all at this point of the race. But this is where they earn their money, as we have the Williams car trying to make that move on the Fire car with Rasmus Christensen as they come down towards Sunset Bend. He moves to the left hand side to try and make that move stick on the inside line. It's going to be the complete outside line, but it looks like he should have that one done up the inside, and yes, he has made that. Of course, the car that was leading in the class, but they're now back up into 7th.
No worries as to whether the room is tidy for Parker White, so I'm sure his mother can be pretty relaxed on that one. Does have a lot of chairs though, weirdly.
He has got a lot of chairs. You're right.
There is. It looks like there's a sofa behind, and then there's 2 office chairs, and then obviously we're in the sim rig. Feels a little unnecessary, but each to their own, I guess. At least one of the chairs has a hat, unlike Carl Janssen.
Maybe he stole his hat. But I mean, it is always good when you have somewhere to sit down, though, to be fair. Like, what, you know, sometimes you walk in your room and just like, I just want to sit down, and he's got a choice of chairs.
The 2-meter walk from one chair to another. Fantastic news. You know what? I've taken 3 steps. It is now time to sit down. Wow. That is that's a sim racer.
That's a sim racer at heart, right there.
That is like me at work, though. To be fair, I take 2 steps and I'm like, no, I'm done.
You said you have to run up and down stairs all day.
I do have to run up and down stairs all day. I know. And on each step, I wish there was a seat.
Stand a stair lift.
I'm not gonna lie. I have genuinely been taking orders from someone and thought, I could probably sit down right now. I've never done it though. But part of me, it does like one of those thoughts that like creeps in the back of your mind. Same as trying to do the jump at Bathurst. Even though you know you can't do it, it's still an intrusive thought that just sort of sits there.
Oh, what, over the chicane?
Yeah, you can't do it anymore.
What? They've stopped it. Was there an invisible barrier?
No, the gravel traps eat you more. They slow you down too much. As we'll see, obviously, a little look from Parker White on the back end of the Falcon Sim Racing team car, trying to work their way past. So they've already picked up one position on the Firer car, and now they're the ones on Firer.
I'll leave that one there.
It doesn't work.
Yeah.
I did it in text. It didn't work. I've said it now. It doesn't work.
Yeah, this is certainly working out very nicely for the 13 machine. Can they make it 2-2 in towards Sunset Bend? Not this time around, but it might be P6 for this car as they try to wear their way through the 44 car, as we very quickly coming up towards 6.5 hours to go in this race. They've got a couple of the prototypes getting past them down this front straight. You cannot see a thing through the thick spray as they go down the front straight, and on the inside line is still going to be the Falcon car just holding on to that position. But it's so sketchy when they're battling like this with the conditions that we have right now.
I'm no longer allowed to update you on weather, as we'll see this move down the inside, going down into turn 2. Parker White hooking up that inside line, and then obviously you'll see, you'll see him take the racing line because he has cleared that Falcon Sim Racing team car. You can see the weather there. I'm not allowed to update you on it because in 10 minutes time we'll be joined once more by Arjuna, who will give you one of those beautiful weather reports as least attractive meteorologist I've ever seen. Probably tallest as well.
Yeah, I just want him to do that like 90-degree pose that they do, and I think that'll really give it some extra
The
vibe.
90-degree pose. The thing is, I know exactly what you're talking about.
I'm just saying.
Terrible.
I'm just saying that Arjuna might be applying for some jobs like that over the course of the next few weeks or so. If he want to go down that path.
You reckon? That is, that is. I'm just going to move on from it, actually. Do you know what? It's not worth the chat. Let's switch it back onto the racing topic, because Fire are at least closing back in on the rear end of the Falcon Sim Racing team car. But obviously, let's be honest, that Williams Esports BenQ car, despite its disconnection from earlier on, will be charging to try and at least close down some of those. Are they a lap down? No, I don't believe they are anymore, actually.
I think they are.
They're a lap down on the... Well, to be fair, the easiest way is for Dane to zip open the entire tower. But I don't know if they are on the GTD leader. I don't obviously, like... The reason why I'm confused by it is because they're one further lap down on the overall race leader, but that's whether the overall race leader is between them. There you have the update. No, they are not a lap down on the race leader.
Very nice indeed.
Whoa!
Hello.
See ya.
That's not the racing line, but I think that's a PGZ LMP2 just about keeping it on the track, doing the Yaltayan line, and it's clearly working because they're still going.
I mean, yeah, definitely. That's just part of me was assuming that it wasn't that PGZ car, because I was like, surely it's not. Surely it's not brought that one back on, but no, it did. Fair enough.
I mean, if it works, it works. But I mean, I haven't. To be honest, I don't think I've ever driven Sebring on iRacing. Just to be said, surely you get off tracks by going out that wide.
No.
Do you not?
No.
Crikey! Well, send it there every lap.
You're
then.
keeping it on the roads, on the race, on the surface. Do you get them on RF2 when you run wide all over there? You do. It really irritates me, Alison. But you don't get any issues in game.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think it is a similar situation. But it's just an interesting one because, in theory, it has the potential to be faster because it's been tried. It's been tried and tested.
Maybe. I don't know. It will be faster. It's one of those ones. It's faster for your next lap. I don't think it's faster for the lap you're currently on.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe potentially. But if you want to try it, the door is open and some people are doing it, but not by choice. The only thing that we have right now is obviously it's wet everywhere. So if you go off like that, you're fine. The issue that we saw earlier when Redline and a couple of other cars crashed there was because we had the drying racing line. So you go wide like that and you go onto a more wet part of the track, and of course then the car just loses grip.
You can see how wet it is on the track right now as the rain is really hammering down. It is... yeah, she moist as they race their way down into T1. It is probably quite unpleasant to drive around here at the moment, but they'll give it their best shot. Again, at the moment it's survival, and they'll all be well aware that the weather will, or the rain will stop at some point in the fairly near future, and then we'll be dealing with those awkward conditions. And again, that rain, the wet track takes around about 45-50 minutes to dry up properly, so there's plenty of time before we talk about going on to slick tyres.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely nowhere near that at this moment in time. And obviously the fact that the rain is still coming down is the important factor, because once the rain stops, of course, the cars are big vacuum cleaners. That's why you see all the spray coming out of the back. So it eventually will dissipate the water, and of course there's a bit of evaporation in that as well, which will help it. But as soon as there's while they're still watering down on the track, of course you're still basically filling up the track as such, and therefore we are going to be seeing this for quite a while longer. And it's very, very interesting with how the drivers work their way through this next part of the race, because if you say, Lewis, that we may not get some wet weathers towards the end, this might be the last time where we see potential for big changes in the gaps.
Maybe indeed. This is where your race can effectively be solidified. Let's put it that way. And you know, if you're in a car that maybe struggles in the wet weather conditions, maybe you'll be just sitting there praying that there's no more rain. We just don't really know. And to be fair, you might be a driver that's really solid in both wet weather and the wet to drying. So you got to remember as well, is the other thing, is that based on earlier on in the race when we were talking about the wet to drying, is that it will probably take longer this time because there's less cars going around. We've had a lot more crashes, so there's you were saying about like the vacuum cleaners, but it will take them longer to suck all that water off of the circuit. It's fine. It's what it is.
Absolutely. As we have, of course, 6.5 hours to go in this race, and the 6 numbers are very good there, is still leading the way very nicely indeed, and their pace is looking very, very good. Last lap, the VRS Crown car in second place was 1/10 faster, but still those two cars are easily the fastest cars out on track by a good second or so. So they've really got the pace and the comfortability at this moment in time, so they're just going to be pulling away, because now in third place the Williams Esports BenQ cars are over a minute off the lead.
You see there on the weather radar there that the rain is, well, it stopped. It is not raining anymore around this circuit. There is potential for some more sprinkles before the rain properly stops, courtesy of how the kind of the rain is. We're effectively, the entire band is still moving over, but we're just in that last bit. Again, I'm not a meteorologist though, so it's fine. I ain't got that 90-degree view. Or however you put it earlier on. There's loads of people sitting here watching me like, I got no.
Right, is meteorologist actually the word? Is that what they're called?
Yes. I used to live with one actually.
Is it really?
I did, yeah.
I didn't know that was the word for that, as this... before they come down pit road, they're just keeping it tight.
Weather girl. Please don't tell
I
me
thought a meteorologist studied like asteroids.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they actually study star signs and stuff. BS competition into pit lane. It's fine, whatever. How do you... No, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's okay. Oh, what am I going to do with you, Cam?
Nothing. No, genuinely, I just didn't know that was the name for it.
Oh dear, terrible.
That makes a lot of sense now from some things. Learn something new every day.
Yeah. No, you definitely do.
Oh, Lewis, last lap. Oh wow, last lap from the number 6, a 1:58.8. The track is getting a bit faster. Everyone else is well over 2 minutes. So the rain has definitely stopped and the track is starting to dry up.
Josh Rogers has set a 59.6 on the previous one. Obviously, is closing in slightly, but mostly that'll be down to their pit sequence and stuff like that. I think we're still awaiting a pit stop from VRS Coanda. Well, to be fair, no, it would be we're waiting for pit stop for both of them. It's fine. I was thinking more of the gap between the Williams Esports Chill Blast. The other one, not that one. The other one, the LMP2 one. Josh Rogers, by the way, is off the road. 10 out of 10.
Just as we were saying, he was getting a bit faster. As you say, he goes off the road.
That's not It's not.
No,
he
it's
drove
not,
off the road.
because he just drove off the road, didn't he? It's certainly getting a lot faster though, because now we've got 3 cars going under 2 minutes. So the pace is ramping up, and we are still 15 seconds off dry lap times. So still plenty, I mean, that's, it's a second a corner sort of thing. So we're still plenty away from that. But the closer and closer we get down to those 40s, we'll then start seeing teams start to think about what they are going to do. But the issue is as you say, the pit stops, because we are only probably about 5 to 7, 8, something in that laps away from these pit stops, maybe slightly longer because of the wet conditions. And obviously we're not going to have the track dry by then.
Yeah, indeed. As we'll be preparing for this drying part of the race with probably a few crashes. I would suspect of the contingents on the field as we do have Carl Janssen into pit lane. Here comes one. Well, here we go. Here's the start of the chaos. That was quite a big hit, didn't it? That was very hard to tell through the spray.
Yeah, that was a huge off there.
There's the Brabham one.
Yep, the Brabham just they were going okay.
We saw that one earlier.
Tires.
We did see that one earlier. To be fair, not that replay. We saw it live.
He's number 3 as well, having some issues. And as soon as you get in the grass as well, you just can't get back on the track. No grip to slow the car down. There's one of the WSR cars, the 24, just slightly losing the rear end. Oh, and in the background, oh, wow, that was close. The Dury Sports car just getting around the outside. I'm sure that was scary from the onboard too.
Did we fight into the barrier? In fact, it shows this time Tower, I think, is the hard one. There is the fiercely forward car. There is missing your braking point, and then there is whatever that was. Obviously, clearly, probably one of the longest lockups that you can have. Probably a lockup of around, well, the track. More. Another one going off down there, down the escape road at the hairpin.
So this is what Dane's been doing over the course of the last 20 minutes or so.
Is that the one we've already seen?
We certainly have, but it's going to be hopefully from the Dury Sports. Oh, that is so close, sliding through that gap, because the tyre wall was on the left, the car was on the right, and he probably didn't quite fully know where it was going to move.
Clearly, Dane just absolutely hates WSR Esports. He's just shown this one again. God, that's so close. Very, very good reactions there from Dury Sports, and very well committed as the fiercely forward car works his way around the outside, trying to keep Ate Kaplan at bay. He's flashing the lights, thinking, "Son, can you jump out of my way?" I can already see a slight. Well, never mind. We'll talk about that in a second. PGZ and Coanda coming together in the LMP2 category.
Yeah, coming through turn 3, was that in an overtaking situation, or was one caught up with the other? As you can definitely see, it's a way less heavy rain at this moment in time. So PGZ goes in too deep, and then unfortunately Coanda just nowhere to go. I think they did just about avoid contact though, but probably 10 plus seconds lost.
Yeah, exactly. It was Dane Warren behind the wheel, and was able just to get on the anchors to stop slapping into the side of Sam Ward there. He was just a little bit too deep on the brakes, nearly collected the Parnell Racing car that was the GTP and all of that. But fortunately was safe enough to keep the car on the road, and the pair of them now not separated by very much at all. This is a genuine battle for position out on the circuit. They are a couple of laps down on the race leaders, but they are battling for, I believe, 7th in class. Is the onboard replay with Dane Warren.
Oh yeah, he tried to go right, but then of course the car rolled backwards into his line, and once again, great job stopping that and avoiding any further contact for that car, who is currently down in 7th place, but they are 2 laps off the next car up ahead of them. So it doesn't really affect too much their result as such, but certainly they're just the issues that you have to be looking out for, because it could easily just
that could have easily given them just extra damage that they would have needed to repair. But fortunately, he kept out of the car.
Yeah, exactly. So not a casualty to be added to, but we will have some more. You can see it is raining once more on the circuit. It had stopped raining, but it has just started raining again. This is expected because, like I said, the full band of rain has not passed yet, so we're in that final little bit. This does not mean it's going to rain heavily at all. It's just going to rain a little bit and then it'll go away. And then again, of course, I'm checking it even up until 8 p.m. in game time. We've got no rain. So for the next 4 hours, no rain expected, at least. So maybe, to be fair, we won't get any rain. We've only got 6 hours, 20 minutes left to go in the Sebring 12-hour here on iRacing. It's not that long, really. We are halfway, nearly.
Absolutely. And although I said that, I wouldn't be mad if we had rain in those final 2 hours that we can't quite see, though, because that always spices things up. And for inside the number 6 has led, basically the whole time that I've been here in the comms box. But maybe that will change at some point, because the gap realistically hasn't actually grown too much over those almost 4 hours now. It's up to 27 seconds. I think it was only down at about 15 or so when we started, and a lot has happened since then.
I think Dane Baird's bills are being paid by VRS Coanda because he didn't show the replay of Josh Rogers going straight on at this corner. He did show everyone else, but not Josh. Sam Ward, by the way, straight off the road coming out of pit lane. So that one's a 0 out of 10, unfortunately. But Josh Rogers losing, I think it probably lost about 4 or 5 seconds. All that, the gap went from 20 up to about 25. He's lost a couple of extra seconds in it. Ati Kalpanen flying around the circuit right now. But do expect this Porsche, especially if it's going to be dry until the end of the race, do expect this Porsche 963 to get quite strong, because it should be fairly good in the dry. It did qualify in second place courtesy of Sir Charles Collins, and like I say, oh sorry, no, this now qualified in 4th. Never mind, that was whatever. It was quick in quali.
Yeah, and also when it dried up earlier, a couple of hours ago, that is when they really had their push, and they went up from about 5th place to what is currently 2nd, where they've been for a while. So there's a lot of speed left in that car, and I do think they have a good chance of winning this race.
Well, we'll head back to Arnuja Kinakakpaki, who is bringing us a weather report.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back after this rain has kind of moved away from us. The boys did a great job of figuring out strategy, and, well, Dane did a great job of capturing all the cars that slipped off. But the thing to really watch is here. Just look at how dark that spot is. We had a cell that honestly could have made this race a lot worse. And what I'm going to do is, we're Race Spot here. We like our toys. So I found another toy. Lewis, I mean, that whatever you want to call it, cell, if I can find my mouse, is legitimately, that's like, oh, it's going crazy. Look at the size of it. It's like the size of Sebring times 5. Craziness. I can't wait to be back in a couple of hours' time. I'll leave you for now.
I don't think I've ever seen a weather report so bad.
Brutal.
Oh, sorry, but like, he's too tall.
He is too big to fit the frame.
Like way too tall to fit on the and keep whatever's in shot behind, and he just sits down halfway through the weather report.
How did he stand next to Ewan O'Leary, though?
It's so funny. The idea that he was commentating with Darragh Thacker last night is hilarious to me. The size difference between the two of them, you could probably fit, well,
two Darraghs.
Two Darraghs, yeah, probably. He's like 4'8".
Yeah, if Darragh stood on his own shoulders,
yeah, it'd be fine. He's not actually 4'8". It'll be devastating. He's 5'4". I think it's
close enough.
Yeah, whatever. It's fine. Meanwhile, like I say, our junior's about 8 foot something.
Well, I have to say, I do respect our junior a lot, though. Obviously, do I? I think I do. Broadcast production for 8 hours of this broadcast, first 4, last 4, but then also deciding to do the weather report in the middle 4 as well. So he's basically in this race for 12 hours.
He said he'll fire me in real time, which is fine. Go on then. Try it. try it. He's going to commentate for the next 2 hours and 15 minutes, and then the final 2 hours. It's fine. You do what you want to do. No, I don't know. It's just it's fair enough. It's fair enough. Look, we like having the weather report. It's fine. But basically, what he did miss out was the crucial bit of information and all that.
Which was?
It'll be dry.
Yeah, it's going to be dry. Obviously, as you saw, that weather band leaving the venue, and we really are getting a bit of a drier line. Not quite a dry line yet. I mean, there's still so much spray, but you can just see a bit of a drier line forming, and therefore the overtaking opportunities for the GTs or GTPs, I should say, are going to get very difficult as they have to go on the wet line to overtake. But of course, it'll still be okay for the next sort of 10-15 minutes. Yeah,
like I said, the thing is they'll be probably remaining on the wets for a fair while, even to the point where there will be a point. Let's see what happens to BS competition. There's probably going to be a lock up straight in the barrier. Oh no! Yes. Oh. I mean, they sort of. It was. I think there was a bit of a slide in the way, and it's probably rear locking. I was expecting them to lock up and go straight on. More dramas for them. Fiercely forward. Now they did lock up and go straight on before rejoining the race circuit. We won't see them go onto the slick tyres anytime soon. Even when the slick tyres will realistically be the faster tyre on the circuit, because it's too dangerous to go onto the slick tyres on a multi-class race. Into the pit lane, Williams Esports Chill Blast. This will most likely not be for slick tyres.
I agree, because
you can't.
It's going to stay wet long enough into this next stint that you are going to need those wet tyres. It doesn't make sense to have any aggressive decisions at this time. They just need to be ever so slightly conservative and take another set of wet tyres. Let's have a look when everyone else is coming in. Yeah, everyone else is coming in the next few laps as well, so I think they're all going to have to take the wets, because it's still going to be wet for at least half hour, surely.
Like I say, if we were talking of single class racing, like say for example Formula 1, I think you could get away with taking a gamble of going onto slick tyres right now. It is a big gamble, and I don't think they will be faster now, but I think that they probably will end up being faster over the stint if you went onto slicks right now. The problem is, if you go onto slicks right now, any time you have to overtake any bit of any bit of lap traffic, you're risking being binned off in the barrier, especially around here at Sebring with the final corner and the first corner. Thankfully, we're safe from you and O'Leary to tell you that the circuit should be repaved, but in these wet conditions, that's where it becomes really difficult.
I don't. Why do you keep saying that?
That's such a bad accent.
I know that was terrible, but I don't love you.
That's so funny.
And to be fair, he doesn't actually believe that. I think he said it once, and it's been held against him. But also the issue
he said it around me.
He does. Look at the amount of spray, though. They're still coming on the racing line. It's not a dry line. All it is there's less water than the offline at this moment in time, as Josh Rogers and Alexander Spetz are coming into the pit lane as well in your GTP category, the number 8 and the number 1 machine. So it's definitely the pit stop time for those drivers, and I again assume they're going to go to wets.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to just head probably onto the wet tyres and run their way through. Again, I would have a look. Very hard to tell on the Acuras.
Because you're trying to look through that opening, aren't you? On the
sort of.
On the wheel arch?
I've just basically all I'm doing is I am absolutely drilling a camera straight into the car. And then having a look. And the thing is, with the Porsche, I think there's enough light in it where you can definitely see that whether it's a wet tyre or not. It's no problem. With the Acura, I don't know if it's just because it's too dark or something to do with the texturing. It is very hard to tell. It does look like a slick tyre always. I will have a look again though. Hold, please.
Yeah, so it would be interesting if anyone did choose to go to the slick tyres. Surely it's too early from what we were seeing earlier, especially when it just turned wet. All the cars going off down at Cunningham especially, it's just so risky, and especially for a race leader in that number 6 machine, I don't think it's going to be worth the risk on that one, but you never know. Someone surely will try it. Whether that will be the smartest idea or not, we'll have to wait and see. The VRS Commander number 18 and the 696 Drago in second and third, they may only be about 10 seconds off the lead, but they still owe us a pit stop, so the 6 still has a fairly comfortable margin as we see a replay here of the number 8. just going a little bit wide and kept on the track, but really had to slow down there to avoid a crash.
Oh, well, no, see, okay, so I'm just saying, by the way, 100% the VRS Commander cars, 100, oh, actually, hold on. Well, the 18 is definitely on wet tyres. Oh, no.
Don't tell me. Has the 8 risked it?
The 8 has risked it. That is some slick tyres on the 8. And from what I can see, by the way, BT Dubs, I believe the 6 is on slick tyres as well.
Oh, well, maybe. Obviously, one followed the other. Let's have a look at the lap time. Although, is this still going to count as their out lap? I think it is, unfortunately. So don't get completely representative lap time, unfortunately. So I'll have to wait for the next one. But this is a big risk from your P1, P2. Look, you've just been overtaken. You've just been unlapped there from Parnell. So is it going to work out? I'm not sure. I think it's going to be wet for too long.
I don't know. I really, really do not know. But again, this is where the excitement comes from. So yeah, it's a weird call, but it's a call.
Would you have done it?
No.
I don't think I would. He's been overtaken here by an LMP2. I think it was but then if it comes back and it does dry up and then they save a pit stop, then they do save that 30 seconds or whatever of coming in. So it's a tough one. It is a tough one. But when you're going for a special event win, then of course you got to be trying these things. But it goes deep once more. Can't get it slowed down. And another P2 goes past.
It's just, I say it's so difficult to hang on to the car right now. As we can see Josh Rogers working his way around, but I don't know. It's just the grip is difficult. Keeping this car on the road, it is difficult. You're risking a crash.
Some will say it's worth that, but we are just shy of halfway into this race. No, we can't even make the Le Mans chicane. Oh, that is a difficult situation. I do think it's too early. I think it is too early. But they're stuck now. They can't come in, really, I guess. We'll see what the lap time is as they come across the line. But I don't think they can come in. I just don't think it's going to work. We'll see. It's a tough one, because if they lose 10 seconds a lap, then I guess it is worth it.
Yeah, I'm trying to compare, because I know, like you say, I expect... From everything that I'm seeing, all of the Acuras at the moment are on wet tyres. I just don't believe that all of the Acuras would be on wet tyres, which is why I feel like the Acuras are a little bit too hard to tell. I will say,
6.
it is 100% that Rogers is on the slick tyres. There is no joke on that one.
The 6 must be on wets, because it was 11 seconds faster than Rogers' last lap.
And I can tell you from what I'm seeing, by the way, they are like. So this is, again, wet weather is new. 100% is on a slick tyre for my screen. So that's fun. The Acuras we have no idea. Porsches we do. One of them, which is the 18, is on wet tyres, and we do know that the 8 is on slicks. That is confirmed.
Interesting decision there from the 8, who was looking so good to be potentially trying to chase down Williams. The midpoint of this race, but unfortunately they're going to be dropping about 10 seconds a lap. That is very tricky, because just being outbroken there by a GTD massively as well. Got to be careful not to make contact on the outside, and actually effectively being overtaken there from the number 10 race or class leading GTD. This is very, very difficult situation.
Yeah, unfortunately I feel like they've basically just signed their own they've signed it for themselves right now.
When do you come back in now? Do you commit again?
No, you can't come back in. Like, it's too late. It's kind of one of those ones, you've made your bed, now you've got to lie in it. It's tough.
Yeah, certainly do, especially now, because they're sort of that halfway thing. They should have come in straight away when they noticed that. So now it's just going to have to stay out. The good news is that it's not raining anymore. So it is getting better and better and better. But how long is it going to be to do that? As Drago come in, and was that the number 1 overtaking? Yes, it was. So they've actually lost a position now. So they're down into that 5th place. The number 1, Williams Esports BenQ with Spets, has got past.
Whoever made that strategy call for VRS Commander, I respect the bravery. I'm concerned by the lack of forward thinking. But obviously, if you are going to try something like that, you will give it into the hands of Josh Rogers. These are the kind of strategy mistakes that I don't believe we will see in, say, 2 months' time, 6 months' time. Once everyone's used to wet weather, you won't see these kind of mistakes.
Oh, definitely. This is a learning phase, and it's just a shame that it's in one of the most important races of the year, one of the big iRacing special events. But sometimes that is how it goes, and they, from what I can see, are the only ones to do so, I think. So yeah, interesting call. But also I'm seeing the LMP2 lap times are almost identical to the GTPs at this moment in time.
Yes, we are like transitioning again towards it being dry, so at least there is that. But again, I feel for Josh Rogers at the moment. I feel this is gonna turn itself around. And hey, maybe in 20 minutes' time we'll be like, we're idiots. They're absolutely right. But I don't know. It's a weird call. If they don't lose too much time, this is going to be great. But they're so far behind that, and they're losing so much time.
The only good news is that they have 30 seconds to Sean Campbell for race clutch black in behind them. So, from that point of view, he might survive a little bit before losing another position. And there's a huge gap behind, but it all matters about the gap ahead. And now they're well over a minute off the lead. So it's going to be very, very difficult for them to do anything from this moment in time. And also last lap, Rogers did get 2 seconds quicker, but Kalpinen leading the race also got 2 seconds quicker. So the gap between them was 11 seconds again on that previous lap. As P2 goes all the way around the outside, and wow, that was close. But that's also just due to the fact that he's so slow.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see a bit of a shake of the head. You can see he's looking a little bit flustered, trying to see all the data as quick as he can. Eyes darting all over the screen. He's trying to read all the data as quick as possible whilst trying to juggle this circuit. You've got about 5 minutes left before we dump you off and out of here, Cam. But also, we do have 5 minutes. If you're watching on YouTube, by the way, we do have about 5 minutes before you have to jump over to part 2. Should automatically redirect you there, but just in case, I will let you know now. If you are going for a cup of tea and you don't want to miss anything, go now. Collect it, be back in 5 minutes, and then you'll be able to see a switch over, or you can just switch over and then go and collect your tea or whatever. If not, you'll come back and you'll be watching some weird video about what if the entire planet was turned into gold or something. I don't know. YouTube.
The 3 a.m. moment when you've got an exam the next day. Something like that. So
bad. I can't even explain some of the videos I'm watching at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm just like, why am I watching this? About how if you throw a ball down under the table and it bounces and it hits the top of the table, it'll actually bounce back. Why am I watching that video?
It is kind of interesting, but why you're watching is the important factor there. As we're still seeing Rogers there getting overtaken by multiple cars. So definitely not the right decision. Their teammate has come into the pit lane though. Let's see if De Jong, because obviously he's pit much later. So is De Jong then going to actually decide maybe it's still time to go to the slicks? Or is he going to realise, no, wets are the right time? But because he's gone later, he's going to have less time on the wets.
Seb Hawkins did message me and said that he reckons it might be that Coanda are trying to use the 8 car as a bit of a dummy for the 18 to see what's right on strategy. I would agree. Better. Yeah, but then they might be. Yeah, this is why I was like, I would agree, but I just... Even if the 8 was in a better spot and maybe they think the 18 is going to run better for the end of the race, or I don't know, you wouldn't just completely sacrifice one of your cars unless you're absolutely crazy. So, Seb, maybe you are correct. For a little while, by the way, the reason why I didn't want to read that out was because I was like, well, yeah, Williams don't want to give away their strategy. And I was like, Seb hasn't been a part of Williams for a year now. Oh, my God. My brain is still very much in the past.
Oh yeah,
wrong team.
Yeah. Where is it? Guild.
It is Guild. Yeah.
Yeah, he's gone to Guild, hasn't he?
18 is on the wets.
I would say proper decision, especially as he's come out in second place. Snow is the same as everyone else, and he's still in a good position. So maybe the 8 was, but the 8 should have been somewhere in that gap in between, and then it should have been, a 2-3 for Coanda, not a 2-5, and ever getting lower.
Yeah, indeed. So, like I say, interesting interesting calls here. But like I say, at least for one car, I mean, they're out on the right tyres. Then even then, this is like too late. Who knows? An absolute disaster for the VRS Commander number 8, to the point where they're not that far away from going a lap down, which will be not great for them. I'm trying to work out the number 6. This is looking at the 18's phone off. The number 6, the race leader Williams Esports Chill Blast car, is currently running down into the hairpin at turn 6. The VRS Commander car is maybe a third of a lap ahead. That's how close they are to going a lap down.
Wow.
Great.
Not the ideal situation, but then it was their choice and they took the risk. Sometimes it works. If you remember to Nico Hülkenberg back in the day, and then his now teammate Magnussen, it sometimes works out going to the slicks at the right time, but in an endurance race you have less choice sometimes, because they had to come in because of fuel, and they decided to choose to go onto the slicks at that time. But what lap is he on of the stint? He's already on lap 6 of the stint. So, you know, it's 12 minutes ago now, and look how wet the track still was. So I think you're right, Lewis. As we get further and further into the rain being on the surface, people will learn how long these things take.
Exactly. We are 60 seconds away from booting Cam out of here again. A reminder, the part 2, by the way, is live at the moment if you want to manually switch over. If you are watching on YouTube, if you're watching on Twitch, don't press a button. Don't go anywhere, because we're not. Well, Cam is. What have you made of your 4 hours of mixed conditions here at Sebring? It's been interesting.
It has actually, and I'm glad I managed to see a dry to wet transition, and we also had a bit of a wet to dry at the beginning part. And also working with Arjuna and yourself, Lewis, it's been good, been good fun again to see this top split action. And just the last note is obviously Williams. How good are they in these special events? And I do hope, you know, for their sake, that they go on to win the race, commentators goes. But we'll definitely see them in the future, I'm sure. They're just doing such a good job so far in these races.
Yes, indeed. So about halfway done in the race, Comrade Modger jumping out of the commentary booth. We'll kick him out. We'll probably see him again at some point in the near future, but not during this race. It's fine. Like you say, Williams are leading in both the GTPs and the LMP2 category. And of course, we do have the number 2 car, the Drago Racing one, leading in the GTDs. Joining me for the next couple of hours will be one Mr. Joey Tebben, who's on for a little 4-hour stint himself. You got 2 hours of me, 2 hours of Arjuna. I won't be doing a weather report, so that's fine.
Darn, I'm gonna leave now. I'm so disappointed. I expected 2 weather reports.
No. I can't replace Arjuna like that. How you doing? Have you been watching the race? Been paying attention?
I've been watching a little bit. I've been keeping track of the transitions between the wets and the dries. I've been watching the strategies and the unfortunate reality of this strategy for VRS Coanda not working out for the number 8. I also applaud the strategy. It was worth a shot, but it just didn't work out. It's kind of, with this new style of racing, with this wet racing, you get a little bit tricked when the sun comes out. It looks so bright. The track looks dry. It gets matted out in places, but unfortunately, that water seeps into the asphalt. It's wetter than it looks for a longer time than you think. And now, after, how long has it been? About 15 minutes since they last made that pit stop. The times have finally started to equalize. The 8 is down into the 2-minute, or into the 1:59s rather, so they're not losing time anymore, but all that time they lost over the last 15 minutes. Unfortunately, I think they're going to learn from that, and they'll have to make all that time back the old-fashioned way in the second half of the day.
Yeah, they're going to get to the point, the VRS Coanda car. Well, for one, they don't have to stop, so they'll gain that time back to go onto the slicks, whereas everyone else does have to stop to go onto the slicks. And there will be a portion of this where they'll probably be running about 3 or 4 seconds a lap, maybe even 5 seconds a lap faster than those on the wet tyres. That's fine, because that's basically what happened earlier on in the race. You know, when you're on the slicks, if you've gone onto them a little bit earlier, you will be lapping significantly faster. That's fine. The problem is they were losing 11, 12, 13 seconds a lap. So for every 1 lap they did on the slicks, they were losing 2 laps of what they can gain back, if you follow my logic. Now, what that means is if you're in the Williams Esports Chill Blast car, you've actually got quite a lot of time to kind of like leave the circuit at the moment to really dry out so that it's safer for you going on. Here's a replay to see what's happened. Ooh, to the Simify LMP2 car, out to the barrier. I think we're going to see quite a lot of this, Joey. A lot of cars binning it off. They did a lot in the previous wet to dry sequence.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of that because, again, it's just drivers getting used to their cars not driving the same way they used to. This is not like when you're driving in the rain on the road. You're going at about 200 miles per hour through some of these corners. There's going to be less grip. It's going to be different than you're used to tackling at Sebring. And even these drivers who have probably done thousands of laps of practice since this rain was first released, they've done this practice specifically around Sebring in these setups. It's just such a wild card. The track changes with every lap. The level of grip changes with every lap. I'm glad we have this because now even the best in the world, where sometimes they can get locked in and minimize those mistakes, they're finally being forced into mistakes. They're finally human again for the first time in a while.
Yeah, and they will be probably, like I say, for another 6 months, and then they get used to it, and then it'll be as if nothing's happened. Classic.
That's when we introduce snow.
Yes, and I am all for that. And then after that, I don't know, we'll introduce fire or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But no, like I say, it is very interesting. It has been a great equaliser. By the way, it's the battle for second position at the moment in GTD. It's a Drago 1-2 with the number 2 car running in first position, the 4 car running in second. Marla Racing Team, the previous leaders, currently running in third position, as there's the 26 off and into the barrier. They are the first casualty of this wet to dry sequence into sunset. I promise you they will not be the last. That corner bit hard earlier on in the race. We had the Apex Racing Team car in the LMP2 category go into it. We had both the Team Redline GTPs go into it earlier on. What a disaster day it's been for them. We will see a lot more visited. It is a very hard corner at the best of times. In these conditions, it's up to 11.
It really is. And all of these GTD runners as well, they also tell you how early that decision was for VRS Coanda to come in and put on those dry tires. You saw Ryan Barneveld in the Mala Lamborghini come down pit lane. You saw Gustavo Ariel in the red line number 70 as well. They also put on the wet tires. They are not ready to switch to slicks, which is an interesting choice because GT3 cars, at the end of the day, a little bit heavier. They're not going to be so affected by the wet as a lighter weight car would. Doesn't have as much gravity to press it down against the contact patch on the ground. But even in GT3, these drivers not ready to switch to the wets. Still just that little bit too slippery. And you can see the rooster tails coming out of every class of vehicle here. It's still wet on track. It might look dry in a couple places. It might look like there's a dry line, but even that dry line isn't especially dry yet. It's still slower than just sticking out in the wet tires.
Yeah, I mean, look at it around here. Cunningham, Collier, down towards Tower, still very wet. Josh Rogers finally, by the way, in the previous lap was faster than the race leader. It's taken him that long on the sides. The best way to see how wet the circuit is still and how narrow that dry line is at one point. Look, there was a head-on shot at T1. Going into that first corner when we were seeing them come through a little bit earlier on. We'll probably get it as well when they come around this time. That showed perfectly how narrow the racing line is and what happens when you make a mistake, because you're just in the puddles, and if you're on slick tyres and you hit that, you are taking a one-way trip at high speed into the barrier and most likely out of the second of the VCO Grand Slams of 2024.
And that's another dynamic that we've literally never seen in one of these events before. It's not the same track anymore. We always talk in these multi-class events about how it essentially becomes another track. You've got about 50 extra chicanes to deal with every single lap. Well, now not only do you have those extra chicanes, you have chicanes that lead into puddles of death that surely mean you're going straight off the track. It's Sebring 3 now, finally. It's not just Sebring 2 anymore. We're getting even deeper into the series.
Again, I'm all for it. I'm very intrigued. I'm enjoying this. I have enjoyed it. The thing is, once it dries up, this is kind of the risk of basically what happens in this, is that we will enter podcast mode. So if you aren't ready for podcast mode...
We'll be back to Sebring 1, unfortunately.
Yeah, sorry. If you aren't ready for a podcast over the final couple of hours of the race, I'm very sorry. It might well be like that. It might be very exciting. I don't know.
It could be.
But the thing is, when it comes to wet weather and the changes, the GTDs, by the way, are in pit lane. Gustavo Ariel and Ryan Barneveld getting ready for those slick tyres. We were talking about this when the rain stopped in the first portion. We were like 2 hours into the race, hour and a half into the race, and we already had like 7 or 8 basically retirements. We already had, I think it was only like the top 8 or 9 in the GTPs on the lead lap. Now, if it was dry, we'd still be dealing with 8 or 9 GTPs on the lead lap now, like comfortably, because it would be a lot of time. We wouldn't have anywhere near the amount of retirements, because that's what this circuit does. It bites, especially when it rains.
Doesn't. I just looked at Ryan Barneveld's tires very closely as he drove off pit lane. They have indeed put on the slicks, Lewis. Barneveld's put on the slicks, Gustavo Ariel's put on the slicks, and have to imagine that Johnny Vecchio behind them has done exactly the same thing. But there's no dry line on pit exit. He's driving through the puddles. Those tires are soaking wet right now as he brakes for turn 3. You can see there is a little bit of a dry line through the middle of the corner. He's got to send it wide through turn 5, go around the water. It's almost like dirt track racing where you're avoiding all the stuff that's built up in the place where you want to go. You do have to make sure, though, not to touch the curbs. You want to touch the curbs through the exit of the hairpin, through that previous section, through turns 2, 3, and 4, and 5, but they're soaking wet. Water on paint. You can slip on a crosswalk when you're just walking in your shoes, let alone when you're in a Lamborghini.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, the reason why that drying line is kind of in some places offline, in a sense, is because obviously when you're on the wet tires, you're driving offline quite a lot. Obviously, that's where the superior grip is. So even though you're in this scenario where the fastest line you'd want to be is on the normal race line because you're on the slick tires, you can't quite do it because of you have to bring the car onto the wet stuff because that's where it's dry. It's so complicated. You have to be so adaptable in these conditions and just let the circuit dry up bit by